1. The encounter between a male dragon and a female dragon. X765. Ishgar continent, a certain forest. Tread. Deep in the forest, a footstep sounded suddenly. Standing on the jungle lawn, a giant dragon with red feathers and silver-white scales was staring at a baby girl whose size was like an ant in front of him. She had tried to use the additional magic she was best at to swap her soul with the baby girl. But after several attempts, it ended in failure. The magic of attaching a soul is extremely demanding. You must have a body with a high degree of compatibility, and at the same time have a body of the same bloodline as yourself. You cannot attach it. So, how should this baby girl be handled? The red dragon gritted her teeth, a child representing her nightmare past, making it impossible for her to raise her like a normal mother. Day. Just then, the sound of footsteps followed. The red dragon's face was startled, and the magic power fluctuated and spread, turning the baby girl into a ray of magic power and storing it in his magic space. Originally, the additional magic could not be used like this, but this baby girl and herself are of the same blood. She can be attached to her body in the form of magic power, which has been the case for the past 400 years. Throw her away. After taking the baby girl back into his magical space, the red dragon thought indifferently. Immediately, she looked in the direction of the footsteps, and saw a young man with a pair of ice blue eyes, black hair reaching to his shoulders, and a grey shirt that was somewhat tattered, with a faint smile on his face, walking towards her. Sure enough, the rumor is correct. The traveler said that there are dragons here. The young man was about 18 to 20 years old. Facing the giant dragon that everyone feared, he acted as if he had only seen animals such as puppies, chuckling and teasing. "Who are you?" The red velvet dragon stood up and said on guard. The voice that came out was that of a mature woman. Instead of attacking human beings like the dragon in myths, she acted like a mistreated stray dog who refused to trust anyone. The young man glanced around the red velvet and white-scaled giant dragon, there was nothing else but her, and smiled again. "Chi Yan, this is my name." After the young man named Chi Yan introduced himself, he sat across from each other as if he was chatting with friends at home, and said, "Don't be so vigilant, I just heard that there are people of the same family here, so I came to see it." "Same race?" Hearing Chi Yan's words, the red velvet and white scale dragon's eyes suddenly shrank. The corners of Chi Yan's mouth were slightly upturned, and in the next instant, the originally kind and handsome face suddenly turned hideous. The neat white teeth became sharper and turned into sharp fangs. As the body swelled, sharp spines began to grow on the skin of the gradually twisted face and body. In the end, the young man turned into a head with long protein-colored horns on both sides, but his whole body was black, like a giant dragon of ghosts and gods. If it is said that this is a holy breath emanating from the giant dragon with red velvet and white scales, it can be called Holy Dragon. The one that Chi Yan turned into should be called the Ghost Dragon completely. However, if anyone from the Earth world looks at this scene, they will exclaim, "Isn't this the Annihilation Dragon from Monster Hunter World?" As Chi Yan's brand new appearance appeared in front of him, the dragon with red velvet and white scales lost his voice. "Why, how could it be difficult? Are you also a dragon slayer who is out of control?" Irene Belzarian, this is the dragon's real name. And her true identity is the woman who developed dragon slaying magic 400 years ago and is known as the Mother of Dragon Slayer. But later, because the energy of dragon slayer magic could not be fully accepted by the human body, many dragon slayer bodies began to show signs of dragon transformation. Until the end, he completely turned into a dragon, just like Irene in front of him. However, the other dragons were slaughtered by Akunarokia as early as 400 years ago at the Dragon King Festival. Irene turned into a dragon after that, and has survived to this day. For 400 years, she has longed to become a real human being. And now, how can she not be excited when she sees the existence of the two body forms of man and dragon that can be freely transformed? "Teach me. Please teach me how to become human. Irene's huge dragon body jumped up excitedly, and the whole forest shook. Countless screaming birds flew from the woods at once. Oh, what's in it for me? Qi Yan, who changed into a dragon, had an extremely ferocious expression, but his tone was very playful. Compared to when he was a human, this time his voice was thicker and more hoarse, and it matched his current appearance better. Irene was stunned. After 400 years of loneliness, she is now nothing. After struggling for a long time, Irene, who was married 400 years ago, can only think of the only thing that can impress each other. Gritting her teeth, Irene said with difficulty, "Only, as long as you can restore my human body, I am willing to." Just a joke. Before Irene could finish her sentence, Qi Yan interrupted her. Irene looked stunned, only to hear Qi Yan continue, "I have also read some historical records, and I can almost guess your true identity." Qi Yan's words are completely nonsense. The reason why he guessed Irene's identity is entirely because his memory as a traveler reminded him. In this era, apart from the black dragon Akunarokia, there should be no dragons. When he came here, he thought he would meet that black dragon. Unexpectedly, what he encountered was a female dragon. Qi Yan was also surprised at first, but it didn't take long for him to guess the identity of the other party. Urza's mother, Irene Belzarian. Host, Qi Yan. Current form, Extinction Dragon. Completion, 68.65%. When Qi Yan thought about it, the information appeared in his mind. It has been a few years since I traveled to this world. I remembered that I was playing the game Monster Hunter World before I crossed, and then I crossed over to have the ability of the boss dragon to destroy the dragon inside. This made Qi Yan extremely speechless. Knowing that he would travel through time, he simply played Dragon Ball. As soon as the turtle sent Qigong out, Ziref was nothing. Changed from the form of the Annihilation Dragon to the human form, and in the eyes of Irene in the form of the Holy Dragon, Qi Yan said, "I will give you the dragon magic. If you force the transformation magic, there will be unexpected side effects. You don't be in a hurry." In the original work, Ziref used transformation magic, just to give Irene a human body. This method of forced conversion has brought extremely serious side effects. As a result, Irene in human form has side effects such as easy vomiting, fear of cold, no sense of taste, insomnia, and so on. And Qi Yan's dragon magic can completely eliminate these drawbacks. It doesn't matter. Irene agreed without thinking, with an uncontrollable excitement on her face. Just kidding, she has survived for 400 years, is she afraid that it will take a while? P.S. There are fewer and fewer fans of fairy tale now, so writing a book is, of course, because it is not easy to write. If you think this book is not bad, then I beg everyone to come to a wave of flowers, give a reward, give a lot of comments, collections, and book reviews. The results on the first day of the new book are really super important. Grateful. Asterisk. 2 Irene followed. 2 weeks passed in a flash. This morning, the sun shines on her body, which is extraordinarily comfortable. Qi Yan, who always likes to get up early, can't help but lean against the tree and take a nap. After crossing this magical world and getting the body of a dragon, he was intoxicated by this supernatural magical world and his own powerful power. To describe it with a state of mind, it is like Kakarot in Dragon Ball. But the same is only that the two pursue power with a pure mind. The difference is that while Qi Yan pursues power, he also enjoys everything in the world. He is not like the idiot of Kakarot, who lost his wife and family in order to cultivate. Slowly opening his eyes, the holy dragon Irene, who had been lying on the lawn in the middle of the forest opposite, was gone. Since possessing the body of a dragon, Qi Yan's 5 senses, especially his sense of smell, have become particularly sensitive. Qi Yan got up and followed the newly emerged, with a scent of fragrance, and strolled away in the direction where he was. After passing through a shallow bush, what caught my eye was a small lake, and at the end of the back was a waterfall about 20 meters long. At the lower end of the waterfall, there is a shadowy figure. Muyu is at the bottom of the waterfall, at an angle facing away from Chi Yan. A fiery red waist-length hair covers the entire back of the show, but the Kiao-tun stock structure that is slightly revealed from the inside is even more hot. If it weren't for this week's experience and knowing the current age, Chi Yan would probably have mistaken her for the heroine of the fairy tale world, Urza. Irene ruffled the hair behind her head and turned around. I happened to see Chi Yan sitting on the rock by the lake, with one hand supporting his face, looking at himself with a smile that looked at him with a look of admiration for the treasure. Irene's face turned red, and she immediately crossed her hands and covered her own moon. The next moment, aware of the coolness below, he squatted down again. But then I noticed the deadly coolness coming from the back of the stock. Pretty blushed more than before. As expected of the genius who developed dragon-slaying magic, in less than a month, he mastered the morphological changes in dragon magic. Hearing Chi Yan's compliment, Irene didn't feel the slightest joy, and the embarrassment made her feel ashamed and angry. Can I talk about this later? Chi Yan spread his hands and said, in the past half-month that we have been together, you have been wearing no clothes, haven't you? Now you are shy. However, Chi Yan did not tease Irene too much, and quickly turned around and left. Not long after, Irene wrapped her upper and lower key points with 2 deerskins, and returned to the lawn where she usually practiced with Chi Yan with a somewhat embarrassed expression. But something like this couldn't hide her fiery figure at all. As a normal man, Chi Yan couldn't help but feel a little uneasy at the moment, and smiled to himself, at least it's at the level of F. Unlike in the original book, changing clothes is like playing with a daughter. Irene doesn't know how to change clothes. Have you mastered morphological changes? In order to ease the embarrassment of the atmosphere, Chi Yan quickly changed the subject. Sure enough, hearing this, the embarrassment on Irene's face eased a lot, nodded and replied. Well, although I haven't been able to perfectly convert between human and dragon forms, now, I finally have a human body. Speaking of this, the only trace of embarrassment on the original face was completely replaced by happiness. Not only has a human body, but unlike the original, without any side effects, Irene feels like she has finally returned from hell. Suddenly, Irene seemed to have some bad memories again. Jade finger calmly pierced through his belly without a trace of fat, tender as white jade, but with a knife mark. The originally happy face flashed a dark color for a moment. At this time, Chi Yan stood up again and said, then, I have to continue my journey. Irene's eyes narrowed, she quickly stood up, her eyes darkened, and she said excitedly, are you leaving? You have mastered the shape change, haven't you? I don't need to stay here anymore, right? Chi Yan asked rhetorically. Irene was overwhelmed for a while, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. After a while, she reluctantly gave a reason that she felt stupid, but, I still can't switch between the 2 states perfectly, Juan, if there is any danger. Please do it again. Protect me for a while. As soon as these words came out, Chi Yan almost laughed. Is not being able to transform perfectly and you being in danger the same thing? The mother of Dragon Slayer who has lived for 400 years, the only people in this world who can threaten her are Zeref and the Black Dragon Aknaokia, right? Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that Irene, who has lived for 400 years, is compared with Chi Yan, who has mastered the power of the dragon for only a few years. The strength of the former may be even better. But Chi Yan is not the kind of idiot with negative emotional intelligence like Kakarot. After blinking his eyes, he said with a "you're right" expression. That's right, but since you can maintain your human form, there's no need to stay here any longer. Let's go to the city first. This dress doesn't match your face at all. Chi Yan chuckled, strode forward, and raised her head in pain to signal Irene to follow. Irene's pretty face bloomed like a flower, showing a happy smile, and Xia Ran followed. However, the moment before catching up with Qi Yan, she once again brushed her belly with her fingertips with a sad expression. Asterisk. 3. Is it exciting enough? Ishgar Continent, a certain town. Inside the magic clothing store. When Irene came out of the changing room, the rough animal skin coat had already faded away. A black magic robe, knee-high boots, and her previously crimson waist-length hair were tied into 4 huge braids under Qi Yan's perseverance. This dress is already 7 points similar to her who served as the 12 shields of the Guardian in the original book and has crimson despair. But one more magic wand. Dancing eyebrows and beautiful face and extremely huila's figure make other people in the store linger. Guest, our magic robe made from the S-level monster Black Lanhu from the mainland of Fiori is tailor-made for your lover. If you don't want it, it's a loss for both of you. The waitress was selling on the side. Although there are reasons for his own performance, he has to admit that this magic robe is perfect for Irene. Hearing the waitress's address to her, Irene's face flashed an unnatural look. She turned her pretty face to the other side, but quietly squinted at Qi Yan. Well said, but I have no money right now. Qi Yan said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, not only the waitress and other customers in the store, but even Irene's face froze. No money? If you don't have money, you have the nerve to shout, "Bring me the most expensive clothes in your store" as soon as you enter the door. This magic robe made of S-class monster fur is priced at 8 million J, which is comparable to an S-class mission. You have no money? Irene asked Qi Yan incredulously. When did I say I was rich? Qi Yan said with a confident tone. The other customers around looked contemptuous. How did this poor boy deceive such a beautiful woman? If it wasn't for the magic robe that they couldn't afford themselves, they would have jumped out to pretend, and then, like the idiot local tyrants in some urban novels who used to slap the protagonist in the face, told Irene not to follow this poor boy, but to go with him. Irene's mouth twitched slightly, completely speechless. Without saying anything, he was about to go back to the changing room to change his clothes. However, just as she was about to return to the changing room, Qi Yan suddenly grabbed her arm and said with a wicked smile, "Shit." After speaking, the two disappeared in place in an instant. There is no such thing as teleportation magic, just relying on a terrifying physique. He ran out of the door in an instant. Everyone in the store looked dazed, and after a few seconds, the boss heard a heartbreaking cry from the store, "Someone grabbed the clothes." However, in the blink of an eye, Qi Yan had already dragged Irene out of town. This is the power of dragons. Even at the level of Saint 10, it is difficult to defeat a dragon. Irene didn't know what to say at this point. She used to be the queen of a country and lived in an era when the dragon race was rampant. What storms and waves have never seen her. But stealing clothes is the first time. Haha. Don't you think it's very exciting? It's more exciting than fighting with the dragons, right? Qi Yan exaggeratedly laughed. Irene pursed her lips, and folded her hands over the pair of fruits that the magic robe could barely cover. Her heart was still beating fast, her horns were slightly curved, and she smiled charmingly, well, a little. In fact, it is not the first time that Qi Yan has done such a thing. In a previous life, because a certain steakhouse was too unpalatable and expensive, he took his girlfriend and ran away without the clerk noticing. That night, the girlfriend also said that it was very exciting, and she was very excited when they were fighting. The difference is that this time Qi Yan did not sneak, but evaded money in an open and honest way. Next, where are you going? Irene asked again. Actually, I had a very interesting idea from a long time ago, but it was inconvenient to do it alone. Now that you are here, it can be implemented. Qi Yan then showed a malicious smile again. Irene blinked, looking at the smile that was the same as the one who escaped the money just now, and instinctively had a bad premonition. A few days later. The Kingdom of Fiori, on a running train. Irene's face turned blue, with an expression that she wanted to spit out at any time, leaving Chi Yan speechless. I said, "Why does Dragon Slayer dizzy traffic?" In the original book, he was extremely speechless about this setting, not only Natsu and the others, but also Akunarokia, which was a bit funny. I don't know either. It was also the first time for Irene to use public transport, and she did not expect motion sickness. The two of them turned into dragon forms directly from Ishgar across the sea to the Kingdom of Fiori. The reason for taking the train was that neither of them knew the exact location of the destination. That's right, the purpose of Chi Yan's trip is the town where the Fairy Tale Guild is located, Magnolia. But of course he didn't go to join this guild. He has more fun ideas. Asterisk. 4. Please advise, Fairy Tale. Seeing Irene in a half-dead state made Chi Yan quite interesting. There is still a long way to go before Magnolia, and it seems that she has suffered. At this time, Irene, who closed her eyes to relieve nausea, suddenly felt someone sitting beside her. Just as he was about to open his eyes, he felt a hand pass through the back of his neck and wrap his arms around his right shoulder. When Irene opened her eyes completely, her pretty face threw herself into the warm arms of Yu Hung. The smell of men that kept rushing into her nose made her completely stunned. That should make you feel better. Chi Yan chuckled. Irene couldn't come back to her senses for a long time, and after a long while, she closed her eyes without saying a word and pressed close to Chi Yan Yuexiang. Even though the nausea that kept pouring into his heart did not recede much, there was always a sweet smile on the corner of his mouth. Irene didn't know how long it took before she opened her eyes again. Seeing Chi Yan's speechless expression in front of him, he knew that he had called several times, but he didn't respond, so he couldn't help but dare not look at the other person's face again. The train has reached Magnolia. The moment I got out of the car, Irene was back to normal. Can't help but let Chi Yan complain again that Dragon Slayer is a bunch of freaks. Magnolia is an extremely prosperous city. Even Chi Yan, who has been in this world for many years, has seen a city that is more prosperous than this. The combination of Chi Yan and Irene has attracted a lot of attention, especially Irene, who has put on a high-level magic robe and is equipped with an antler magic wand, is already the same as the Crimson Despair in the original book. But in terms of temperament, there is still no sense of noble and glamorous. There was no need to ask for directions, the dragon's sense of smell instantly captured the location of the Fairy Tale Guild. Although the door was closed, a loud noise could still be heard faintly. At this time, Natsu and the others are so noisy before they come. Chi Yan secretly said to Irene, "Just like I said before, let's start, Irene." Irene's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she slightly lifted the antler magic wand in her hand, and then tapped it on the ground again. Reconstruction magic. Rumbling. For a time, the entire Magnolia residents felt a distinct sense of strangeness coming from the ground. But it is different from the strong shaking of the earthquake. It feels like there is a pair of invisible big hands that continuously pull the ground under your feet. As for Makarov, who is now in the Fairy Tale Guild, and Gildarts, who has joined the guild and is currently the strongest wizard in the guild, their expressions have changed dramatically. What happened? Such powerful magic? And weak wizards such as Macau had either fainted from fright at this time, or had shrunk to the corner of the wall in fear. It didn't take long for this magic power fluctuation to gradually subside. Makarov and Gildarts, the only two wizards that the Fairy Tale Guild can handle at present, walked out quickly. The scene in front of them shocked them. I saw that opposite my guild, an open space was forcibly pulled out. That's right, it's like ripping apart the land of Magnolia like a puzzle and adding a new board in the middle. On the opposite side, there was a man and a woman with good looks, and the red-haired woman waved the antler magic wand in her hand. The blue bricks under his feet fell directly from the ground, floated into the air, and began to build a huge house. Is it decomposition magic and reconstruction magic? The magic that can repel these two forces is so perfect, that woman must have a level not inferior to 10 wizard saints. The knowledgeable Makarov exclaimed. But after a virtual look, he found that he had never seen this female mage. Weird. Such a powerful mage, I shouldn't have heard of it. Well, the name of the guild. Chi Yan touched his chin and began to think quickly. Consider myself and Irene both dragons. Dragon Valley? Dragon Blood Group? Thinking of this, Chi Yan scratched his head, not feeling very appropriate. Sure enough, I'm not good at picking names. That's fine then. Chi Yan's right palm swung out with a magic power. The sign on the upper section of the gate was squeezed by magic, and a puff of smoke was thrown out. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a word was reflected above it. Dragon. Dragon Guild? It's really a simple and clear name. Irene blinked her big eyes. Bang. Chi Yan tapped Irene's heavenly spirit lightly, and said displeasedly, "It's long-winded, I've already decided so." I didn't say anything. Irene worked hard and felt a little aggrieved. But the heart is more sweet. Haven't felt this kind of slapstick and being cared for in 400 years? Are you two going to form a wizard's guild here? After hesitating again and again, Makarov brought Guildarts forward and asked. However, Macau, Wakaba and others are hiding behind the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild with a look of fear. Yet, please give me more advice in the future, Fairy Tale. Chi Yan said with a smile. Is there anything more fun than building a guild opposite the Fairy Tale Guild? P.S. The hard part about Fairy Tale is whether or not to join the Fairy Tale Guild. If you join it, readers will say it is old-fashioned, and it will be difficult to develop without adding a lot of plots. The author therefore chose a completely new approach. If you like this book, I sincerely beg you to contribute more, thank you. Asterisk. 5 Irene's worry completed on the first day and 5 shifts. Guildarts was completely bewildered. Just from the fact that he was able to abruptly enlarge the area of a town just now, the strength of the red-haired woman in front of her would never be inferior to Saint 10. Seeing this pair of men and women, the male side is more dominant, and it will not be much worse. Such a pair of monster men and women will open the guild opposite Fairy Tale, no matter how they think about it, they have a feeling of smashing the field. You must know that there is only one guild in a town, which is almost a rule that the Mage Guild has not written. Once there are 2 guilds in a town, it basically means that the 2 sides will continue to fight until there is only one guild left in the town. Makarov frowned. He was not as competitive as Jose from the Holy 10. He had to make Fairy Tale the first guild in the Magic Continent. He just wanted to maintain the guild like a family, and that was enough. Even if a new guild opens across the street, as long as he doesn't attack the members of his own guild, he doesn't want to worry too much. In that case, let's get along well, the 2 of Dragon Guild. Makarov stepped forward, his short body stretched out. I don't know which one is the president. Of course it's me, the one next to me is just the secretary. Chi Yan grinned and reached out and shook hands with Makarov. To be honest, I was a little surprised. I was going to have 2 moves with Makarov or Guildarts. Unexpectedly, the other party retreated, and it was a bit boring. Hearing Chi Yan call herself a secretary, Irene quietly rolled her eyes. Makarov Driar. Chi Yan. After the 2 presidents introduced themselves, they each returned to their own guilds. Fairy Tale Inn. Makarov, Guildarts just came back, Macau, Wakaba and others gathered around, dissatisfied. President, that guy opened the guild to the same town as us, obviously to steal business. That's right. And it's still driving to the opposite side, isn't it too arrogant? But that woman's quality is really high, that waist, that leg, that Yuexiang, my god. Hearing everyone's discussion, Guildarts said, A bunch of idiots. Those two people are both at the Holy 10 level. As soon as Gildarts said this, the audience was silent. Holy 10 level? No way. You know, there are not many Holy 10 level wizards in the entire magic continent. As a result, two appeared at once. Makarov's short body was extremely flexible and jumped to the bar in front of him, and the Buddha said, "Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we don't fight for anything. As long as the guild is happy as always, what's the big deal with more than one or two guilds?" Seeing the attitude of the president of his own house, it is difficult for others to say anything. The point is, they don't dare to go up and find fault. Two mages of the 10th level. If they really dare to go, they won't give a shit. On the other side, inside the Dragon Guild. Although Irene's magic directly built a guild out. But the internal billboards, furniture, and other things have to be purchased. When I think about it carefully, I don't have a penny on me. Qi Yan stretched and said to himself, "I'll borrow some from Fairy Tale tomorrow." If Fairy Tale knew that Qi Yan had such thoughts, he would definitely want to beat this BD. Open the guild across from us and ask us to borrow money? Irene strolled into the guild, her expression clearly not used to it. What's wrong? Qi Yan pulls Irene to her side. No, nothing. Feeling the temperature coming from the other party, Irene's pretty face flashed a blush, and her expression was a little awkward. It's just that I haven't lived in a place where humans live like this for a long time. For 400 years, she has been living in a desolate area, living a life like a beast. No wonder in the later stages of the original, it feels like a schizophrenic. Qi Yan wrapped his right hand, this time more direct, and pulled Irene into his arms in one breath. Irene was startled, and after a short delay, she gradually sank into it. After a while, Qi Yan raised Irene's chin like snow, and in the fascinated eyes of the other party, she lightly printed it. Solitary men and women, separate rooms. Although they have only known each other for about a month, the warm-up of their feelings is surprisingly warm. Night falls. Although the guild floor was polished by Irene's magic, it was not inferior to the smoothness of high-grade marble, but it was still not used to it. But that's only for ordinary people. Irene accepted everything from Qi Yan over and over again, and finally fell deeply into each other's arms. Moonlight shone into the house. Looking at the face in front of him that had completely fallen for him in just 1 month. Irene's face was full of fascination. So lightly covered her belly with her hands, blushing as she thought that there seemed to be a lot just now. Boom! Suddenly, Irene felt a pounding sensation in her stomach. Very slight, but extremely noticeable. For the past 400 years, she has been suppressing her magic power. Even if she suppresses her whole life, it doesn't matter, but... Looking at the face in front of me that I am afraid that I will never be able to get rid of, I caressed my belly. Irene clenched her teeth more and more, and 2 straight tears fell from her eyes unknowingly. Hate your past. He also hated the existence of his own belly. Why? Why do you still follow me like a nightmare after I am redeemed? P.S. The uploading is completed on the 5th day of the 1st day. If you like this book, I beg everyone for your support. I won't tell you that apart from the manuscript fee, the reason why I want to write this book is that mother and daughter cover, bah. Although these authors don't get paid for the 10-point review, it's important to let me know that someone is watching. This is more motivation to continue writing, thank you. Asterisk. 6 Feeling like poisoning update starts to ask for everything. Traveling into this world for several years, Qi Yan had developed the habit of waking up automatically as the sun rose to the horizon. Sleeping on the ground, however, was a little uncomfortable, even if Irene used disintegration to polish the ground. Therefore, today Qi Yan started earlier than ever. Looking at the pretty face of Irene, who is almost identical to Urza in her arms, except that her hair color is a little darker. Qi Yan noticed that there were 2 lines of tears under her tightly closed beautiful eyes. Perhaps feeling the attention of Qi Yan's eyes, Irene also slowly opened her eyes and met the other party's eyes full of ridicule and love. Noticing her nakedness now, Irene's cheeks were flushed, and she suddenly buried her head. Every part of his body exudes a deadly vitality, which makes Qi Yan raise his head again unconsciously. But unfortunately, the feeling of fighting on the ground is really bad. Last night was because both parties were too excited, so they forgot about the environment. Once again, Qi Yan still hopes to be in a more comfortable environment. Feeling the touch on her own, Irene blushes even more, but she breathes a sigh of relief. After that, Qi Yan let go of her. However, as the other side hugged away, a strong sense of emptiness followed. Irene almost couldn't help rushing over, clinging to the other's waist, for fear that he would leave her as soon as he turned around. After all, he has been alone for 400 years, and there is even a faint sign of schizophrenia. I finally found the double pillars of body and emotion. Irene's feelings for Qi Yan can no longer be described in simple words like profound, it is completely sick. Looking at the vast interior of the Dragon Guild, the only advantage is that it is huge. There are no things necessary for the guild such as the front desk, the task board, the restaurant, etc. Obviously, only the workers can do these things, and they cannot be robbed. Troublesome. Qi Yan twisted his neck and was about to put on his tight-fitting magic robe again, when he suddenly felt a little sticky. It's not just her, Irene feels the same way. Let's go wash up by the river outside the town first. Qi Yan suggested. Irene on the other side turned her body away from her, shy to death. After another hour, the sun was completely above the horizon. This is the gate of Magnolia, and Qi Yan returned to town refreshed. Completely different from the impoverished girlfriend in the previous life, Irene's deep-rooted feeling made Qi Yan gradually feel a poisonous feeling. If it weren't for the guild's business to be dealt with, maybe he wouldn't let Irene go by the lake all morning. And following Qi Yan, feeling her belly bulging slightly, Irene was filled with shyness, satisfaction, resentment, many complex emotions. I'm going to Fairy Tale, you stay in the guild. Qi Yan turned to Irene. Okay. It is said that once is born and cooked twice, after doing it twice, Irene is not as blushing as before. Returning to the Dragon Guild alone, sitting on the stone chair made by magic, Irene lightly covered her abdomen with her left hand, which was not holding a magic wand. This is an action she often does when she is alone with Qi Yan. This existence represents the past that she never wants to recall. Thinking of this, Irene clenched her teeth. Almost clenching her teeth. Although there is no Natsu and the others, Fairy Tale has already presented an extremely noisy atmosphere like the future. However, as Qi Yan opened the door and strolled in, the audience suddenly fell into a deadlock of silence. Qi Yan looked around and shook his head amusingly. Sure enough, he didn't know anyone except Makarov and Gildarts. Almost none of the younger generation headed by Natsu has joined the guild. At present, Fairy Tale is only available to Makarov and Gildarts. The others are just high-level tricks. But even so, as long as there are these 2 people, Fairy Tale is enough to surpass more than 90% of the wizards' guilds in this magical continent. Yo, it's President Qi Yan, what's the matter with coming to our Fairy Tale early in the morning? Makarov, who was sitting at the front desk, squinted his eyes and asked. Ha ha ha, it's really hard to say, President Makarov. Qi Yan walked up with a smile and said with a smile, actually, our guild has just been established, and we still don't have 1J money, so I hope President Makarov can help me a little. Hearing Qi Yan's words, Macau, Wakaba, and others immediately spit out. Damn, you can't help but build the guild across from you and borrow money? Who gave you the courage to do this? If they weren't afraid of Qi Yan's strength, they would have wanted to roll up their sleeves and rush forward. But when I think of what Gildarts said yesterday, those two people have the strength of the Holy Ten. This group of high-level dragon sets can only swallow this breath into their stomachs. Hearing this, Makarov didn't hesitate for a long time before replying, "It's a small matter, but I don't know how much President Qi Yan wants. After all, Fairy Tale is not rich." Makarov didn't lie, even though he and Gildarts were two holy tenths. But he didn't do it himself on weekdays, and Gildarts didn't come back for at least a few months, and left again last night. The rest are a group of third-rate wizards who can't even reach A rank. Therefore, although there is no future for Natsu and their mischief, the financial situation of Fairy Tale is not optimistic. This is... Qi Yan hesitated. To be honest, even though he had traveled for several years, he had no idea of money. After all, he spends most of his time practicing in the wild, where he eats by grabbing, and wears clothes by grabbing, and he really doesn't have much time to spend. Then, 100 million J. As soon as Qi Yan opened his mouth, Makarov almost fell off the front desk with the reported numbers. P.S. Tell everyone about Irene's problem. If I dare to write like this, I am naturally prepared for readers who cannot accept it. I also know that some readers will be dissatisfied, because I have written books that try too much to please both sides but have poor results. I have this book with the idea of giving it a go. I don't insist on this, as long as I don't insult, I don't care. If you don't like it, Philo has many other books, so there's no need to hold on to my book. The results on the first day were very good, thank you, and the update will be sent during the day. Asterisk. 7. The most direct and effective way. Myself 2019/8/1117:11:22. 7. The most direct and effective way. 100 million J. Hearing the numbers reported by Qi Yan, the others in Fairy Tale also stared at each other with a ghostly expression. You know, an S-level mission is only about 10 million J in reward. 100 million, that is basically the amount that can be exchanged for 10 S-level tasks. It's only the second time we meet, or you're opening the guild to your opponent, how can you get so much money for your face? Cough cough. Makarov coughed twice to ease the embarrassment, and said, well, I'm sorry, our guild really can't take out so much money in one breath. Why don't we do this? 10 million can barely be taken out. With that said, Makarov called to Wakaba, Wakaba, take the money. Really? Thank you so much, we'll pay it back as soon as possible. Qi Yan smiled lightly. He didn't want to dismiss the debt. Although he didn't think he was a good person, Qi Yan would never do something so low if he didn't pay back the money he owed. After all, the most disgusting person in his previous life was this type of person. Soon, Macau sent a stack of heavy burlap bags. Seeing Qi Yan taking over the tightly closed sack, Makarov looked sideways. President Qi Yan hasn't registered with the Magic Council yet. Yet, after all, Irene and I just arrived in this town yesterday. Qi Yan replied. Makarov reminded, it is better to go to the Magic Council to apply as soon as possible, otherwise it will not only be difficult to formally undertake the task, but also may be listed as a dark guild by the council. Hehe, thank you for reminding me, but unfortunately, I hate the trouble of registering and applying. If you want to list us as a dark guild, let them do what they want. Qi Yan's words made Fairy Tale stunned for a while. To be able to say such words in a grand manner, are you really afraid that the Magic Council will trouble them? Even if there are two Saint 10th level powerhouses, it is impossible to compete with the Magic Council. You must know that the Council and the top 4 Ishgar 4 Heavenly Kings in the Holy Ten have a cooperative relationship. They are only at the level of the Holy Ten, and they are not rivals of the Ishgar 4 Heavenly Kings at all. Even in the later stage of the Fairy Tale, who had many masters, facing the Council, although he often made troubles, at the critical period, he was not obediently obedient. After a brief period of stunned Makarov, he was hesitant to speak, wanting to say but not knowing what to say. But President Makarov, I have something I want to ask. Chi Yan looked sideways. What? Makarov asked subconsciously. Our Dragon Guild has just been established. We have to find a way to become famous first. I wonder if you have any good opinions. Chi Yan spread his hands out and chuckled. This. Makarov touched the beard on his lower jaw, and replied after a few seconds, the general method is to complete as many advanced tasks as possible, such as S-rank tasks, 10-year tasks, or even 100-year tasks, and secondly, it should be to use some method. Prove your strength. However, for a guild that Chi Yan and Irene had just established yesterday and did not even have a formal application, how could the client give them such a high-level task? The best and only way, of course, is the latter. Really? I know what to do, thank you, President Makarov. Chi Yan showed a weird smile of conspiracy succeeded, raised his hand at Makarov, and left with the 10 million J. President, what do you think he wants to do? Macau walked beside Makarov, looked at Chi Yan's back, away from him, and had an ominous premonition. And Makarov and the rest of the guild felt the same way. I think, let's inform Xiao first. Makarov thought for a moment and then decided. The Xiaoya in his mouth is called Yujma. He is one of the highest members of the Magic Council and has an excellent relationship with himself. I always feel that the man named Chi Yan will definitely do something, so let's say hello to the council in advance. Dragon Guild. Irene. Back in the guild, Chi Yan shouted inside. Irene, who was in a state of contemplation, suddenly came back to her senses, walked to her lover, and said softly. Do you want to go to the Magic Council? I heard that a formal guild will be established, and you need to go there and apply for registration. During the period of Chi Yan's departure, Irene has not been idle. With the help of his magical eye of detection, he grasped the information of the entire town in his mind. Your news is brilliant, but I don't like such troublesome and uninteresting things. Chi Yan pressed his forehead against the other parties, and after enjoying the other party's tender and jelly pink lips for a while, he said. First go to the furniture manufacturer in the town, and after the necessities have been dealt with, go to the town of Spira. Hearing the words, Irene, who has not dissipated from the sweetness, turned her sweet half into surprise, blinking her huge eyes and said. Oaktown? I remember that it is, the guild of the Phantom Lord who is side by side with Fairy Tale from the Kingdom of Fiori. Where are you going? The president there is also one of the Holy 10 Wizards. You said that we want to make a name for our guild. What is the most direct and effective way? Chi Yan asked with a smile. Irene instantly understood what Chi Yan meant. Although a bit rude, it is indeed the most direct and effective way. P.S. The author also thought a lot about the evolution of the protagonist, of course, the dragon family. Although there are many choices, I would like to know what everyone thinks, so I can say it in the comment area as soon as possible. It can also be considered as some inspiration for the author. If there are any details in this book, please point it out, and the author will revise it in time. The update is sent, I beg to vote for something. Asterisk. 8 weakest moves. The town of Oak where Phantom Lord is located is not far from Magnolia, almost only separated by a sea current. Coupled with Irene's exploratory eyes, the nearby geography has been thoroughly explored. Finally, she didn't need to take the transportation that made her feel sick. Without even half a day, the two came to the main entrance of the Phantom Lord Guild. Different from the noisy and busy market atmosphere of Fairy Tale, there is a strong gloomy atmosphere here. Hi. Gentlemen, will you be here? Chi Yan pushed open the door, smiled and asked the scattered guild wizards inside. The smile on his face made people who didn't know thought he was here to give a gift. Who are you? What do you want to do? If you are entrusting it, it is not A rank or above, and it is not qualified for our guild to undertake it. Wow! Look at the woman behind that kid, how much better than the one I played last night. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the sorcerer with a sturdy body in his mid-30s who uttered this sentence flew out. It slammed into the wall more than 5 meters high behind the guild, and smashed the wall into a huge semicircular shard. However, what happened, no one in Phantom Lord saw it. But there is no doubt that the shot was definitely one of those two people. Irene's face was extremely cold, and the antler magic wand in her hand was gently swiped. Caca. The man who was smashed and stuck to the wall seemed to be suppressed by a meteorite, and his body was still sinking inwards, pressing the circle bigger and bigger. Blood also poured out from the gully. Others have even started to hear bones smashing. BD. Are you here to make trouble? Don't let them go. For a time, dozens of magicians rushed up and surrounded the two. Even if you fight these guys, it's not enough to improve the completion of the dragon extermination, right? Qi Yan thought to himself, and immediately lost interest, and gave Irene a wink. Seeing this, Irene instantly understood the meaning of her lover. The antler magic wand in his hand was raised again. Suddenly, everyone in Phantom Lord only heard a strange sound coming from their feet. Looking down, I saw that the blue stone bricks on the ground were reddening at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there was an amazing burning sensation. It's like the scene before the volcano erupted. What is this? The wizards of Phantom Lord looked shocked. Although they didn't know what the trick was, they could feel the terrifying magic power under their feet. It's far beyond their comprehension. Rumbling. The next moment, the reddish-blue stone bricks swelled like bubble gum blown up, followed by a violent shock wave of heat. The deafening sound pressure and terrifying shock waves made the ground of the entire town start to shake. Additional blasting. Irene said coldly. Boom boom. For a time, the Phantom Lord Guild building collapsed like a building block. But for some reason, there was not a slate, a bit of dust stuck to Qi Yan or Irene. Yeah, it's too much. Qi Yan glanced sideways at Irene. This is the least powerful type of magic I currently have. Irene pursed her lips. Your words are too shocking, aren't they? Qi Yan smiled lightly and raised her hand to stroke her fair face with the back of her fingers. Irene's face was full of happiness. Suddenly, a tall figure rushed out of the gunpowder and stood behind Qi Yan. It was a man who covered his eyes with cloth, and it was the second strongest person of the Phantom Lord, Arya. Airspace destroyed. Woohoo! So sad. Why am I so sad? It's all because of the guild you waited for me. Before Arya finished speaking, the magic in her hand began to condense and cast towards Qi Yan. Suddenly, a thorny dragon wing rushed out from behind Qi Yan, like a huge palm, wrapping Arya's burly body in it. No, it's impossible. I obviously drew your magic power. Arya, who was trapped by dragon wing, stopped crying abruptly, leaving only full of disbelief. Click. The dragon wings are tight. The sound of bones shattering resounded through the collapsed main hall of the guild. Ugh. After screaming, Qi Yan took Lan Ji back into his body, never looked back, and said, "This is also my weakest move. It's a lot worse than you. The man is not as good as the woman. People are not happy. It doesn't matter, everything I have belongs to you anyway." Irene took a slight step forward and put her forehead in front of Qi Yan's chest. "Don't make trouble, I don't want to be a little white face." The moment the voice fell, Qi Yan suddenly raised his hand and waved back. The dragon thorns that flew upside down collided with the dark magic arrows that came from behind. Boom! 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 The two sides collided in mid-air, again producing violent aftermath of the explosion. But the wind pressure generated was only a splash of Qi Yan and Irene's clothes, and it couldn't make them take a step back. Would it be better to come out early in the morning? This makes everyone unhappy. Qi Yan turned around and shrugged. Stinky boy, actually gave my guild to. The voice of anger sounded, and a tall and thin wizard wearing a purple-black magic robe, like a wizard in a fairy tale, slowly appeared in the shadows. It was Jose Porla with Makarov and one of the 10 wizard saints. P.S. I really appreciate everyone's strong support and enthusiasm. Wait for midnight to update another chapter. Because I didn't expect that everyone can really vote for so many things, I didn't have time to prepare a few more. I will start adding more hard tomorrow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Asterisk. 9 Rampage Physics Dragon. Irene's face turned dark. This kind of person who disturbed her warmth was unforgivable. Thinking of this, the magic energy at the top of the magic wand in his hand expanded. But as soon as the halo flashed, he was stopped by Qi Yan. Stop, let me come. Whoosh. In an instant, the magic red light that had just turned on dimmed again. 10 wizard saints, as an opponent who can fight against me now, is a scarce resource and cannot be wasted. Qi Yan smiled lightly and walked forward slowly. The palm of the right hand seemed to be magic, and began to give birth to a huge pure black dragon thorn, like a black sword. Although the annihilating dragon belongs to the top level in the world of Monster Hunter, he is only a dragon with pure physical attack. It may be comparable to the general level dragons in fairy tale, but there is still a lot of gap with the dragon kings such as Igneel. Not to mention the black dragon Akunarokia. Fighting 10th level enemies and unlocking a lot of opportunities for completion, Qi Yan won't give it to others. Who are you? Why are you attacking my guild? Jose's clown-like face was full of viciousness, but he wasn't an idiot. In particular, Irene's move that just blew up his huge guild base with one move made him secretly put this woman on the same level as Saint 10, and he didn't dare to underestimate it. As a villain, are you talking too much? President Jose. At the moment when the last long word in Qi Yan's words was spoken, people flashed to Jose's left. The strange dragon thorns reflected in the hand in the sunlight, and a terrifying coercion erupted. If it was cut, the body would definitely be divided into 2. Although it is a dragon with pure physical attack, don't think it is easy to deal with. The basic physique of the dragon has far surpassed that of the magician. So fast. This kid also. Jose's pupils shrank in an instant, and the palm of his right hand quickly responded to the opponent, and a dark purple magic circle flashed out of thin air. Bang! The dragon thorn slashed on the magic circle, as if it had slashed a steel plate, making a deafening brittle sound. But Qi Yan knew that the defense of this thing was far above steel. That's right, otherwise I'm sorry for making this special trip. However, Qi Yan was not nervous at all, but couldn't help but laugh. Gradually increase the strength of the wrist. Ka ka ka. The defensive dark magic array made a sound like glass shattering, and the surface cracked. What a lot of strength! Arrogant brat! Jose gritted his teeth angrily, twisting his fingers slightly. Several strands of python-like dark energy poured out from the dark magic array, and gathered together in the next instant to form a spiral. Dark spiral. A dark purple tornado swept across Qi Yan's body, completely engulfing his body. The dark spiral swiped less than 5 centimeters from Irene's side, completely destroying the houses behind. But as early as when Irene blew up Phantom Lord, half the villagers in the town were already scared and fled. Although he looks really sorry, Jose does have some real stuff. Humph! Where is the kid who came out of nowhere, dare to fight with me? The dark magic stopped, and the smoke was scattered in all directions. Jose snorted coldly, put his hands away, looked at Irene, and said, "Wizard, your strength seems to be very good. Although I don't know why you want to follow such a man, it doesn't matter." Said, Jose raised one hand, made an invitation, and sneered, "How, do you want to cooperate with me? As long as you join my guild, I can immediately give you the position of vice president. Surpassing fairy tale becoming the #1 sorcerer's guild in Fiori is a piece of cake." Seeing the smug smile on Jose's clown-like face, Irene felt the range and turned her eyes to the other side. Suddenly, the years of fighting experience made Jose feel a suffocating sense of crisis. Subconsciously, he dodged sideways and exited more than 5 meters away. Boom, boom. In an instant, where Jose was standing, a huge claw covered with black thorns emerged from the ground. If he hadn't dodged in time, I'm afraid he would have been pinched to death on that giant claw just now. The next moment, the giant claw slowly shrank, and the thorns on it gradually subsided, becoming the skin of a normal person. Bang! The entire ground was completely blasted, and a deep pit that was as deep as 5 meters appeared. Chi Yan jumped up from it and joked. As expected of one of the 10 wizard saints, there aren't many people who can escape that move just now. What was that just now? Did the devil receive it? Jose frowned. He had never seen a dragon, and subconsciously associated the change in Chi Yan's arm just now with Mirajana's future move Demon Receive. I'm not used to using weapons, but it's better for me to be empty-handed. Chi Yan didn't even think about answering Jose's words, twisted his wrist, and his skin began to appear dark. However, it is 3 points similar to the domineering armed color in the world of One Piece. But this is actually the hardening ability of the Annihilation Dragon. If you observe Chi Yan's skin at a close distance, you will find that the surface layer of his skin has also grown out of the dragon's unique thorns. Jose's pupils shrank sharply, and in his sight, Chi Yan's fist was rapidly expanding in his field of vision. Faster than before? What auxiliary magic was used to increase the speed? Or was he just not doing his best? But now, it's too late to think about it. Dark beam. Puff. Before Jose could unleash the magic, the dragon fist landed on his witch face. For a split second, Jose felt as if a mountain had hit him in the face. When this feeling was detached, the whole person flew out like a meteor. Boom. 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 Along the way, I don't know how many houses I ran through. Looking at the town that had been swept away by at least half of its area, Chi Yan secretly laughed inwardly. Even the future Natsu is far behind. P.S. Plus more will be sent. As for the skirt, please wait for it to be on the shelves, otherwise a lot of people will come to ask for pirated copies. Obviously, reading a book every day is less than a few cents, alas. Asterisk. 10. Let the council handle it. The smoke of gunpowder has not yet dissipated, and the town of Oak is already devastated. Luckily for me, Irene's initial addition of magic has driven the residents out of town. Therefore, except for the wizards of the Phantom Lord, there were not many casualties. Yan, the breath of the other party has not disappeared. Irene reminded softly. I can smell it, the dragon's nose is very special. Chi Yan pointed to the tip of his nose, and suddenly the corners of his mouth turned slightly. A month ago, when you first turned back into a human form, I found you by breath. A month ago? Transforming back into human form for the first time? At that time, I remember that I was washing. Thinking of this, Irene's face suddenly became unnatural, and she hurriedly turned her face to the other side. This person always likes to make fun of himself by throwing such topics. Suddenly, dark magic emanated from the distance and condensed into 2 unidentified objects in the shape of ghosts and evil spirits floating in the air, rushing towards the location of Chi Yan and Irene at high speed. Soul devouring in dark magic? After the entire guild, there are sorcerers who practice this kind of sinister dark magic. Irene raised her eyebrows slightly, puzzled. Although 10 wizard saints is so famous, in fact, there are not even 10 people together. It doesn't matter if he is dark magic, white magic, as long as he is willing to obey the order of the council. Chi Yan laughed. Between the words of the two, the ghosts made by the 2 soul-stirring dark magic had already rushed to a position less than 5 meters away. Chi Yan's expression was calm. Just when Lianiagui was less than half a meter away from the 2 of them, an outrageous air wave rushed out from the body like a tsunami. Invisibly, there seemed to be a low-pitched dragon, using its dragon claws to hold the two ghosts in their hands like mice. And the next moment suddenly crushed it into pieces. Is magic? No, it's just simply releasing the dragon's might and turning it into a shock wave to disperse the opponent's magic. About 2 miles away, there was a violent dragon's might. In ragged clothes, like a real circus clown, Jose, who had a large area of bleeding skin that emerged from the torn clothes hole, raised his hands flat, and between his palms, a huge dark magic energy condensed. Death, storm. The dark shock wave that erupted formed a huge black beam of light, destroying everything around it. Roar. The low-pitched dragon roar that he had never heard before made Jose, who had fallen into madness, instinctively have an ominous foreboding. Looking up, a giant shadow suddenly descended in the distance. Qi Yan's voice was not loud, but it clearly entered his ears, breaking the thorns and destroying the spinning sky. The next moment, in Jose's eyes, the endless dragon thorns were like a rainstorm falling all over the sky. Not to mention his guild, even the entire town of Oak was completely destroyed. Host, Qi Yan. Current form, Extinction Dragon. Completion, 79.39%. Surrounded by dragon thorns that wiped out the dragons, the entire town of Oak has been completely turned into ruins. Hearing the prompt from the system, Qi Yan smiled with satisfaction and said to himself, as expected of the 10 wizard saints. The degree of completion obtained is not at the same level as the parallel imports of the previous dark guilds. He has his last breath left, and with his strength, he should be able to survive. Irene stepped forward and reminded. It doesn't matter. After all, we have to open a guild, don't we? Whether it's to make our guild's reputation, or to strengthen my own strength, the two goals have been achieved. For the rest, let the council help us do a publicity. Qi Yan smiled nonchalantly, let's go. Irene Qianbu followed closely, and when the sign of Phantom Lord that collapsed on the ground was exposed, the magic wand clicked, instantly splitting it in two. Meanwhile, on the train from Magnolia to Oaktown, Makarov sat down with another old man of his stature with a grey mustache, ready to go to Oaktown. This little old man is Makarov's best friend, Yajima, one of the top members of the Magic Council. This morning, he heard from Magnolia's people that the man and woman from the Dragon Guild were heading towards Oaktown. He guessed in his heart what Qi Yan was thinking, and immediately dragged Yajima to Oaktown to prevent the situation from getting worse. Is it in time? Pony? Ajima asked. Although I don't like that guy Jose, but he is also a member of the 10 Wizard Saints, so there shouldn't be anything in such a short time. Oaktown is here, Oaktown is here, please get ready for the passengers who get off the bus. Before Makarov finished speaking, the announcement of the broadcast had already come. Hey! Pony, look! Yajima suddenly looked shocked, and pointed to the town of Oak outside the train window and shouted. Makarov turned his head to look, and the sight he saw suddenly made his jaw drop to the ground in surprise. Is that a town? It's just a ruin. After a short silence, Yajima swallowed and said, I can't help you with this matter, let the council handle it. A town has been destroyed, and this is not something that he can solve as a member of parliament. Asterisk. 11 Besides killing him, what can I do? Magnolia, in Dragon Guild. Qi Yan didn't buy it himself, but threw the 10 million J borrowed from Makarov directly to the staff of the furniture company, and asked them to move in the best of the guild's necessary items. Money is easy to do, and it is universal in any world. Qi Yan is not afraid of the other party swallowing his money at all. Even if there is a council to manage it, ordinary people will never dare to offend the mages casually. By the time Qi Yan and Irene came back from Oaktown, the guild had already been rounded up. The reception desk, wine cabinet, tables and chairs, task notice board, and the necessary items such as the bedroom bed on the second floor have been organized. It's just that the 10 million J is spent properly and quickly, although the essentials are basically complete. But there are no tea sets on the tables and chairs, no quilts on the bed frames, and no famous wines in the wine cabinet. Bought so much in one go, and it's still the best. That's all there is to it. But at least it's better than sleeping on the ground last night. Next, 1J is gone. We can only wait for the council to help us make a name for ourselves, and wait for the commission to come. Chi Yan sat directly on the counter at the mission pickup. During this time, all they need is to wait. It won't be long before the Magic Council gets involved in the matter of Oaktown. And the Phantom Lord, one of the two strongest guilds in the Fiori Kingdom, along with the Fairy Tale, was defeated by the Dragon Guild. Through the mouth of the council, it will instantly resound through the entire kingdom of Fiori. It doesn't seem to take a few days. Irene spoke suddenly and looked out the door. As soon as Irene finished speaking, an unkind scolding came from the door. The two suspects of the Dragon Guild who are suspected of seriously wounding Jose Porla of 10 Wizard Saints, come out now and go to the Magic Council with us for trial, otherwise, don't blame us. This arrogant tone, Chi Yan, who was an office worker in his previous life, has not heard it again after a lapse of several years after crossing into this world. The beautiful eyes in Irene's pupils stood in a series of lines toward the door, and the Crescent Knights of the Magic Council, about 100 people, squinted. Next moment, a terrifying invisible air pressure erupted, and the 100 Crescent Knights only felt a tear-like pain from their brains, foaming at the mouth, and fell to the ground. This is Irene's dragon power. What's going on? The leader who had just shouted at the leader, who was obviously better dressed than the other Crescent Knights, was shocked. He looked at the twitching subordinates beside him, his face full of disbelief. And Makarov, who was standing beside him, had a bitter look on his face. I said long ago that those two are magicians of the 10th level, so be careful when you greet them. Makarov, who often greeted the council, knew what would happen if the council, who was accustomed to the arrogance of the Sorcerers' Guild, met those two people. Therefore, they were reminded more than once on the way to pay attention to their attitude. However, the other party obviously took his advice as a deaf ear. At this time, the members of the Fairy Tale of the Opposite Door Guild also gathered, and they talked a lot. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? I just heard from Mr. Yajima that 2 people from the opposite guild destroyed the Phantom Lord. Even the guy Jose was seriously injured and sent to the council for treatment. It is said that he couldn't get out of bed within half a year. Hey! Jose is one of the 10 saints just like the president, isn't it possible? Haha, that's quite happy. Anyway, I hate that witch-like guy very much. Just when these people in Fairy Tale were talking, Chi Yan and Irene had already walked out of the main entrance of the guild. It's not the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Looking at the captain of the Crescent Knight with only one person left, Chi Yan had a dull face and thought, I don't know the face, I'm afraid it's a trick that has never appeared in the original book. Thinking of this, Chi Yan was even more bored. After waving his hand, he walked towards the forest outside the town. He wanted to get something like a beast for dinner. Seeing Chi Yan's gesture, Irene's jade fingers wearing black silk gloves stood up. A slender red light spurted out from the fingertips, and the blink of an eye was enough to penetrate the head of the council captain. Makarov's face changed greatly, his hands crossed, and he shouted, "Defend the mysterious magic single god pillar!" Bang! A massive steel pillar stood between the council captain and Irene's attack. Bayou! But even so, Irene's attack also pierced through half of Makarov's defensive magic. What are you doing? Don't you know he's a member of the council? Makarov shouted. What it means for the people in the council to take action, ordinary people should understand this truth. At light level, he was included in the ranks of the Dark Guild, and at worst, he was attacked by the army of the council. Ajima and Fairy Tale were all stunned. Since they were born, it was the first time they saw someone dare to take action against the Magic Council. President Makarov, Isn't he here to arrest me? Chi Yan turned around with a look of I'm also being forced to help, I have no interest in raising prisoners. If I don't kill him, should I let him go back to tip-off? Besides killing him, what can I do? Makarov was speechless for a moment, and what he said really left him speechless to refute. You actually shot against the people of the Magic Council. Your guild, all, will be included in the list of the Dark Guild. The Crescent Knight captain was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, but still pointed at Chi Yan and Irene, and shouted almost collapsed, wait. After that, the council will definitely notify the three kings of Ishgar. Crusade against you. Asterisk. 12 I only live by my own desires. This idiot. Rao was Makarov's temper, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart at this moment. These idiots from the Magic Council are really used to being arrogant. In such a situation, the other party can kill you by raising his hand, and he has clearly shown that he is not afraid of the council at all. Can't you stop playing your official prestige? Three kings of Ishgar. Chi Yan looked sideways at each other. However, the captain of the council Crescent Knight didn't notice the doubt in Chi Yan's eyes at all. Because in Chi Yan's cognition, shouldn't Ishgar be the four heavenly kings? But right away, Chi Yan figured it out. In the original book, the second or fifth boy of the four heavenly kings is the youngest of the four. There are still a full 20 years before the original work, and that kid may have just learned to speak. Therefore, it is not the four heavenly kings, but the three kings. I thought that the other party was scared after hearing the name of the three kings of Ishgar, and he couldn't help but become more proud, and laughed wildly. That's right. Don't think that you are invincible after defeating Jose. You must know that the three kings of Ishgar and the other 10 wizard saints are as vast as the sky and the earth. At that time, you will have to obediently come to the council and take the initiative to confess your guilt. This rubbish. Irene frowned, and it was like blasting this noisy guy to pieces with additional magic. However, Chi Yan, who also wanted to kill him, raised his hand to stop Irene. Inflammation. Irene looked at each other in confusion, her eyes like black pearls seemed to ask, don't you want to kill him? No, isn't that nice? Chi Yan walked up with a smile, put the Crescent Knight on the shoulder, and said with a smile, well said, then this matter will be handed over to you, be sure to bring the three kings together, not even one less. Makarov, Yagma, and the other onlookers at Fairy Tale were completely stunned. What is this man talking about? Hearing the name of three kings of Ishgar not only was not afraid, but also called people to come. Not only that, but also said let the other three come together? Do you want to be so excited? But, if you can't get them here, I'll let you experience pain that is more terrifying than death. Chi Yan smiled even more. The Crescent Knight captain was sweating wildly, and this suffocating sense of oppression was exactly the same as before. Instructed by Irene, the antler magic wand in his hand touched the heart of Captain Crescent Knight. Immediately, an intense burning pain surged from his heart. Ugh! The severe pain made him fall to his knees on the ground. He covered Yuexiang's mouth and rolled continuously while screaming in pain. After more than 10 seconds, the pain gradually subsided. What have you done to me? Captain Crescent Knight trembled as he covered his heart. If you don't complete the conditions of inflammation, I can use additional magic to shatter your heart at any time. Irene raised her hand and said indifferently, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I can do it at any time. You. This time, Captain Crescent Knight no longer dared to rely on the Magic Council to assert his authority, and he was so frightened that he couldn't even say a word. Go back. Do you still want to be embarrassed here? Yajima scolded loudly. Upon seeing this, the captain of the Crescent Knight trembled, completely ignoring his fainted subordinates, crawling up from the ground and fleeing to Magnolia's city gate. The three kings of Ishgar? It's really exciting. Chi Yan chuckled. Although the blood of the extinct dragon can gain a firm foothold in this world, it is not enough to be at the top. He needs stronger opponents to help him unlock more completions and achieve evolution. Do you want to open a regular guild or a dark guild? After getting the idiot away, Yajima turned his head to look at Chi Yan, and said with a deep expression. Some basic information about Chi Yan, he has heard from Makarov. That female magician seemed to completely obey any orders of the man in front of him, and it was impossible for this unpredictable man to say that he was a good person. Only been at Magnolia for 2 days. Create a new guild across from Fairy Tale, beat one of the 10 wizard saints to half dead, and destroy a city. Now he has attacked the Crescent Knights, a unit directly under the Magic Council, and provoked the opponent to send the Ishgar Three Kings team to attack them. Which one is not a shocking event enough to shock the wizarding world? But it would be wrong to say that he was a member of the Dark Guild. First, he didn't kill him. Second, according to the investigation, this man also had many records of destroying the Dark Guild. Wouldn't it be faster to just go and rob civilians if he was just doing it for money? Therefore, Ajima really didn't know how to judge the man in front of him. I don't need to be so vigilant, I just live according to my desires. Chi Yan laughed, walked past Yagma, and said to Makarov, President Makarov, thank you again for giving me an unexpected gift, how about a drink tonight? Makarov looked at each other tangled. He is now in his 60th year. Although he has only known each other for 2 days, he has almost figured out the character of Chi Yan. Do whatever you want. Probably the most appropriate word to describe him. Magic Council, 10 Wizard Saints, Regular Guild, Dark Guild. None of this mattered to him. As long as it becomes his hindrance, he can snipe the opponent without hesitation. P.S. The rules for adding updates will be released later, and they will be updated for everyone today, thank you. Asterisk. 13 If you offended him, you should be damned. Flowers reach 2,500 plus more. Magic Council Headquarters. Except for Jalal and Altair, the 2 little devils are probably only 2 years old, so they are currently in the ranks of the highest parliamentarians. The others are basically the same lineup of top senators as those at the beginning of the original timeline. The current speaker is none other than Crawford Sim, and the future speaker of the Freshman Magic Council, Gurandoma, is now the 2nd seat. Here are the familiar faces of Ago, Michelle, Ridge, and Ajima from Magnolia, who have appeared in the books. Below the position of the highest counselor, the person standing was the captain of the Flying Crescent Knight who was scared to death by Chi Yan and Irene. The theme of this meeting is also the Dragon Guild. Because Makarov was the first to meet the 2 men, he also participated in the meeting. When the Crescent Knight captain said Chi Yan's request for the council to summon the 3 kings of Ishgar to attack him, Crawford and others also widened their eyes one by one. Most of the people present were over 60 years old, and it was the first time I heard such a request. It's madness. Michelo, whose hair was like a pair of cat ears, said in a deep voice. This guild should be listed as a dark guild immediately, don't you think so? Belluno, the only female member of the Supreme Council, said coldly. Ogre and Reggie also nodded. And many more. Makarov stopped and said, the other party has 2 magicians of the 10th level. If they are pushed to the opposite side of our regular guild, it will set up a powerful enemy for us, not like this. Makarov, don't take the opportunity to speak to the person who beat Jose just because you and Jose are not on good terms. Michelle squinted. I'm not that careful. Makarov shouted. Humph. Michelo snorted coldly and turned his old face aside. Although Natsu and others have not yet come to this era, the style of fairy tale has begun to emerge. There are also many members of the council who do not like fairy tale. Yagma, who is Makarov's friend, said, the pony is right, although the character is a bit mischievous, but we should try to make them our fighting force, not the enemy. A little punishment is enough, there is no need to list it as a dark guild, that will only make things worse. Yajima said again. Humph. If you follow your two actions, the council will be disgraced. Even if they have the registration of the Holy 10 Sorcerers, the three kings of Ishgar are far from being comparable to them. They should immediately be listed as the Dark Guild. And called on the three kings to attack. Belluno said firmly, vote for it, raise your hand if you agree. After speaking, Belluno took the lead in raising her hand. The result was obvious, with the exception of Makarov and Yagma, everyone else raised their hands. The majesty of the Magic Council cannot be challenged or questioned. This is absolute. Bang. Suddenly, the captain of the Crescent Knight below the stage let out a scream of pain. Before Makarov and the others could ask, an explosion sounded from him. A huge hole was blasted in his Zoyuexiang position. Before dying, he shouted in grief and indignation, Why? I clearly, obviously have already said what you asked. At this time, thousands of miles away. Magnolia. In the U-room of the Dragon Guild. Xioniao posted it next to Qi Yan, who had finished practicing for a day, and Irene, who was running with the other in the spacious pool, said coldly inwardly. Real naive idiot, you offended him, you should be damned. Although it is not as psychologically distorted and perverted as the 12 shields in the original book. But when it comes to Qi Yan, Irene does things a little bit with a twist. Suddenly, Qi Yan stretched out her fingers with a smile and stroked Irene's perfect coquettish drive. Irene was obsessed with sticking to his moon boar, and his body slowly moved down and dived into the water. Hiss. Rao has fought countless powerful opponents and has undergone countless hard training. To get used to this kind of stimulation, it takes a while to practice. After a while, Irene slowly poked out of the Yuchi water and grunted. No need. Qi Yan is hard to say. Although I am very satisfied. Chiron's hair stuck to her pretty face, Irene stuck it in front of him again, closed her eyes and said, This is what I am willing to do. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yan said, Don't kiss me tonight, I don't want to taste that. And in the Magic Council, thousands of miles away. All the congressmen stared in stunned eyes at the fallen body of Yuexiang's mouth with a large hole blown out. Now, you two have nothing to say, right? After a brief silence, Barano looked at Makarov and Yagma coldly and asked. Makarov and Yagma were speechless. This time they washed it themselves, and it was impossible to wash the Dragon Guild. A war is inevitable. Is that what the woman named Irene did? Compared to Qi Yan, this woman is scarier in some ways. After the meeting, two little old men, Makarov and Yagma, sat under the night sky. They have great confidence in the three kings of Ishgar. What do you think? Pony. Yagma asked Makarov. Makarov lowered his head and said solemnly, To be honest, I don't think the three kings are sure to win. P.S. The flowers have reached 2,500 plus more, thank you for your contributions. Asterisk. 14 Irene's break at more than 500 evaluation votes. The three kings of Ishgar and the Magic Council are not in a subordinate relationship. They themselves belong to solitary mages, and they have a cooperative relationship with the council at best. Generally, they will choose to take action after a major event occurs in the magic world. The chaos of the two holy 10th level mages should be enough to attract their attention. It's a bit similar to the relationship between the world government and the King's Seven Wohei in One Piece, except that it is not subject to direct order. But no matter what, it was impossible to summon the three kings of Ishgar in a short time. Therefore, the Magic Council can only first designate the Dragon Guild as a Dark Guild. At the same time, the message is sent out. For a time, the entire kingdom of Fiori, and even the continent of Ishgar, knew about it. Phantom Lord, who has the 10th level magician, was defeated by a little-known new Dark Guild. Of course, the Magic Council chose to hide the fact that the Crescent Knight was taught a lesson. Of course they wouldn't say such a shameful thing. The plan to start the Dragon Guild with the Phantom Lord as a stepping stone was a success. Although it is the identity of the Dark Guild, but that does not matter. Originally, Chi Yan thought that with the name of the Dark Guild, no client would dare to come to him to entrust him with a task. Unexpectedly, several task orders were sent on the second day. And the average is high-level tasks above A level. It's just that the quotations are 20% lower than the remuneration charged by regular guilds. But immediately Chi Yan understood. The advantage of being a dark guild is that you can be free from the management of the Magic Council and can act arbitrarily to a greater extent. However, the task reward will be reduced, unless some wicked and shameful tasks will be given high rewards. After all, for businessmen, if it wasn't to save money as much as possible, why would they take the risk of breaking the law to entrust the Dark Guild? Once found out, that's a lot of trouble. But even with such a reason, the amount of remuneration has been lowered, and it is still quite unpleasant to receive the heat. Chi Yan flipped through the task list sent, but it didn't interest him much. Just when Chi Yan turned to the last page, the big S sign on it made his eyes light up. Client, Love Lucky Chamber of Commerce. Mission content, defeat S-rank Demon Diaus. Remuneration amount, 11 million J. It's actually more than 10 million of the average S-rank remuneration amount. It seems that this demon is a headache for the people in this Chamber of Commerce. Chi Yan thought to himself. Irene. Chi Yan said. Irene looked up at Chi Yan. I'm going to the Love Lucky Chamber of Commerce. You can stay in the guild these few days. Don't you need me to go with you? Irene asked. Although I have gradually become accustomed to the days with each other, once separated, Irene will still feel a sense of insecurity. The devil knows when the members of the council will come, or leave one person behind just in case. Having said that, Chi Yan spread his arms and chuckled, Don't worry, I won't leave, I finally got such a beautiful woman, I'm not stupid enough to let go. Hearing this, Irene's pretty face burst into a sweet smile. After Chi Yan left, Irene glanced down at her belly. Maybe, this is an opportunity. It's almost time to make a break. Wander the streets of Magnolia. Compared to before, after the Dragon Guild was listed as a dark guild by the Magic Council, the townspeople looked at Chi Yan with a little more fear. Although he doesn't care about this, the existence of the Magic Council is really unpleasant. That girl, Irene, is a bit strange. Chi Yan thought to himself. When I left just now, I could clearly feel the emotional change in Irene's eyes. There seems to be something to hide from their own plans. In the middle of the night, everyone has fallen asleep. At this moment, a figure slowly left Magnolia and came to the woods outside the city. It was Irene. After a while, as Irene stroked her lower abdomen with her left hand, a burst of multicolored light enveloped her body. A life form gradually pulled away from its own magical space. Separation magic. This is one of Irene's best magics. Take this life that she has hidden for more than a month and pull it out of her magical space. After confirming that her soul-attached magic could not transfer her soul personality to her child, Irene had already planned to abandon the baby girl like garbage. However, at that time, the man who gave her new life let her abandon this child in the future and choose to hide her with magic. In the time to come, the more Irene's fall and the sweetness brought by happiness. The existence of this baby girl is more like a nightmare, representing her unbearable past, so that she can never get rid of that past. The reason why she hid it from Chi Yan was because she was afraid that the other party would leave her indifferently after learning about it. The more you sink, the more serious this fear becomes. If I lost him, I would be worse off than before. And tonight, Irene wants to make a break. That's right, she was going to kill her own daughter with her own hands. Cut the unbearable past from your life completely. Asterisk. 15 Irene says no. Looking at the baby girl who was placed on the ground, staring at the same crimson fluff on her head. Irene clenched her teeth and slowly raised the antler magic wand in her hand, aiming the bottom of the wand at a position less than 5 centimeters from the baby girl's throat. Seemingly unaware of the mother's killing intent, the baby girl choked softly like an ordinary baby. Irene squeezed her magic wand subconsciously, screaming to herself in her heart. Stab it! Stab it! As long as he stabs him directly like this, everything in the past will be turned into nothingness, and he can start a new life with him. But the more Irene thought about it, the more her hands trembled. Belch! Suddenly, the baby girl on the ground grinned. Pfft! In an instant, Irene's magic wand fell to the ground. The whole person also knelt down to the ground in embarrassment, trembling. No, no. I can't do it myself. Irene clenched her lower lip, and the CCB's skin was biting and bleeding. Why? Why can't I do it myself? Obviously, as long as the last touch, everything can be over. Really, don't do it if you can't do it. Suddenly, the sound that was so familiar to me made Irene feel like a lightning strike. Suddenly turning his head to look, the figure that fascinated him came slowly. You have seen it. Irene's face was pale and bloodless, and her expression had even begun to despair. She was afraid that he would leave her. If it really became like that, then it would be easier for me to just die like this. You should ask, you know it, right? Chi-Yan leaned over slightly and lifted the baby girl in her elbows and glanced at her, thinking to herself, the newborn baby is so ugly, like a hairy monkey. Is this really Urza? Me? Irene has completely fallen into a state of brain freeze, unable to speak a complete sentence for a long time. That's enough. Chi-Yan shook his head and didn't say much. At this time, let time solve it, let Irene return to normal, and then talk slowly. Thinking of this, Chi-Yan took a red hair in one hand and turned into a fast shadow to return to the hall of the Dragon Guild. Sleepless nights. Irene finally managed to regain her composure until the sun rose to the horizon the next day. Chi-Yan sat on the guild seat and put the baby girl on the table beside her. This dead girl was surprisingly easy to raise, she didn't cry or make trouble, and she fell asleep quickly. And Irene, like a child who made a big mistake, was about to bury her head in the giant fruit of her own moon, and didn't dare to look at Chi-Yan at all. Even if you really wanted to kill her just now, I'll stop it. Don't act like that. I'm not used to it. Chi-Yan looked sideways. I just don't want to lose you. Bean-sized teardrops fell on the ground drop by drop. When Irene looked up, tears covered half of her face. 400 years ago, when she was betrayed by the people and executed by beheading, she never shed a single tear. I'm the most annoying woman crying. Chi-Yan said silently. I really couldn't say anything comforting, I just took Irene Lu into my arms and said. Before you met me, you already planned to use her as a new carrier for your soul, right? The magic of adding a soul is invalid to your body of the same bloodline. Even if this girl was there at the time, my choice would still not change. Won't you leave me? Irene raised her eyes reluctantly, and asked with tears in her eyes. Why would I do that? Chi-Yan said and was about to release Irene. However, the other party is like an octopus, holding on to himself, eager to integrate his body into his. Chi-Yan looked helpless and could only wait for her to let go. If Irene becomes the schizophrenic woman in the original book, it will be more than worth the loss. It's almost noon. Finally, in the cry of the baby girl, Irene was released from Chi-Yan's embrace. Hungry? Chi-Yan guessed. The next moment, a strange smell came from below the baby girl. Chi-Yan took a few steps back and said to Irene, you handle it. Don't want. Irene refused without hesitation. This is the first time Irene has said no to Chi-Yan since the two met. All of a sudden, the two fell into a state of staring. And the baby girl's cry grew louder. After half an hour, Chi Yan, a woman's clothing shop worker from a housekeeping store, brought in by Magnolia, cleaned the tabletop, and carefully helped the baby girl change diapers. He turned to Chi Yan and said, "Mr. Chi Yan, it has been dealt with, a total of 12,000 J. There, go get it yourself." Chi Yan pointed at the counter. A few days ago, he made a fortune from the hapless group of Crescent Knights, which was enough to last for a while. After getting the money, Ms. Wushan said, "Please change the diaper in time, otherwise it will be bad for the child. Also, take care of the baby." After talking a lot in one breath, the female clothes Wushan left slowly. "While I'm out, you take care of. Do not." Before Chi Yan finished speaking, Irene said the word to Chi Yan again. She'd do anything for him, but Irene wouldn't compromise on anything with this baby girl. In her opinion, the existence of this child is her past like a nightmare. *16 Find a babysitter. Agalafa City, Love Lucky Chamber of Commerce. When seeing the famous baby girl lying on Chi Yan's elbow walking in, the entire Chamber of Commerce fell into a strange atmosphere. Although he was accustomed to the awe-inspiring eyes of others, this kind of monkey-like scrutiny made Chi Yan even more unhappy. Recalling the expression on Irene's face in Dragon Guild that she was unwilling to take care of this girl even if she died. If this girl is really left in the guild, after a few days, I am afraid that even if Irene is not killed, she will starve to death. No way, Chi Yan can only bring her, and by the way, think of finding a nanny to go back. Although Chi Yan is not interested in turning his guild into a second fairy tale, he is also not interested in recruiting so many members. After all, fairy tale seems to have a lot of people, but in fact, more than 80% are just tricks that have no effect at the critical moment. But it was a bit inconvenient to be alone with Irene. At least one character who can usually handle housework, boil water, and cook, similar to Myra Jane of the future fairy tale, is required. Just when Chi Yan walked to the front desk of the Love Lucky Chamber of Commerce, and was about to ask the front desk ladies to call out their president. This blonde woman with a gentle and beautiful face and a hot body not inferior to Irene made Chi Yan's eyes narrow and subconsciously said, "Lucy." That's right, this woman is exactly the same as Lucy, the complainer of fairy tale in the original book. The female receptionist was stunned when she heard the words, and then smiled politely. "Sir, did you recognize the wrong person? My name is Layla." "Layla? Could it be?" Chi Yan's eyes were slightly empty, and there was speculation in his heart. "Is this your child, sir? So cute, is it a girl? What's the name?" Layla looked at the baby girl in Chi Yan's arms, her face full of admiration, and her whole body was filled with the warmth of motherhood. Feeling the maternal radiance from Layla, an idea emerged from Chi Yan's heart. "This girl will be taken care of by you." Chi Yan directly shoved Urza into Layla's pair of big fruits, but luckily the terrain was high enough to prevent Urza from falling. "What?" Layla was subconsciously startled, but hurriedly wrapped her arms around Urza. "Wow! Wow! Wow!" Urza's cry sounded again, causing Chi Yan to sigh instinctively. Although it wasn't too hard, Urza's wailing from time to time over the past few days really annoyed him. He doesn't sleep magic or anything like that. He doesn't hate children, but he hates taking care of them. Although she likes children, Layla, who has no experience in caring for children, panicked for a while and looked at Chi Yan at a loss. However, he found that the other party had turned his face to the other side, with an expression of "it has nothing to do with me. Yoxie 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 good boy, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry." In desperation, Layla could only shake her arms gently, coaxing Urza awkwardly. Although Urza's cry was a little smaller, she still looked at Chi Yan with a grieved expression. "Sir, hurry up and coax her," Layla said anxiously. Chi Yan rolled his eyes and had to put his hand on Urza's head and rub it twice. "Hee." Urza grinned and finally fell asleep again. She smiled. She smiled. So cute. Layla said excitedly. Others in the Chamber of Commerce looked at this scene and didn't know how to evaluate it. But these two people standing together really have the feeling of a family of three. On the other side of the Chamber of Commerce, a man with blonde hair and a mustache was waiting for Chi Yan with a look of jealousy. You know, Layla has always been his goal. Tell your president to come over, and also, this girl will be taken care of by you. Chi Yan said. Layla is confused, what does it mean to take care of herself? But even so, she still hugged Urza, walked quickly to the president's office on the second floor, and knocked on the door. After a while, a middle-aged Mediterranean man with a pot belly in a suit walked over quickly, wiping his sweat, and said, Hello, hello, you must only come to fight the demon Diaus, right? This demon is really it made our Chamber of Commerce close to bankruptcy. What's the meaning? Chi Yan asked. Please come with me and talk this way. The chairman of the Chamber of Commerce motioned Chi Yan to go to the reception room together. When noticing Urza in Layla's arms, the Chamber of Commerce president couldn't help but be taken aback. Chi Yan took a quick step, she's now joining me, and let her follow. What? Layla fell into the second stage, when did she quit? The chairman of the Chamber of Commerce was also at a loss. You must know that Layla is his signature front desk. But at the moment when the Chamber of Commerce is alive and dead, it is not possible to offend the other party. In this awkward atmosphere, Chi Yan walked into the reception room with Layla, the new member holding Urza, and led by the president of the Chamber of Commerce. And after hearing Layla quitting job, the mustache male clerk on the other side of the hall was so angry that he threw the pen in his hand to the ground. P.S. There will be more updates today, everyone can rest assured. Asterisk. 17 Zeref's Demon. Love Lucky in the reception room of the Chamber of Commerce. Chi Yan and the president of the Chamber of Commerce faced each other, and Layla, who was holding Urza, stood behind the sofa where Chi Yan was sitting. According to the description of the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Chi Yan knew why the other party entrusted this matter to himself, who belonged to the Dark Guild. Because this S-level task has surpassed the difficulty of ordinary S-level tasks. According to the official Sorcerer Guild's remuneration collection system, 20 million J should be collected. However, the current Love Lucky Chamber of Commerce simply cannot afford such a high remuneration. That's why it had to be entrusted to the Dark Guild. And the Dragon Guild, which has recently defeated Phantom Lord, is undoubtedly an extremely suitable choice. Diaus. A giant demon with a huge body like a mountain, but a human face. It is currently lurking in the mountains north of the Chamber of Commerce. That is an important channel for the Chamber of Commerce to conduct trade with the outside world. The presence of the devil there is equivalent to cutting off the business association's fortune. Many regular magic guilds were entrusted in succession, but in the end they were all unsuccessful, and at the same time, the situation of the Chamber of Commerce became worse. Now that it is on the verge of bankruptcy, the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce has to take the risk of entrusting the Dragon Guild, a thorn in the eyes of the current council. I thought I finally got a normal job, but I still got paid for it. Chi Yan leaned on the back cushion of the sofa and laughed at herself. I'm sorry, it's because our Chamber of Commerce really can't get more remuneration. The president of the Chamber of Commerce was sweating profusely. Now he has no choice, for fear that Chi Yan will leave immediately if he is upset. Don't be nervous, President, I didn't say no. Chi Yan's eyes met the other side again, glanced sideways at Layla who was holding Urza, and chuckled, and this time I also got something more rare than money, I should also thank you. Yes, is it? When the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce heard the words, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the deep mountains in the north? I see. Chi Yan got up from the sofa and said to Layla, Urza will leave it to you and I will go back to the guild together after I finish this matter. I didn't agree to join your guild, and it's still a dark guild. Layla said with some grievances. Then I don't care. I finally caught such a suitable nanny, and I can't let it go. Chi Yan gave a wicked smile and put one hand on Layla's head. Feeling the other person's movements, Layla took a step back unaccustomed to it, and an unnatural red rime flashed across her face. As the most dazzling woman in love lucky, when they saw that the wizard who had just arrived for less than an hour directly abducted their merchant flowers, the men of the Chamber of Commerce were all jealous. Layla followed behind Chi Yan, ready to watch him leave. However, just as Chi Yan was about to leave, Urza burst into tears again. Chi Yan silently covered her face. Layla covered her lips and smiled. It seems that she likes you unexpectedly. Long-winded. Chi Yan raised her head and said, "Follow up." Layla was stunned for a moment, then hesitated. "Although I know a little celestial spirit magic, I have never fought. With me here, you'll be fine." Chi Yan's tone revealed absolute confidence. This is completely different from the temperament of the clerical colleagues in the Chamber of Commerce. After hesitating for a few seconds, Layla trotted with Urza and said with a smile, "All right, protect me. I finally got a nanny, but I can't lose it." Chi Yan said, "Of course. Can you stop calling me a nanny? It's hard to hear, he's only 17 years old." Layla bulged slightly on both sides of her cheeks, expressing serious dissatisfaction with Chi Yan's address to herself. Although he has the exact same face, is he a little more intellectual than the neurotic Lucy? However, it was rare to see the other party lose his temper, so Chi Yan subconsciously linked her to Lucy, and smiled lightly. "You and your daughter really look alike, especially the face." "Daughter? What inexplicable words. I'm still." Speaking of the back, Layla's face was flushed, and to hide her shyness, she hurried forward with Urza in her arms and shouted, "Hurry up! Otherwise, I'll leave you alone." "Stupid woman." Chi Yan twitched, but still hurried to meet him. In the mountains of the north, Layla and Urza stayed at the foot of the mountain. And deep inside the mountains, a burly, not much inferior to the dragon race, full of dissatisfaction with black velvet, shaped like a fierce tiger, but strangely a demon with the face of an old man, rather like a mutated sphinx. However, the demon faced this human being who was many times smaller than himself. But it showed fear. Demon Diaus. S-class demon. This guy is a demon made by Zeref. Chi Yan analyzed with a virtual eye. Although he had killed many demons before, his aura was completely different. The smell of such a strong demon is not the same level as the chopped demons that have been killed before. Similar to Dai Lionra, who made trouble in the northern continent, it should be one of the high-level demons created by Zeref. Roar. The next moment, the demon Diaus burst into a roar of thunderous waves. The cloudless sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. In the roar of thunder, thunder erupted from the clouds and guided down, and it was about to fall on Chi Yan's head. The invisible Longwei roared out, and the air waves formed an invisible tsunami, hitting back. In an instant, the falling thunder was scattered into the air. Diaus took a step back, and the old man's face on the beast's body showed deep fear. Such a human being exists? Suddenly, Chi Yan took a step, and his right hand turned into a dragon like an armed color. Roar! The enraged Diaus was not to be outdone, roaring and leading the thunder to land on him, covering his entire body with a layer of thunder and lightning armor and attacking him. Asterisk. 18 Psychopath Zeref flowers full of 5,000 plus more. At the foot of the mountain, Layla, who was holding Urza, looked at the scene in front of her in astonishment. The trees above the mountain were severely damaged in a large area, countless broken trees, rolling stones fell from the mountain wall, and the huge body of the demon Diaus was faintly visible. The dark clouds above the sky continued to fall, and the thunder and lightning that fell down hit the forest, causing intense blazing flames, which had led half of the mountain to burn. Although their Heartfilia family has practiced celestial spirit magic for generations, they never know how to fight. It was the first time Layla had seen such a fierce confrontation. Boom! A section of the top of the mountain was blasted, and more rolling stones fell from the top of the mountain. It's not safe to stay here any longer, and Layla quickly hugs Urza tightly, turns and runs back. Just as she kept running back, she found a man in a black and white magic robe passing by. Seeing this, Layla stopped abruptly, turned around and shouted at the other party, "Wait! It's too dangerous to continue walking. Come back!" Hearing the words, the other party stopped and turned to Layla. Layla also saw clearly the face of the other party. It was a young man with delicate features and an appearance similar to his own age. However, the young man just glanced at her, and then walked towards the collapsing mountain without looking back. "Hey!" Boom boom boom. Layla tried to stop it, but the shaking of the ground was more exaggerated. In desperation, Layla had to flee with Mr. Urza. And when the young man walked to the foot of the deep mountain, he didn't know what magic he used, and none of the rolling stones and broken wood hit him. Do not! Before hitting him, the falling rocks turned into powder in an instant and dissipated into the air. "Is anyone fighting Diaus?" The young man muttered to himself and continued to walk towards the interior of the deep mountain. At this moment, the back of the demon Diaus was filled with the thorns of the Annihilation Dragon, which was originally like the body of a black tiger, like a porcupine hedgehog. "Oh!" Qi Yan sneered, slid down from that huge body, and grabbed Diaus's tail in the next instant. "Stand up!" Immediately, with the tail of Diaus, the whole picture was as if a monkey lifted an African elephant, and the body of the demon Diaus was thrown into the air heavily. Boom! At the moment of landing, the entire mountain began to shake violently. When the body that was not inferior to the dragon clan fell, the spines on the back inserted even more. Roar! Diaus let out a piercing scream, followed by a fury that burned to the extreme. "Kill him! This damn human! You must kill him!" Roar! Another roar, the originally black appearance gradually turned blood red, and the explosion of thunder filled the huge body. Taking a leap, the huge body took off in mid-air, like a meteor falling down. "He angry? Are you angry? Come on, attack more furiously!" Showing an absolute inverse proportion to the other party's emotions, Qi Yan's face was even more smiling, his knees were slightly bent, and he rushed up like a shooting star. Just before the two sides were about to collide, in the eyes of the demon Diaus, Qi Yan's body suddenly disappeared. Diaus's eyes narrowed. In the next instant, Qi Yan appeared at 0 distance in front of his eyes. Two arms were drawn on either side of the demon's face. Ha ha ha! In the mad laughter, Diaus's face was pulled down abruptly, blood dripping, and it fell like a waterfall. Proud! It's as if a person's face has been torn off abruptly, so one can imagine the pain. "Don't call me again, I'm tired of listening." The dragon scales and thorns that destroyed the dragon grew out of the right hand, and the falling dragon claws were buckled on Diaus's neck. There was a huge head on a basketball court, and it fell to the ground from the air. Puff! After the head, there is a larger body. After some battle, the whole mountain is like a distorted building block, as if it will collapse in the next second. Host, Qi Yan. Current form, Extinction Dragon. Completion, 87.21%. It's rare to actually defeat Diaus. Before Qi Yan could enjoy the afterglow of the victory, an unfamiliar voice sounded. "This is really rare in the Eastern continent, and the change in your arm, Dragon Slayer? But I haven't heard of you." Qi Yan, who was sitting on the corpse of Diaus, looked down at him, and after a few seconds, he said, "Zeref." While saying this sentence, Qi Yan added a sentence in his heart. "Psychopath Zeref." That's right, combined with the original Qi Yan's view of Zeref, he is a full-blown psychopath, and also a 100-year-old lowly controller. However, if other people have experienced everything he has experienced, I am afraid they will only be sicker than him. Ziref raised his palms up. Immediately, the body of Diaus at Qi Yan's feet and the scattered heads turned into a mass of dark matter into Ziref's hands, and gradually vanished into nothingness. I should say thank you to you. I originally planned to wave Diaus, but I didn't expect to be defeated by you. Ziref said indifferently. Really? I'll accept your thanks. Qi Yan, who jumped out of mid-air, walked over Ziref's shoulders and said, looking forward to the next meeting. Ziref glanced back at the other party's back, and without thinking, turned to leave. The first time the two met, under the ordinary insipidity, there was an undercurrent of torrent hidden. Asterisk. 19 The third member had more than 1,000 evaluation votes. Hey, I was really scared to death just now. By the way, I also saw a strange person walking towards you just now. Seeing Qi Yan coming back, Layla finally took a deep breath, recalling the weird person she had just met, and said with some lingering fears. Well, it's true that he's a freak, but you don't need to worry about him now. Qi Yan smiled. Yes. Layla tilted her head in confusion, but didn't think much about it. Let's go back first and get our guild's first reward. Qi Yan nodded and said. I said I haven't agreed to join your guild yet. Although she wanted to be like this, Layla had basically given up her resistance in her heart. Even if he wants to leave, the other party is afraid that he will not let him go. It seems that he has to get on this thief boat. The more important reason is that, although it was only a few hours, she thought that the other party was not a bad person. Love Lucky in the Chamber of Commerce. Really defeated Diaus. When Qi Yan brought Layla and Urza to demand the ransom, the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce and many surrounding members were dumbfounded. You know, they have entrusted many famous magic guide guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori, but they all ended in failure. Even though there are recent rumors that the Dragon Guild defeated the Phantom Lord, no one would have thought that it could be done so quickly. Just go out at noon, and the afternoon sun is over before the sun goes down. You doubt me? Qi Yan's pupils were slightly empty, and he asked back. No. I just didn't expect you to be so powerful. You deserve to be the one who defeated Jose Porla. The chairman of the Chamber of Commerce took out a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat on his face, then turned his head and shouted to the blonde-haired man with a mustache. Jude! What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get Mr. Qi Yan's reward. Yes. Jude gritted his teeth, glanced at Layla who was holding the baby girl and stood beside Qi Yan, and turned around in anger. After a while, a check was picked up. The chairman of the Chamber of Commerce picked up a quill and wrote the amount on it and handed it to Qi Yan. The fat on his face shook as he grinned. Mr. Qi Yan, thank you very much this time. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Yeah, if it's going to be this kind of remuneration business in the future, it's really a loss. I still have to find a way to make our guild a regular guild. Qi Yan took the check and smiled. Qi Yan's words made everyone in the Chamber of Commerce, including Layla next to him, stunned. From a dark guild to a regular guild? This is unprecedented since the establishment of the Magic Council. Is this possible? Layla asked in disbelief. But if she could, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for her. After all, the Hartfilia family is not a big family, but it has been brilliant before. Joining the Dark Guild made it difficult for her to accept it. I said yes. Qi Yan got up and pinched Layla's face, which was even smoother than egg whites, then turned and walked out. Go back. Layla's jade finger brushed the place where Qi Yan had just pinched her, pursed her lips, bowed slightly to the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, and said, President, thank you for your care during this time. After finishing speaking, he turned around and hugged Urza and quickly crossed towards Jude's shoulders, chasing after Qi Yan. However, at this time, Layla didn't know, when she passed by this man she was not familiar with. The trajectory of her life has shifted drastically in the other direction. On the train back to Magnolia. Hum hum sleep, sleep little baby. Layla, who was hugging Urza, hummed a lullaby softly and coaxed Urza to sleep. Newborn babies are different from different people and have not yet developed a normal biological clock. Sleeping 10 times a day, waking up 10 times, and making a fuss as soon as I open my eyes is the basic situation. Only Layla could stand her temper and be able to coax her so tirelessly all the time. You know, Chi Yan's previous method was to plug his ears. At this moment, Chi Yan is sitting across from Layla, looking at an ancient book with a sense of time. Last year, this was an ancient book passed down from generation to generation by the Hart-Filia family. The above records the major events that have occurred in the era that the Hart-Filia family has experienced over the past 400 years. And each generation of successors will add a sentence at the end before passing the book on to the next generation. Use the keys of the zodiac to open the door of the eclipse under the capital of Crocus, the kingdom of Fiori, in the most magical age. As a result, in your generation, you are the only one left in the entire family. Chi Yan looked up at Layla. Okay. After finally coaxing Urza to fall asleep, Layla nodded when she heard the words, and then said as if remembering something. My mother told me before my death that if I get married in the future, the man and the children must inherit the surname of Hart-Filia, unless the ancestors' legacy recorded in this book is completed. Chi Yan Hart-Filia. It's too ugly, I don't want it. Chi Yan schemed. Layla's pale face flushed, and she gave him a hard shave. What are you talking about? Asterisk. 20 Is there still a problem? Reward full 3000 plus update. The next morning, Chi Yan walked out of Magnolia train station with Layla holding Urza. Well, there's a question I forgot to ask you. Layla followed Chi Yan, turned her eyes away from Urza in her arms, and asked Chi Yan, who are Urza's parents? I'll see you later. By the way, I remind you that it's best not to discuss this girl's affairs in front of her. Chi Yan looked sideways. Layla blinked her huge eyes, puzzled. Dragon Guild. When the main gate of the guild came into sight of the two of them, the gate just opened slowly. Wearing a black women's magic robe, Irene strolls out. If she had done it before, she should have thrown herself into Chi Yan's arms now. But when he saw Layla following him, and in his arms, Irene's eyes flashed a sullen look, but she quickly adjusted her attitude and smiled at Chi Yan. Welcome back, Yan. That's Urza's mother? She really does look like that. As if to notice the fleeting sternness in Irene's eyes just now, Layla leaned behind Chi Yan and sighed in a low voice. No, you will be more like your daughter in the future. Chi Yan thought to himself. Irene and Urza are at best 80% similar. And Layla and Lucy can be said to be 10%. If you ignore the clothes, the only way to identify them is probably only the temperament they exude. Don't forget what I just told you. Chi Yan replied, walked towards the guild, and said to Irene, new member, Layla Hart-Filia, who will be the receptionist in the future. Hello, I'm Layla Hart-Filia. Although I know a little celestial spirit magic, I'm not good at fighting at all. Layla smiled. The girl's innocence coupled with the innate maternal brilliance makes it difficult for people to feel disgusted with her. But for Irene, it all presupposes that she's not holding Urza. Even if Chi Yan did not bring back a woman who was not inferior to her, Irene did not have any jealousy in relation to women's feelings. Because for her, whatever Chi Yan does, she will follow. Even if he has that kind of relationship with other women, as long as he has a place in his heart, Irene doesn't care. Sounds a little silly, but for Irene, it's true. But when it comes to Urza's problem, even Chi Yan's words, Irene doesn't listen. Although she can't kill her own daughter, it doesn't mean that Irene accepts her. If Chi Yan hadn't appeared that night, even if Irene hadn't killed Urza, she would have thrown this past, which she regarded as a nightmare, to the other side of the world. Irene Belzarian. Irene responded lightly. Belzarian. Layla was stunned when she heard the words, held Urza in her arms, and said in confusion. But isn't this kid named Urza Scarlet? Chi Yan on the side covered her face secretly and reminded her, but she still stepped on the thunder. In fact, when Chi Yan named Urza, he planned to use the surname Belzarian directly. But Irene just threw a negative triple. She doesn't want this garbage to have the same surname as herself. No way but to change to the same Scarlet as the original. Sure enough, after hearing Layla's words, Irene's face suddenly turned gloomy, and she didn't even have any tender thoughts with her lover. She turned her head and walked towards the guild without looking back. Me, did I say something wrong? Layla wondered. You're right, it's the world's fault. Chi Yan stepped into the guild and didn't bother to care about this shit. It's all up to time. Irene will accept Urza's existence sooner or later. Even if she can't accept it, she will get used to it sooner or later. After half an hour, Layla brought the hot breakfast to the table, picked up Urza in the crib, and brought the bottle of milk that was poured by hand to Urza, and said, actually, it is better for a newborn child to drink its mother. It is said that it can inherit the advantages of its mother. I don't know if it is true. Chi Yan, who was devouring the sandwich, rolled his eyes when he heard the words, glanced at the second floor, and said to Layla, then go and feed her. However, Urza has been in Irene's belly for 400 years, so it's a question of whether there is still a woman. She doesn't seem to like Urza very much. Why is that? She's so cute. After feeding her, Layla patted her on the back intimately to facilitate digestion, and turned on the sleep coax mode again, while not answering the question. Thinking of what happened to Irene in the past, Chi Yan didn't want to say more, but said, everyone has a past that they don't want to recall, so don't ask about it. Okay, okay. It was rare to see Chi Yan showing such a serious look, and Layla nodded obediently. I still owe Fairy Tale some money, and I just went to pay it back this time. Although it won't take long, it should be fine, but don't you quarrel with Irene, you know. Chi Yan got up and said. You think I'm a child? I won't quarrel with others so easily. Layla rolled her eyes at Chi Yan. That's the best. Chi Yan turned and left the guild. And after putting Urza, who was asleep again, back in the baby, Layla began to clean up the dishes wisely. However, shortly after Chi Yan left, while Layla started to wash the dishes, Urza, who was on the front desk baby Chong, suddenly burst into tears. Oops! At this moment, Layla's hands are covered with water and even a little oil, so she can't hold Urza. Helplessly shouted out, Miss Irene, please come down and take care of Urza. P.S. Today's 6th update, this is really irritating, I beg for support. Asterisk. 21 women quarrel. Fairy Tale in the guild. Chi Yan directly put the check worth 11 million J earned from the Love Lucky Chamber of Commerce in front of Makarov. A little more, but it doesn't matter. It must have been a fairly advanced task, right? Makarov asked. He knew very well that in terms of performance, the reward should be that of an ordinary S-rank mission level. But for the Dark Guild, if you want to get the same level of remuneration as the regular guild, you must complete higher level tasks. Therefore, 9 out of 10 completed tasks by Chi Yan are Super S level tasks. It's nothing, but I got a little windfall. Chi Yan smiled, then straightened his face and asked. But as a Dark Guild, the remuneration is indeed a bit unsatisfactory. I also plan to convert our guild into a regular guild. Hearing Chi Yan's words, Makarov and other people in the guild suddenly showed the same consternation as those in the previous Chamber of Commerce. You have been listed as a Dark Guild by the Council and still want to become a regular guild? Daydreaming? You must know that Magic Council has been established for hundreds of years, and nothing like this has ever happened. For the Magic Council, which has always had a good face, if they really do such a thing, they will not be disgraced? This is impossible. Even Makarov said without hesitation. Nothing in this world is absolute. Chi Yan's tone was full of unquestionable confidence. Makarov fell into a brief silence and said, "The council has begun to call on the 3 kings of Ishgar, you better pay attention." "Oh, thanks for reminding me, I'm still afraid they won't come." Chi Yan's corners were slightly raised. Boom! At this moment, there was a sound of explosion, neither light nor heavy. It made Chi Yan, Makarov, and others all look out the door subconsciously. Macau was stunned for a moment, then said to Chi Yan, "Well, it seems that something happened to your guild. The 3 kings of Ishgar are here?" For a time, Chi Yan and Makarov had the same thought in their hearts. Quickly walked out of the gate and walked towards the Dragon Guild. However, it backfired. The front of the Dragon Guild was blasted with a huge hole, and there was a little blood on her body. Layla, who was hugging Urza, was in a confrontation with Irene, who was holding a magic wand. At this moment, Irene looked sullen and Layla looked angry. Although the strength of the 2 women is vastly different, none of them are weaker than the other. Another big beauty. Hey! She seems to be holding a baby. Hey, did that happen? My God, the 2 women who hooked up are so beautiful. Why am I not so lucky? After the crowd of fairy tale who came to watch the fun, saw Layla, who had never seen it before, many male members sighed with envy. What did you say? Say it again. The antler magic wand in Irene's hand pointed straight at Layla, and the top of the magic wand exuded purple-red magic, and asked angrily. It seemed like the next second she was going to use her magic to blast Layla's frail body to smithereens. There is no doubt that the big hole punched in the guild wall was exactly what Irene did. However, in the face of the suffocating magic power that Irene showed, Layla was not afraid at all, holding Urza who was crying with indignation and said, "I can say it as many times as you want. You're too much. You don't deserve to be a mother at all. You want to die." Irene's anger turned into killing intent, and the outburst of dragon power made the entire Magnolia shake. The residents and the fairy tale wizards were so frightened that they hurriedly fell to the ground. Makarov was also shocked. This power, has surpassed the 10th level, right? Stop! The scolding that came, made both Irene and Layla's faces change. Turning to look in the direction of the sound, I saw Chi Yan with a calm face and walked towards this side. Inflammation. Yan Jun. The 2 girls' faces stiffened at the same time. Isn't it shameful enough? Chi Yan said coldly. Irene pursed her red lips tightly, and the explosive dragon power quickly retracted. Humph, it's not my fault anyway. Layla grunted and coaxed Urza to run back to the guild. Irene shook the magic wand lightly, and the shattered stones floated up and reassembled, restoring the guild's walls to its original state. Chi Yan gestured to Makarov, grabbed Irene and walked into the guild. Okay, so terrifying, that magic power just now. Fortunately, I didn't strike up a conversation before, otherwise. As expected of the level of the Holy 10 sorcerers. The shaking ground gradually subsided, and the fairy tale everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It really almost scared them out just now. 3 kings, there is no certainty of victory. Makarov's heart was more firm in his previous speculation. Even the 3 kings of Ishgar, there is no certainty of victory against those 2 people. Absolute. Dragon Guild. Irene and Layla stood in front of Chi Yan like 2 children who were erring and being trained. Tell me, what the hell are you 2 doing? Chi Yan's face was indifferent. It's not that she is too much. Layla changed her past gentle temperament and shouted at Irene. Humph. Irene hummed disdainfully and turned her face to the other side. I'm asking what's going on. Chi Yan said again. Layla glared at Irene for a few times, then turned to repeat what happened to Chi Yan, *. 22 I don't like to repeat what I say. It turned out that after breakfast, after Layla put Urza to sleep, she put her on the baby cuff and went into the kitchen to do the housework by herself. But for some reason, Urza suddenly woke up again, saw that he was alone, and began to cry. Layla called Irene for help because her hands were water-stained. But after a while, Urza was still crying. Layla can only temporarily put things aside and walk out of the kitchen to check the situation. It turned out that Urza had actually climbed up the 1-meter-high fence next to the baby wound. Seeing that most of his body has already turned over the fence, only one small foot is still hanging on it. When he saw Layla, little Urza didn't realize the danger, and waved his hand excitedly at the other party. However, at this moment, the petite body fell off the fence. Layla was so frightened at the time that she didn't care about anything and rushed up. The speed of her celestial spirit magic was simply too late. Jumped over and finally caught Urza before she fell to the ground. Although she scratched the back of her fair hand several times, Layla breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Urza was fine. But what annoyed her the most was that at this time Irene walked down from the second floor and said coldly, "Isn't it okay to just let her fall like that?" This sentence immediately made Layla, who has always been gentle, furious, and asked, "You have been watching? Isn't Urza your daughter? How can you say such a thing? She's not my daughter, she's just a loot that was abandoned by me," Irene said indifferently. "You're too much. You don't deserve to be a mother at all. Although I don't know what you've been through, if you keep doing this, everyone will leave you." Layla was furious. However, her words completely touched Irene's weakest point. Irene is not even afraid of death, the only thing that is afraid is that Chi-Yan will leave her. And Layla's words, like a knife stabbed in her soft underbelly, immediately angered Irene. Then, the scene Chi-Yan saw before happened. After listening to Layla's story, Irene, who was standing beside her, said nothing. Because everything Layla said was the truth, she didn't do anything to frame her. "Irene, have you gone too far?" Chi-Yan looked sideways at Irene. He knew about Irene's past, so Chi-Yan could understand her attitude towards Urza, but he never interfered. But this time, Irene really went too far. "Feel sorry." Only in front of Chi-Yan did Irene soften. "Don't tell me, tell Layla," Chi-Yan said. Irene's eyes flashed with confusion. Even though there were all kinds of entanglements in his heart, in order not to make Chi-Yan feel disgusted with him, he still gritted his teeth and turned towards Layla, saying with difficulty, "Right. Humph, I don't need such a person to apologize to me." Before Irene could finish her first word, Layla hugged Urza angrily and ran back to her room. In the huge main hall, only Chi-Yan and Irene were left. Chi-Yan shook his head and said to Irene, "You don't usually lose control so easily." Tears rolled down her eyes uncontrollably again, and Irene choked out, "Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just scared. I really hate repeating the same words, this is the last time." Chi-Yan held Irene's waist with both hands and made it fall into her arms. "I won't leave you." The magic wand in her hand had been thrown to the ground. And Irene clung to the man's back with both hands. After a while, Irene suddenly raised her head and offered her red lips. Give me all." Hearing that Irene took the initiative to ask for it, Chi-Yan was also welcome. Perhaps the requirements of the Dragon Clan are greater. The few days he went to Agalafa City, he had been held back a lot. "I had planned to come back at night, but I didn't expect Irene to take such initiative." Pulling off her magic robe, she was about to enter. Irene Jiaokwa suddenly moved ahead a little bit, causing Chi-Yan's little dragon to move back a little bit and put it on another spot. Just when Chi-Yan was a little surprised, Irene's red lips pressed against his ear, and said obsessively, "Everything I have is yours, all yours." Wow! The next second, Irene took the initiative to sit down, and the tearing pain made her unable to hold back her tears again. but there was a smile from the heart on her face. I heard strange noises from outside. Layla in the room on the second floor went out and looked down. At first glance, she blushed as if on fire. These two shameless bastards! Layla shouted furiously in her heart, but the one who scolded the most was Chi Yan, the BD president. It was obvious that the woman had done such an egregious thing just now, and he would do that to her. BD BD BD. In just a few minutes, Layla had already scolded Chi Yan millions of times in her heart. Feeling unwell, Layla hurriedly carried Urza and ran into the U-room in the back room. She couldn't stay there any longer. Both mentally and physically. Asterisk. 23 The Attack of the Three Kings of Ishgar. Dragon Guild on the second floor, in Layla's room. Came back. When Layla came back with Urza in her arms with her hair still stained with water, she found Chi Yan sitting on her pink girl Xiao Chuang just like her future daughter, raising her hand to say hello to her. Ya! Why are you here? Immediately recalling the scene of Chi Yan and Irene in the main hall, Layla shouted in shame and anger, and hurriedly took a few steps back. Don't call people like rubbish. Layla's ghostly expression made Chi Yan shrug her shoulders unhappily. Humph! Doing that kind of thing outside during the day, you are more disgusting than garbage. Layla shouted angrily. When he said this, he couldn't help thinking of what he saw before, and quickly shook his head, trying to expel that picture from his mind. But the more so, the more profound the memory. I don't know if I read it wrong, Chi Yan, the BD, seems to have entered Irene's place. Ah! I can't get married anymore. Layla felt a crushing sense of despair. If your parents didn't do such a thing, there would be no you. Chi Yan got up, rolled her eyes, walked up to Layla, and pulled her up with one hand. What? Do you want me to? No, no. Help! Layla shouted in surprise. Stupid woman, what are you thinking? Chi Yan has black lines all over his face. Originally, Irene's fighting power was not weak, but it was the first time there. After one round of battle, he lost his armor, but he didn't want to attack a girl like Layla who he had only known for a week, right? The back of Layla's hand, and even part of her elbow, was covered in scratches, as if flawed scratches had been added to an otherwise pure gem. This is the injury she suffered from the fall she just took to save Urza. Come on, I'll take you to the doctor. Chi Yan said. Layla was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, You're here for this? In Layla's impression, Chi Yan is a fighting maniac who can do whatever he wants. Suddenly being so gentle, it really made her feel uncomfortable. Otherwise, what do you think it is? Chi Yan was speechless, and then said, As the president, of course, you should take care of your members, not to mention that this time it is indeed Irene's problem. Hehe, you still have some conscience. Layla finally smiled. The reason why she was angry was not because of the jealousy of Chi Yan and the woman who Irene did that kind of thing, but because it was clearly Irene's fault. After that, Chi Yan not only didn't come to comfort herself, but instead did that kind of thing with that woman. What made Layla feel more in her heart was actually grievance. By the way, take Urza, I don't want her to be alone with that person again. After changing her clothes, Layla hugged Urza in her arms, looking unhappy. Seeing Layla like this, Chi Yan felt that it seemed impossible to ease the relationship between the two women in a short time. I can only try to keep them from making trouble like today. However, it's really strange for you. You can defeat S-rank demons, but you can't even use the most common healing magic. Carrying Urza and walking with Chi Yan on the streets of Magnolia, Layla teased. A celestial spirit wizard can't even save a kid in time. I don't want you to say that. Chi Yan grabbed Layla's face hard and slapped her back. Don't pull my face. Disgusting. Layla broke free. Magic Council headquarters. At this time, the members representing the highest power are only eligible to enter the round table conference room. 3 majestic wizards are sitting among them. Dark Guild unexpectedly popped up 2 holy 10-level mages. Since this is the case, they should be strangled in the cradle as soon as possible. One of the 3, a rickety old man with a thick beret and black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, said coldly. The second place of the 3 kings of Ishgar, Wolfheim. Oh he, what a bloody one, Wolfheim. Next to him was a wrinkled old man who was over 80 years old, and what was even more peculiar was that the old man with green leaves flying above his head happily said. The third place of the 3 kings of Ishgar, Warodsikan. When something like this happened, do you still think about it? Humph. I really can't get along with you. Wolfheim snorted coldly. You two, calm down. Sitting in the center of the round table, a young man dressed like a vampire held a goblet filled with oxen, and said with a blank eye, the last time the council called the 3 of us together, I don't know how many years ago, since if so, it should be dealt with properly. The first place of the 3 kings of Ishgar, Hyborian. Warod looked sideways, but it doesn't have to be a solution, right? I heard that the president of the Dragon Guild has killed many dark guilds before. Humph. If you don't have the guts, let me come. Wolfheim said unhappily. Asterisk. 24. Holy 10 Walks Flowers Full 7,500 plus changes. Magnolia, in the Fairy Tale Guild. Today, Fairy Tale welcomed a guest that most people have never met. It was Warodsikan. Long time no see. Little Makarov, yehahaha. Warod grinned and said with a gesture, last time I saw you, you were only a little bit big and small like a flower bud. I didn't expect you to become an old man like me now, oh he. Macau, Wakaba, and others looked at the old man who looked like dead wood in amazement, and whispered in disbelief. Then, is that one of the legendary 3 kings of Ishgar? I feel like a strange old man. Does he know our president? Hey, if what he said is true, how old is he? Makarov, on the other hand, fell into a state of confusion for a while. After listening to Warod's words, he regained his calm a moment later, saying, although I've heard a little about it, I didn't expect you to be the founder of Fairy Tale before. As soon as Makarov said these words, there was another uproar in the guild. One of the 3 kings of Ishgar is actually the founder of Fairy Tale? Hehe, that was a long time ago. I've retired not long after Preshito took over as president. Warod laughed. Master Warod, are you here to crusade the Dragon Guild this time? Makarov swallowed and asked. Warod waved his hand and said, no, this old man is not a combat type. To be honest, if I fight with you, I have no certainty of winning. After a short pause, Warod's eyes changed, and he said, although I tried to stop it, it seems to be useless. Let the battle be handed over to those 2 people. When Warod's words fell, a vast magical pressure swept over. Whether it is Fairy Tale, the opposite Dragon Guild, or even everyone in the town, all realize that something is going to happen. Fairy Tale. A group of people hurriedly ran out the door to have a look. Following the Crescent Knights, a unit directly under the Magic Council, which had hundreds of people, the 2 wizards walked at the forefront and gradually approached the main gate of the Dragon Guild. That's Hyborian and Wolfheim of the first 3 kings of Ishgar. This will turn into a battle of 4 holy tenths. If they fight here, the whole of Magnolia will be turned to ashes. I think Dragon Guild is in trouble this time. After all, the other party is the first and second guild in the Magic Continent. Hearing Wakaba's words, Warod in the back denied it. No, the Magic Continent is full of talented people. After all, the Holy 10 sorcerers are just selected by the council. Makarov turned his head and said, Lord Warod, you are absolutely not sure that the 2 of the 3 kings will win. Warod grinned strangely, who knows, after all, this old man is not good at fighting, ha. Dragon Guild inside. Chi-Yan, Irene, Layla, and even sleeping Urza, can naturally feel the magic pressure of this dismounting. Chi-Yan twitched his nose twice and said, "There are more than 3 people." Irene's beautiful eyes closed slightly. In the next instant, a huge eyeball with cross pupils floated above Magnolia like a meteorite. In an instant, Fairy Tale, the residents of the entire town, and the army of Magic Council who came from afar to attack the Dragon Guild, headed by Hyborian and Wolfheim, were all subconsciously shocked. Exploring magic? This is the first time this old man has seen such a large area. Warad's old face, like dead wood, looked at such a huge scouting eye and couldn't help but be full of shock. Inside the Dragon Guild, Irene closed her eyes and slowly opened her eyes like black pearls, and replied. The Magic Council directly subordinates the 800-member Crescent Knights, led by Hyborian and Wolfheim, who are ranked first and second among the 3 kings of Ishgard, as well as Gurindoma and Baruno, who are the highest members of the council. Unlike Chi-Yan, who has a system so he can evolve infinitely. After 400 years, Irene's strength has reached the top level of this body and this world, and can no longer continue to grow. Therefore, in addition to being Chi-Yan's training opponent, she is more likely to consult the documents of this world and read books so that she can better assist her lover. Gurindoma? I heard that he is not a fighting wizard. Is he here to watch the battle? Chi-Yan smiled when he heard the words, "It saves me from going to those guys in the council." After speaking, Chi-Yan got up and strode forward, walked towards the door, waved his back to Layla and said, "Layla, cook more dinner tonight to celebrate our guild becoming a regular guild." Irene is close behind. Bragging. Looking at the backs of the 2 going out, Layla, who was feeding Urza now with a Nai bottle, groaned inwardly. The inside of the bottle is still made with Nai powder. Chi-Yan confirmed it a few days ago. Irene has nothing to do with it. P.S. Plus more will be sent, and there will be more later. Chapter 14 has been revised. I'm sorry, the editor's schedule is a bit difficult to figure out recently. 25 You will definitely agree evaluation votes over 1000 plus more. Gurindoma, now the second seat of the Magic Council, that's right. With a faint smile on his face, Chi-Yan and Irene walked out of the main entrance of the guild one after another. However, the first words he spoke were not Hyborian or Wolfheim, who had come to subjugate his main force this time, but Gurindoma, who had little fighting power. Gurindoma was stunned for a moment, not knowing what this dangerous element suddenly stopped him and wanted to do. I just heard Chi-Yan continue, "After this battle, please ask the council to convert our guild into a regular guild, and prepare the name of the Dark Guild, and the remuneration for the commission has been lowered, which is really unpleasant." Really said it. Although they had heard of it once beforehand, the people of Fairy Tale were still shocked. And so are others. After a brief period of stunnedness, Baluno, another supreme counselor beside Gurindoma, scolded. "You are crazy, aren't you? Since the establishment of the Magic Council, the Dark Guild has only been destroyed, and you want to turn it into a formal guild? Don't you understand your current situation?" Baluno is one of the most hated Fairy Tale MPs in the future. As for the Dragon Guild, which is even worse than the fairy tale in the original book, her attitude naturally doesn't need to be said anymore. However, in the face of Baluno's ridicule, Chi-Yan did not show the slightest anger, but the smile on his face was even more intense. "No, you will agree, you will definitely agree." No dragon might or magic power was released at all, just that smile made Baluno and the Knights of Hope behind him shudder. "You were the one who seriously injured Jose Porla, one of the Holy 10 Sorcerers, destroyed Oak Town, and killed the team leader of the Crescent Knights, right?" At this time, Wolfheim, one of the 3 kings of Ishgard, finally took a step forward. Although he used a questioning sentence, his words already revealed incomparable determination. "President Jose and I are just a competition. The Oak Town was created by his magic death storm. As for the Crescent Knights, we are just self-defense. Qi Yan spread his hands, with an expression of "we are also forced to be helpless." "You have to have a limit to gossip, right?" Belluno roared furiously, "Blow up people in front of our council. Even the three major dark guilds of the Ramel Alliance are not as bad as you." Even Makarov, Warad, and others who maintained a neutral attitude were dumbfounded by Qi Yan's ability to tell lies. Justifiable defense? You kill people in self-defense? And blow other people's hearts out in front of so many members of the council? Although that day the Crescent Knight team continued to play official prestige, Makarov was also extremely dissatisfied. But sin is not to die for, right? What powerful people say is the truth. Don't you have the support of these two guys to dare to come to me? Qi Yan didn't chew on Shagan too much, and directly admitted that he was talking nonsense just now. At the same time, it also expresses its own meaning. Whoever is stronger can decide, it's that simple. It's really an unreasonable chairman. Put Urza in the baby room in her room on the second floor, and Layla has gone to the main entrance of the guild to watch the situation. She also heard a lot from the residents of the town about what happened a few days before she joined the guild. At the same time, I also figured out Qi Yan's character. You either don't come to provoke him, or prepare to be completely wiped out by him. Because once you stand on the opposite side of him, no matter how deeply or shallowly you offend him, the outcome you face is the same. Whoever is stronger has the final say. Humph. This is a very dark guild style. Wolfheim, who ranked second in the Three Kings, was a violent temper, and it was not easy to endure it until now. The dwarf, who was not much taller than Makarov, swelled rapidly, growing scales, a long tail, and iron claws, turning into a green-scaled lizardman 5 meters tall. A sorcerer who receives magic. Makarov's eyes narrowed, and he recognized Wolfheim's magic. In terms of size, he is far inferior to the gigantic Makarov, and even the future Elfman. But size is not the same as combat power. Wolfheim, who received the magic form, jumped, and the ground under his feet shook a huge circular pit that was as much as half a meter deep, which showed how powerful he was. No extra fancy magic, pure power melee-shaped wizard. This kind of opponent is Qi Yan's favorite type. Heart-piercing sword rain. Qi Yan's right hand turned into a dragon's claw, covered with the dragon's thorns when he destroyed the dragon's form, and attacked him. The two mutated arms slammed together. A wave of waves oscillated, smashing magnolias ground into crumbs. If it were an ordinary person, the internal organs that were hit by the shock wave would be shattered. Defense magic profound truth 3 gods pillars. Makarov immediately opened the triple golden magic circle, and in the next instant he summoned 3 huge iron pillars, blocking in front of the members of his guild, and at the same time turned around and scolded. A bunch of idiots. Stop watching the fun. Get out of Magnolia. On the other hand, Irene tapped the antler magic wand in her hand. A translucent light red defensive barrier rose out of thin air, enclosing Layla at the door and the entire guild, blocking the shock wave. Thank you, thank you. Layla was taken aback for a moment. Although she was still dissatisfied with what Irene had done before, she still politely apologized. However, Irene didn't buy her account and said indifferently, I'm not interested in your life and the loot, I just don't want Yan's guild to be destroyed. Layla's beautiful eyes were round and she gritted her teeth secretly, this person, why is he still so annoying? With her temper, it's really hard to hate someone, but Irene's behavior is so annoying. P.S. Jia Zhang sent it, it's exciting, and I beg for more input. Asterisk. 26 That's why it is called Dragon Guild. The gust of wind from the shock wave blew away Hyperion's vampire-like robes, but it wasn't enough to move him. When Qi Yan and Wolfheim fought, Hyberion couldn't help but look at Irene, who was guarding the barrier. According to the information given by the council, the red-haired woman also possesses the strength of a holy 10th level wizard. Shouldn't she do it? Noticing Hyperion's eyes, Irene smiled coldly and responded indifferently, "You are all sacrifices to strengthen Yan. I don't need to take action, I just need to prevent you from escaping." The Annihilation Dragon is a dragon with pure physical attack. Even if it is cultivated to the top, it will not exceed the level of the three kings of Ishgar. So if Wolfheim and the others wanted to escape, Qi Yan couldn't stop him in all likelihood. And Irene's mission this time is to prevent this from happening. How crazy! The few wizards who were present couldn't help shouting in their hearts when they heard Irene's words. He actually said to prevent the three kings of Ishgar from escaping? Although the tone is not as arrogant as Qi Yan, but the arrogance is not inferior to the man. These two are a perfect match. Makarov thought to himself. Then he glanced behind him. The members of my guild have already evacuated outside the town, so I can feel a little more relieved. At this moment, Wolfheim and Qi Yan, who were fighting in midair, also fell from midair. Seeing Qi Yan's alienated arm, Wolfheim in the magical form raised his scaly brows and asked in a deep voice. "You are also a magician who receives magic." "Receive magic? Hee. Qi Yan grinned and swept towards Hyborian from the corner of his eyes. "Let's go together, the most important prerequisite for evolution is the pressure of death. Just being an old orc is not enough." Host, Qi Yan. Current form, Extinction Dragon. Completion, 89.07%. After the battle with these two people is over, the evolution of the dragon and dragon blood will be completed. But the premise is that these two people have to go all out. To deal with the two strongest people in Ishgar at one time is really arrogant. Hearing Qi Yan's words, Hyborian couldn't help wrinkling his brows. Arrogant brat. It was just a Cavs test. Do you think this old man really did his best? I don't know how many years I have not experienced this feeling of being underestimated. After receiving the magical form, Wolfheim, like a lizardman, began to change for the second time. Sharp semicircular seam razors grow from the elbows of the two rough arms, and a pair of wings that look like wings and knives are born behind them. It made him, who looked like a lizardman just now, feel a bit like a dragon now. I remember that this trick didn't appear in the original book. Compared to that, it was killed by the Urwuza before it was used. It's just that the pair of glasses doesn't know what material it is, and the body has swelled to the size of a giant elephant, and it is still worn on the eye socket. Seeing this, can you still talk like just now? Wolfheim, who had completely accepted his form, asked angrily. The storm of the words alone blew Magnolia's house into the sky like a tornado. Full strength? When did I say I used my full strength? Qi Yan asked in a funny way. The faces of Wolfheim and the others changed slightly. The next moment, Qi Yan's handsome face suddenly became twisted and sinister. Long Wei, which erupted from his body, sent his black hair flying in all directions. The corners of his eyes began to spread out, and the white teeth in his mouth turned into sharp fangs. At the same time, the body expanded at a faster speed than the previous Wolfheim, and produced scales and thorns. Not to mention the enemy Magic Council, even the neutral Makarov, Layla, and the others were completely stunned. Less than 5 seconds before and after. A dragon with black scales and white horns, 3 times the size of Wolfheim's accepted form, roared. A dark cloud had condensed over Magnolia's head at some point, causing an ominous premonition in the hearts of the residents who took refuge. The next moment, the deafening Long Yin was so frightened that they didn't dare to turn back, they just wanted to flee further away. Magnolia Central Square between Dragon Guild and Fairy Tale. Layla, so, that's a dragon. Baluno, really a dragon. Gurindoma, according to the ancient records, didn't the dragon die out 400 years ago? Warad, I saw something amazing today. Makarov, I'm starting to understand why he named the guild Dragon Guild. Boom. The palm of the annihilating dragon fell. Wolfheim's pupils shrank sharply, and with decades of combat experience, he instinctively dodged. Flappy. A palm fell, and the ground of the entire square cracked several bottomless huge cracks one after another. Hundreds of members of the Crescent Knights brought by the Magic Council were unstable, screaming and falling into the deep ravine. "Hey! Stop it! Magnolia will be destroyed!" Makarov exclaimed. Chi Yan in the form of an extinct dragon turned his eyes slightly. Suddenly, the left paw twisted, and it lifted the ground of the entire central square together with the people here. This scene is like Jaws lifting a huge hockey puck as big as a mountain when he was on top of the war in one piece. What kind of power is this? Also standing on the ground of the raised square, Makarov looked down in shock. Although the dragon is very large, Chi Yan can now directly lift the earth in the central square that is more than 10 times his size. This kind of thing, Makarov himself can't do it. Destroy! With a dragon roar, the entire square ground and the people standing on it were directly thrown out of Magnolia by Chi Yan. In the distance of 2 miles between Dragon Guild and Fairy Tale, there is a bottomless dark pit. And Irene, who was standing between the Tiankeng and the main entrance of the guild, in the next moment, Yayan's beautiful face was distorted just like Chi Yan just now. It turned into a red velvet dragon and chased after it. For a time, Layla in the guild and the people of the Magic Council who were thrown away were shocked and pushed to a new level. 2 dragons? Asterisk. 27 Double Dragon Guard. At this moment, everyone in the central square that was thrown away was completely stunned. Looking back, 2 giant dragons, one black and one red, were rushing towards them. And after 5 seconds, one left and one right, galloped on both sides of the huge rock where they were. This scene is enough to frighten more than 99% of the mages. Hey, dragon, and it's still 2 heads. No, it's impossible, isn't the dragon a legendary creature? Although there are very few classical texts, I still can't believe it's true. What are we fighting? At this moment, even the 3 kings of Ishgar were stunned. They have never fought against the dragon clan, and they still don't know what the dragon's power is. But Chi Yan just lifted up the entire central square of Magnolia with his bare hands, but he threw it for more than 10 miles in one breath and didn't fall to the ground. Neither Wolfheim, who excels in melee hand-to-hand combat, nor Makarov, who is gigantic, can do it. It's too far. Chi Yan, in the form of the Annihilation Dragon, glanced at Irene in the form of the Holy Dragon. Seeing this, Irene raised her head slightly. A strange gravity caused everyone on the flying rock to sink their hands and feet, and they fell vertically to the ground in the flying square. Added magic and gravity. In such a state, is it possible to use magic? And the power has become stronger. Makarov said in surprise. Bang! When he had finished speaking, the square had been transferred from Magnolia Town to the deep mountain wasteland 20 miles away. Before and after, less than a minute. It makes sense, President Makarov. At this moment, Chi Yan, who had descended from the sky in the form of a dragon of extinction, spoke slowly, his voice more hoarse than that of human beings. The holy dragon, Irene, was in the direction behind them, and cast a murderous look at the Crescent Knights who hoped to be frightened and the members of the Magic Council who had no fighting power. It seems to be saying, if you dare to escape, I will kill you. Chi Yan said again, Magnolia is the town where my guild is located. It's really not good to fight there, so here it is. Belluno no longer had the tit-for-tat spirit that she had before. The 2 giant dragons in the front and the back were like 2 mountains that could not see the top, pressing down on her heart. Gulandoma also instantly understood why Chi Yan dared to ask the council to convert them, who had been classified as a dark guild, into a regular guild, which sounded like a far-fetched request. It's not so much that they are making demands, but it's more that they are completely blackmailing. Right now, he could only pin his hopes on the 3 kings of Ishgar who were present. Whoa! The next moment, the dragon's wings spread out, and those pure white thorns began to turn into a black iron-like reflective color. Qi Yan in dragon form smiled even more ferocious and evil. Okay. Let's start the second round. The moment the voice fell, the pair of huge white dragon horns on both sides of the top of the head smashed down like cannonballs. So fast. There is no time to think with the brain at all, and it can only rely on the fighting instinct developed over the years. Wolfheim, Hyborion leaped upwards, almost dodging by wiping the white horns of the Annihilation Dragon. Wow! A gust of wind broke out. Wolfheim and Hyborion looked surprised. Looking up, a huge dragon tail swept over. No! Can't escape this time. In desperation, the two had to cross their arms and create a red defensive magic array to resist. Bang! The next moment, the two of the three kings slammed into the mountain wall like a baseball that was hit by a bat. On the other hand, Makarov, Warod and other masters were a little farther away, and they avoided it a little more calmly. But in front of this monster, Gurindoma, Baluno, and the 800 Crescent Knights who were present were really no different from ordinary people who had not practiced fruit magic. At the same time, their identities were sensitive, so the two had to help to resist the aftermath of the attack. Two members of the council, you leave first with the Crescent Knights. While Makarov used the magic of light to form an enchantment to resist the shock wave caused by the dragon's attack. Warod suddenly raised his hand. Suddenly, a huge ancient vine full of green leaves lifted the hundreds of thousands of people like an elevator. Like a living animal, the ancient vine rose into the air, trying to send Gurindoma and others to a safe area. However, before Warod could do so, a dragon claw slashed the rising ancient vine in the air. Hundreds of people immediately fell from the height of 1,000 meters. Warod was startled, and quickly controlled the vegetation to form a base, which prevented them from being smashed into meat sauce. The rescued Gurindoma and others turned their heads and looked behind. It almost killed them just now, but it was another giant dragon, the holy dragon Irene. Who, Quasi, you, go, yes. Shenglong Irene asked word by word. Longwei alone is enough to make a magician below the 10th level mentally collapse. They are not capable of withstanding the shock of this level of combat. Shouted Warod. That has nothing to do with me. Who dares to move before the Yan thing is over? Before Irene finished speaking, the dragon's tail behind her suddenly flicked. In the next instant, the dozens of members of the Crescent Knights who were closest to her position were directly swept up into the sky, and their huge force made them slapped to death in midair before they landed. This is your example. The holy dragon Irene threatened coldly. This. Warod was speechless for a moment. Makarov came up and said, Lord Warod, do as she says. During this time, he also figured out the style of the Dragon Guild group of people. Qi Yan also spoke a little bit of reason, but the woman in front of her was unreasonable. P.S. I'm sorry, the second one is a bit later today, and I will add more. The closer to the plot time, the more I have to think about how to write it to be interesting. After all, most of the fairy tale writers joined the fairy tale guild all the way to the plot. I want to be innovative. In addition, I really beg to collect and cast things. I am really super weak compared to the original. As a Japanese manga fan, I can't write about the great fantasy, Asterisk. 28 Come and see who finishes first. The current situation. Wolfheim and Hyborion team up to fight Qi Yan, the Annihilation Dragon. Makarov and Warod used defensive magic to resist the shock wave caused by the two dragons fighting in order to protect the two counselors, Gurindoma and Baruno. The original idea of the Magic Council was to wait until the three kings of Ishgar resolved the matter of the Dragon Guild. The Crescent Knights, led by Gurindoma, who is the second seat of the current Supreme Counselor, personally escorted the group of sinners who disgraced the council to the council headquarters for trial. In this way, it can make up for the face lost by the previous council. But I didn't expect this group of people to become a burden now. The Holy Dragon, who was eager to be killed, stared at his back, and from time to time he saw those blood tofu not far away. The spirits of the remaining Crescent Knights were all on the verge of collapse. What kind of sin did you do to take this mission? The center of war in the distance. Wolfheim, who had completely accepted his form, waved his elbow, and the wrist knife, which was stronger than steel, collided with the arm of the Annihilation Dragon. When? It was as if two pieces of steel collided. After a stalemate for about 2 seconds, Qi Yan raised his head and suddenly increased his strength. Wolfheim exclaimed, as if a mountain hit his arm and flew backwards. This guy, is his wrist made of iron? Wolfheim gritted his teeth while flying backwards. Umidare quickly adjusted his direction, and finally landed on the ground without any risk. Turning his head to look at his wrist knife. Click! The corner of the wrist knife shattered. Wolfheim was shocked. An opponent who can suppress his existence so much in close combat has not appeared for many years. While Wolfheim was shocked, Qi Yan was also extremely upset. He glanced at the left hand he had just fought with Wolfheim. The thorns that could pierce all the steel were broken. A strand of dragon's blood extended from it, but it healed at a very fast speed, and new white dragon thorns also grew out, and they turned from white to black. Attack! Attack me with a stronger attack. If this battle does not promote my complete evolution, I will kill you all. Xie Jinlong clenched his fists and shook his voice. Not enough. This is not enough. Such strength can only be compared with those dragons who were killed by the Black Dragon Akunarokia 400 years ago. Not to mention the Black Dragon, even compared with a representative dragon king like Ignalu, it is far inferior. This was unbearable for Qi Yan. He has to get stronger. Strong enough to slaughter Akunarokia. Whoosh! The other side. Hyborion jumped into the air, and the wind behind him fluttered like a bat's wings. During the wave of his hand, the 3-layered blood-red magic array unfolded from his palm, as if he had put a bracelet on the right hand of the extinct dragon, tightly folded on top of his right arm. Ah! The next moment, Hyborion drank in a low voice. Qi Yan only felt the inside of his right arm surge like hot boiling water. Puff! 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 Immediately afterwards, the right arm of the extinct dragon shattered like a ball with a cracked skin, and a large amount of dragon blood poured out from it like a waterfall. Appeared. Hyborion's stunt, vampire magic. Makarov, who was watching the battle from a distance, shouted. It is a magic that can control the blood flow of the human body, make the blood flow backward, and even use the blood of the enemy as nourishment to supplement its own magic like a vampire. In this way, Hyborion can fight tirelessly on the battlefield. That's why he can be called Ishgar's strongest mage. Having lost a lot of dragon blood, the entire right arm of the annihilated dragon has shrunk in a circle compared to the left hand. Oh, that's right, otherwise why would I spend so much effort to get you here? However, in the face of such a dangerous situation, Qi Yan laughed. Wow wow wow! The barbs on the surface of the right arm began to grow rapidly, and after a while, the entire right hand of the extinct dragon was occupied by the terrifying and sharp thorns. Countless thorns are combined together, it looks like he is holding a huge black sword. Regeneration magic. Hyborion subconsciously said. I can freely control the regeneration of black thorns. Extinguishing Dragon said coldly. This can be regarded as the only special ability of this dragon of physical attack. The right hand like a black giant sword rose high and then fell. Boom! The entire wasteland is cracked by a bottomless gap, and the lava hidden at the bottom can be vaguely seen. It's not at the same level as what happened in Magnolia just now. Hyborion clasped his hands together, then released them in the next instant. The blood mist gushing out of the body turned into endless blood bats, and they threw themselves on the surface of the extinct dragon, trying to bite his flesh and drink his blood. Destroy! The black thorns on his body grew violently, stabbing those blood bats into strings. Blood-sucking and regeneration, let's see who finishes first. Mi Jinlong opened his wings and soared into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the madly spinning body made the dark clouds in the sky start to stir up, breaking the thorns and destroying the black thorns. Asterisk. 29 The second dragon soul awakening flowers full 10,000 plus change. Night falls. The battle lasted a full day. Even a magician of the 10th level cannot be compared with the dragon family in terms of physical strength. The second of the three kings, Wolfheim, fell to the ground hours earlier. It was transported by Warod with plant magic and healed. And the reason why Hyborian can survive until now is entirely thanks to his unique blood-sucking magic. It can convert the blood of the enemy into its own energy and magic, and maintain its own body in its heyday. In the original book, the reason why he was killed by the second or fifth boy was mainly because of how far the gap in strength between the two sides was, and he was defeated before he could give full play to this advantage. The current Qi Yan's strength is not as strong as that of Wuzi, that's why he spent so long with this vampire. But even so, Hyborian didn't come out unscathed. The clothes of a vampire noble who were originally dressed are now full of holes, and the spotless hair combed is dazzled like a beggar. Originally, the structure of dragon blood and human blood is completely different. Excessive practice of dragon-killing magic will even cause it to lose control and become a dragon because of assimilation with the blood of the dragon. Therefore, in this battle, Hyborian did not convert Qi Yan's blood into its own magic and energy, but adjusted its own blood to achieve a recovery effect. Host, Qi Yan. Current form, Extinction Dragon. Completion, 98.57%. A system notification board that only he can see appeared in front of his eyes, and Qi Yan's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes in the form of an extinct dragon. Almost, just the last. Destroy. The spectators behind the roar like a hurricane couldn't help raising their hands to cover their faces. You still have such fighting spirit? It's terrifying. Warod exclaimed. It's almost as if there is some purpose driving him. Makarov also frowned. Does Qi Yan's entry into such a state prove that this battle is finally coming to an end? The surrounding plains have been completely turned into pieces of ground, and there are deep ravines left by the giant dragon everywhere, and there is no complete land for dozens of miles. Out of the corner of his eyes, he unconsciously swept to Irene, who was still guarding the back, but has now changed into a humanoid. Makarov frowned again. That female sorceress never made a single shot from beginning to end. Isn't that her lover? Why don't you choose to help? Do you think the other party has the certainty of victory? Attack me! In the roar, the dragon thorns on the wings turned from white to black, and a high-density attack like falling rain broke out. A rain of arrows. In that case, then do as you wish. Fighting to this point, Hyborian has also been pushed to the limit, and a huge magic array with the size of a basketball court emerged from his hands. The rich blood mist-like magic power poured out from it, and turned into a large number of black and red-shaped thorns. King of Capital Punishment. The attacks on both sides are extremely similar, the only difference is the difference between magic and physical attacks. Snapped. Hyborian's defensive magical walls began to shatter in endless collisions. In just 2 seconds, a black thorn finally penetrated the magic circle and penetrated his right shoulder. The severe pain caused Hyborian to take 2 steps back. Looking up to see Qi Yan's situation, the scene that came into view surprised everyone. I saw Destroyer Dragon directly facing Hyborian's strongest attack magic, letting those blood spears pierce into his own flesh and swooping towards Hyborian. Inflammation. At this time, even Irene couldn't calm down, and suddenly took a step forward, trying to stop it. However, at this moment, Qi Yan gave Irene a sideways glance. The meaning is obvious. Don't interfere. Destroy. Accompanied by the final roar of the annihilating dragon, the horns of the double dragons falling like a meteorite were photographed. Destruction headbutt. The defensive magic wand was shattered like glass, and Hyborian's abdomen was immediately pierced. The whole body flew out like a pop in the next moment, and fell towards the invincible cliff behind. Oops, he'll die if he falls like that. When Warad saw this, he stepped forward with both hands, and the endless vines and trees formed an airbag-like existence, rising into the air, and helping Hyborian, who had almost fallen into the cliff. Immediately retracted Fujiki, only to see a huge blood hole ripped open in his abdomen, and his entire lung was gone. Oops! I have to send it to treatment immediately. Makarov looked shocked. But he didn't have a clue in his heart, such a serious injury, even his friend Poliukashi couldn't deal with it. Don't worry, little Makarov, the magic practiced by Hyborian makes his life like a plant, as long as it has nutrients, it can survive. At the same time as Warad's voice fell, he cut the blood vessel in his right hand, and a large amount of blood poured into the large hole in Hyborian's abdomen. The wound began to turn into new flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a powerful magic! Makarov sighed. As expected of the number 1 mage in Ishgar, he could still survive like this. The strong side. Gurindoma spoke in a deep voice and pointed forward. Hearing the words, Makarov and the others raised their eyes to look at the location opposite Chi Yan. Destroyed. He was drenched in blood because he was hit hard by the magic that just rushed towards Hyborian. But the dragon yin that erupted now was even more shocking than before. It can be called shattering. Host, Chi Yan. Current form, Extinction Dragon. Completion, 100%. First Dragon Soul Complete Awakening. Second Dragon Soul, Deathwing Neltharion. Dragon Soul Awakening *. 30 Deathwing Neltharion reviews over 1,500 plus more. Host, Chi Yan. First Dragon Soul, Destroy the Dragon, Fully Awaken. Second Dragon Soul, Deathwing Neltharion. Completion Degree, 1.00%. Possess Skills. Dragon Flame, Awakened. Elementium Armor, Awakened. Power of the Earth, 10% Awakening. Dragon Soul, 20% Awakening. Blasphemy, 35% Awakening. Cataclysm, 50% Awakening. Destroy. Boom. 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 The vibrating roar formed a substantial shock wave, causing the entire mountain to start sending out shatter marks. The earth began to roar, and the crescent moon above the night sky began to gradually shrink in fear. His power is increasing. Warad exclaimed. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the council was shocked. What are you kidding? At this point, can you continue to improve your strength? Makarov saw through Chi Yan's purpose at a glance, and suddenly said, I understand. The reason why he deliberately provoked the council, asked the 3 kings of Ishgar to fight with him, and just deliberately rushed directly to Hyborian's unique trick, just for the sake of push yourself into a corner and complete your evolution. Gurindoma, Baluno, and others were completely stunned. No matter what they thought, it was impossible to guess that Chi Yan took the initiative to ask the 3 kings of Ishgar to come to him with such a purpose. Ka ka ka. Suddenly, the surface layer of the dragon's body was like a snake shedding its skin, and those representative black thorns began to peel off, but it was not completely peeled off. Immediately afterwards, like a caterpillar breaking out of a cocoon into a butterfly, the body under the epidermis began to expand and expand. At the position of his moon-hung cow, a spiral-shaped lava-colored vortex begins to form. And around the vortex, the magma fluid like volcanic rock is constantly produced, spreading around the body like a tattoo, spreading. Armor like lava. Deathwing's Elementium Armor. However, the evolution has not been completely completed. After all, it is only a preliminary awakening, and the completion rate is only 1.00%. Most of Chi Yan's form today is still the Annihilation Dragon, but it already has a considerable part of the characteristics of Deathwing. What's going on? This power that makes the sorcerer feel heavy. Makarov covered his heart. For some reason, when Chi Yan started to look like that, he instinctively felt a shortness of breath. It was like people who had been living on the plains suddenly came to the plateau. Not just him, but Warad felt the same way. The third-rate crescent moon knights in the rear fell to their knees one by one, clutching their hearts. What's more, it has fallen to the ground and pulled out more than it. Bang hoo! As the dragon's roar gradually stopped, the shaking earth finally returned to calm, but this piece of earth was still like a twisted building block that could collapse at any time. After a while, Chi Yan's body in dragon form gradually shrank and slowly changed into human form. Thump! A leather strand sits on the ground. Even if the evolution is completed, the fatigue brought by the battle has not been eliminated. Inflammation. Irene couldn't wait any longer, and the slender Mei Yan stepped forward and quickly trotted to Chi Yan's side. Although she is not good at healing magic, I am afraid that she is not yet the average level of healing magicians. But the basic use is still fine. The hands with black silk gloves gently pressed against Chi Yan's back and started to treat him. Perhaps I should say thank you, folks at the Magic Council. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Chi Yan, who was being treated by Irene, raised his hand and smiled and greeted everyone on the opposite side. At this moment, the seriously injured Hyborian and Wolfheim have not woken up. In Dragon Guild, Chi Yan may not be able to fight temporarily, but one Irene is enough to make Makarov and Warad overwhelmed. Mr. Gulen, my proposal, you'd better go back and think about it with your speaker, because I really want to find someone to test my new power. Chi Yan stood up with a smile. This already threatening remark made by Chaluluo instantly soaked the back of Gurandoma's magic robe with cold sweat. Yan, your injury is not healed yet. Irene reminded softly. Chi Yan hugged her slender waist fiercely, and after plundering her sweet red lips, she said in a good mood, no need. This pain makes me happy, maybe it won't be long. You'll never know what pain feels like. After that, Chi Yan laughed and walked down the mountain. Irene's red snake slid across her lips and followed contentedly. The backs of the two quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. After a while, Warad once again used plant magic to hold himself up with the unconscious Hyborian and Wolfheim, and said to Gurandoma, Mr. Gulen, I advise you, let's agree to his request. For us in the magic continent, it is definitely more pros than cons for such an existence to become one's own. After he finished speaking, Warad waved to Makarov again, and walked away with the other two three-day kings. In this way, the council won't dare to be so arrogant in a short time, right? Glancing at the two supreme counselors who were silent, Makarov thought with some schadenfreude. But then, he frowned again, and the wrinkles on his face crowded into a ball. Such an unstable existence, even if it is pulled into one's own camp. Can they really be their own people? Asterisk. 31 Life of 3 people. Magnolia. At this time the central plaza has been replaced by a sinkhole due to what Chi Yan did before. As the storm gradually subsided, the residents who escaped from the town also returned to the town one after another. Soon after, Irene appeared to fall slowly from the clouds in the distance, staying about 10 meters above the center of the pit. The next moment, the antler magic wand in Irene's hand flicked downwards. Rumbling. The ground around Magnolia began to shake, and countless rocks began to gather between Dragon Guild and Fairy Tale like living animals. In less than 2 minutes, the 2 square kilometers of deep pit was filled. Okay, that's awesome. The surrounding townspeople lowered their bodies and exclaimed. It's really lively. Chi Yan walked through the street behind and smiled lightly. Back? Could it be that 3 kings of Ishgar lost? No, it's impossible, right? Seeing Chi Yan walking back to the guild, Fairy Tale many wizards were dumbfounded. Although it is unbelievable, the facts are still in front of us. If Chi Yan lost, he couldn't have appeared here, but was taken away by the council. Not long after, Makarov also returned to Fairy Tale. Seeing the return of their own president, Mikao, Wakaba, and others hurriedly surrounded him. Facing the endless inquiries from his little devils, Makarov replied with only one sentence, and blocked them all. "Don't provoke them." A simple sentence has explained the end of this battle. The three kings of Ishgar have been defeated. Otherwise, Makarov would not be able to say this. For a time, Fairy Tale fell into a dead silence atmosphere where the needle could be heard. Dragon Guild. Front desk, pour tea. Chi Yan, who returned to the guild, was lying on the table with his head back and shouted to Layla like a grandfather. Layla, who had just coaxed Urza to sleep, rolled her eyes, but still obediently poured a cup of black tea and handed it to her. "It's too hot." Just after taking a sip, Chi Yan was dissatisfied and handed the teacup back to Layla. Layla pouted, blew a few times, and pushed it back. Chi Yan took another sip and pushed the teacup back again, with a dark smile on his face, but still pretended to be dissatisfied. "It's too cold." Layla Liame twitched twice and poured a little from the teapot. Just as he was about to push it back, he was afraid that this nasty ghost would find trouble for him, so he blushed and took a sip. After confirming that there is no problem, it will be handed over to Chi Yan again. "It's not too cold or too hot." Chi Yan, who took a sip, ran with a wicked smile. "UBD." Layla fully confirmed that this guy was playing tricks on himself at all. No matter how good his temper was, he couldn't bear it any longer. He threw himself directly in front of the opponent, and thumped Chi Yan with a pink fist that was lighter than a mosquito. Irene doesn't refute Chi Yan's relationship with other women, but when it really happened in front of her, she still felt unhappy in her heart. He let go of his magic wand, walked behind Chi Yan who was fighting with Chi Yan, and wrapped his neck around him from behind, making his pair of plump fruits stick tightly to the back of his head. Irene bowed her head with silky eyes and blew in Chi Yan's ear, softly speaking in a voice that was enough for Layla to hear. "Yan, are you tired from today's battle? Let me help you relax. You don't have to do anything, I'll just move. Hey." Having said that, Irene blew another breath at Chi Yan's ear piercing. In an instant, Xiaolong began to wake up and touched Layla's belly. Under the double shock, Layla's cheeks flushed, screaming and fleeing back to the second floor. Through the dragon's keen hearing, Chi Yan also heard Layla running and shouting in a low voice. "Shameless! Xiaolu!" Before I could refute myself, Irene had come from the back to the front, sandwiching the pair of hamburgers, and at the same time adding Xiangxi. At the same time, the Magic Council headquarters. All the Supreme Councillors came together as before. But when the second seat Gurindoma informed all the members of what he had seen and heard today, the huge conference room fell into a dead silence. After a moment of silence, Gurindoma spoke again. "My opinion is very clear, I agree to convert them into a regular guild." Converting the Dark Guild to a regular guild has never happened since the Magic Council was established. If it were normal, Michelo, Balluno, and the councillors would have more face than everything else, and the councillors would have jumped up long ago. But at this moment, they didn't dare to say anything. Chi Yan's words before he left had been conveyed to them by Korondoma. If they don't agree, after the three kings of Ishgar, the next one will be their council. Don't think he dares not. Combined with what the Dragon Guild pair of men and women have done so far, is there anything they dare not? Crawford tightly clenched the fingers of his two big fat hands, and after a while, clenched his teeth and said, "Gulen, you go to negotiate with him, promise they can, but our council has a condition. Asterisk. 32 You are all going to die and still thinking about your face? Woo. Woo-hoo." Now Urza's cry is like an alarm clock for the Dragon Guild, and it can always sound precisely at the moment when the first ray of sunshine in the morning reflects the guild. "My dear Urza, good boy, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry." Layla got up skillfully, and let the baby girl next to the baby wound pick it up, coaxing her and walking downstairs. She's about to start preparing breakfast, big or small. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, which made Layla, who had just entered the first floor, stunned. So early? Is it the principal? Please wait. Layla responded and hurriedly straightened her blonde hair that was still a bit dazzling when she woke up before she felt the door open. Standing outside the door was an old man wearing a grey magic robe and holding a simple magic wand. It made Layla look familiar for some reason, and suddenly woke up a few seconds later. Isn't this one of the MPs who led the troops to arrest Chi-Yan and Irene? The decision was unexpectedly quick. I thought your counsel would argue for a long time for face. Chi-Yan's sneering, slightly sarcastic voice came from behind, causing Layla to turn her head to look, a little surprised. Are you up? Got used to. Chi-Yan walked slowly and pulled Layla behind him. Although it was very late last night with Irene, the habit of waking up has been formed. No matter how late I got last night, I woke up at this time. Okay, let's get straight to the point, the council's decision. Chi-Yan looked directly into Gurandoma's eyes. He had no plans to invite the other party in. And the other party didn't care either, standing directly in front of the door, frowning and said solemnly. The council can agree to your conditions and turn your union into a regular one. Hearing this sentence, Layla's eyes lit up, but she didn't expect to do it. However, Corandoma continued, however, there is one condition. You still dare to make conditions with me? Chi-Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his horns. Although he deliberately exuded killing intent or dragon power, this expression alone caused a drop of cold sweat on the side of Gurandoma's wrinkled old face. Your defeat of Hyborion and Wolfheim of the Three Kings of Ishgar must be concealed. Regardless of whether the other party would agree or not, Gurandoma first stated the conditions of the council. Hearing this request, Chi-Yan's expression froze, and after a few seconds, he bowed and laughed, ha ha ha. Your council is really dying and you are thinking about your face. Ha ha ha. Chi-Yan's laughter was like a slap in the face of Gurandoma and the council, and his right hand tightened his grip on the magic wand. But Gurandoma still held back. He, or their council, had only this choice now. The reason for this request is indeed for the face of the Magic Council. The Three Kings of Ishgar are the strongest and last barrier of the Protection Council. If the news of their defeat is passed on, not to mention the disgrace of the Council, and even the Pakistan-Ramel alliance may take the opportunity to attack. Therefore, this matter must be kept secret. Okay, I agree. Chi-Yan replied suddenly. As soon as these words came out, Layla behind him and Gurandoma outside the door were shocked. Agreed? And that's a bit too straightforward, isn't it? However, Chi-Yan's words also have the following text: 10 billion J will help you save the face of your council. Even Gurandoma couldn't help shrinking when he heard the number 10 billion. Even the treasury of the Kingdom of Fuel might not be able to amass 10 billion in a short period of time, right? Layla at the back almost exclaimed, is this appetite too big? Originally, Chi-Yan was not interested in false names. The reason he brought the Three Kings of Ishgar was only to promote his own evolution. The goal has now been achieved. As for whether this matter will be known to the world, he does not care. But since the council wants to help conceal it, it's better to take this opportunity to knock them out. Gurandoma gritted his teeth and said, it is simple and straightforward to trade with money, but the amount of 10 billion J is too exaggerated, which is too. The history of the Magic Council is also hundreds of years old. Chi-Yan asked back, you don't want to really become history, do you? Gurandoma's heart beat a few times, and the smart one didn't choose to bargain with Chi-Yan. After a while, he finally chose to compromise, gritted his teeth and said, I understand, I will convey your request to the speaker. After finishing speaking, Gurandoma disappeared directly with teleportation magic. If he stayed here for another second, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Is it too much? My mother often taught me to stay in the front line when I was a child. Layla whispered. Then your mother forgot to teach you the grass will grow again if the spring breeze blows. Qi Yan tapped Layla's forehead, turned around and walked towards the guild. Hurry up and cook, I'm starving to death, and I was a bit too physically exhausted yesterday. Hearing the second half of Qi Yan's words, Layla felt a burning sensation on both sides of her cheeks. He cursed inwardly, BD. Xiaolu. With a very good tutor, she will only scold those two words over and over again. And if Qi Yan knew what Layla was thinking, she would definitely slap her in the forehead. I was talking about the battle with the three kings of Ishgar. Where did this dead girl want to go? Asterisk. 33 Seeking a breakthrough. Magic Council ERA. As the second seat of the current Supreme Assembly, Gulandoma once again informed everyone about Qi Yan's request this time. They had been fooled once before, and they foolishly sent the three kings of Ishgar as an experience pack to Qi Yan. And this time, the 10 billion J hush money proposed by Qi Yan made everyone's heart skip a beat. It's really a lion's mouth, 10 billion, I am afraid that the treasury of the Fuel royal family can't take out so much money in one go. Is he trustworthy? What if he doesn't do anything after taking the money? Is there a second option now? Ajima suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Suddenly, the chattering crowd fell silent. That's right, calm down and think about it. Besides agreeing to Qi Yan's request, do they have a second choice? Even if they are worried that the other party will not do anything after receiving the money, they can only send the money over obediently. As for whether he will keep his promise to seal up, that can only be dealt with when the time comes. Crawford said in a deep voice. If it's 10 billion, the council can barely get it, but at the same time, it will pay close attention to him. Want to use that? Michael Lowe raised his brows slightly, pointing out. After a brief silence, Crawford shook his head. No, it's not too late to wait until it is completely confirmed that they are opposites. The Magic Council's ultimate weapon, even within the Council, is considered taboo. Once used, let alone Magnolia, even that continent will be wiped off the map. If one is not handled well, the Council will bear the inescapable responsibility. Comparatively speaking, although 10 billion is an astronomical number, it is not an unaffordable number for the Council that has been in charge of the magic world of the Eastern continent for hundreds of years. Comparatively speaking, it is more stable here. In the end, the incident ended with the Council losing money to eliminate the disaster. The Dragon Guild has also become the first magic guide guild in the history of magic to change from a dark guild to a regular guild. Following the defeat of Jose Porla of the 10 Sorcerers of the Phantom Lord, the name of the Dragon Guild resounded in the Eastern Magic continent again. However, because of the astronomical hush fee charged by the Magic Council, the time to truly let the world know that this union is terrifying will have to wait until the next war involving the entire Magic continent. At this moment, the Dragon Guild located in Magnolia. Looking at it from the outside, it is more like a palace castle than a wizard's guild. The whole body is black and gold, exuding a mysterious and strange feeling. It's like, in a fairy tale, the castle where the dragon lives. In fact, a town like Magnolia is not very large, and it is not enough to build such an exaggerated ancient castle. It was Irene who once again used disintegration magic to stretch Magnolia's land before building it. On the plaque at the main entrance of the guild, the word dragon is also engraved, at the same time, behind the word. On one side of the imprint of the flying dragon with the two opposite dragons is exactly the guild logo designed by Qi Yan. The surface is gloomy and ghostly, but the inside is as magnificent and gorgeous as the palace where the royal family lived in Crocus, the capital of the kingdom of Fiori. Irene's rebuild can't do that. All the money is given by the council. On the right side of the main hall, is the mission reception room. At this time, Layla was still holding Urza, standing at the front desk, behind which was a wine cabinet that occupied an entire wall and contained countless precious red wines. The strong contrast with the empty wine cabinet a month ago gave Layla a great sense of contrast. Qi Yan, who had finished training for a day, was sitting on the sofa made of precious monster skins next to the mission bulletin board. The awakened second dragon soul, Neldharion, did not endow him with all the abilities in one breath, but only gained his power as the degree of completion increased. The comprehensive strength of Deathwing is far higher than that of the first Dragon Soul's Annihilation Dragon. Even if you just practice hard, you can't grow as fast as before. So Qi Yan asked Irene to buy a lot of magic ancient offerings. Although he does not intend to practice magic other than the dragon family, he tries to learn from it to achieve faster progress. Next to it is a bottle of whiskey that sells for millions of J, and it is almost bottoming out. Qi Yan has no sense of elegance, just like drinking Coke. After seeing the bottom line, he shouted without raising his head, "Layla, bring me another bottle." Layla rolled her eyes, but had no choice but to take another bottle from the wine cabinet behind her. "I've tried to persuade it many times, but it didn't work at all," but Layla couldn't help but say, "At least drink from a cup? This is my only wish, isn't it disgusting? Castles, famous wines, ancient books." The cost of these things made the money Qi Yan knocked from the Magic Council pour out like water. When Layla took Urza to buy groceries this morning, she went to the bank to check the balance of the guild. It took less than 2 months before and after the 10 billion J, and more than half of it had been spent. Qi Yan finally raised her eyes to look at her, and in the next second she put her head down, and said nonchalantly, "Anyway, the whole guild is me drinking, what? Do you want it?" With that said, Qi Yan handed the bottle of the red wine he had just met to Layla's lips. Snapped. A pat on his paw, and Layla flushed with rage, wanting to bite the guy. But he still held back his breath. If he really wanted to care about everything, he would be PD to death sooner or later. P.S. The picture is the guild logo, I think everyone knows it. Blue star asterisk. 34 zodiac full 12,500 flowers plus more. Ding dong. The doorbell outside the guild castle rang, followed by a man's voice. "President Qi Yan, there is a letter from the city of Agalafa to give to Miss Layla." Agalafa? Layla's hometown? Layla heard the words and strolled out of the room. 2 minutes later, when I came back, there was an open letter in both hands, and he looked up at Qi Yan and said, "It's a letter from the president of the Love Lucky Chamber of Commerce. I asked him to help me find the yellow path. The key to the 12th house," he said, "has already gone missing." Qi Yan's expression was slightly stern, and he said curiously, "I suddenly remembered, you haven't told me yet, how many keys do you have of the zodiac sign now?" Although Qi Yan still remembers the general plot of the original work, he really can't remember some details. Remember that when the eclipse gate started in X777, Layla had already collected 11 of the zodiac signs. But because of the lack of a hand, it started forcibly, which led to his death and early death. Humph! I won't tell you. Layla suddenly became petulant and carried Urza back to her room. Snort. I didn't care about myself for so long, I knew doing that kind of thing with that nasty woman all day long. Early the next morning, Layla swapped her usual long dress for casual clothes, draped a suitcase and a bunch of baby gear, put Urza in the stroller in front of her, and set out to find the keys to the zodiac. She needs to follow the ancestral teaching, collect the keys, and open the door of the eclipse. Idiot, are you looking for the keys or are you moving? Just as Layla was about to set off, Qi Yan's mocking voice suddenly sounded from behind. Thinking back to the sound of male and female ensembles coming from Irene's room from time to time last night, Layla couldn't help but feel a sense of grievance in her heart, and said, "Humph! Don't worry about it." After speaking, he turned to leave. Qi Yan strode up, lifted Urza directly from the stroller, and stuffed it into Layla's arms. He took her other arm and leaned in front of him, and said, "That's enough, let's go." Layla was startled, Her eyes flashed with deep joy subconsciously, but she immediately pretended to be indifferent and said, Why do you have to come with me? I didn't ask you to go with me. Because I don't want you to die. Qi Yan's words weren't very pleasant, but Layla's heart was warmed by the exact concern in her tone. Then you leave her here alone. Being pulled out of the guild by Qi Yan's arm, Layla asked curiously. Irene? I told her last night that I was going out with you today. Qi Yan replied. Layla said, I thought you two were conjoined and couldn't be separated for a moment. Qi Yan paused, turned to look at Layla, and said nothing. Qi Yan's stare made her tremble inwardly, and within 3 seconds of staring at each other, Layla dropped her head. You are also very important to me. Qi Yan spoke slowly. Layla looked up suddenly, looking at each other in disbelief. But at this time, Qi Yan had turned her head back and led her to move forward. A few seconds later, Layla smiled, her heart full of sweetness, and took the initiative to catch up. Love Lucky. The address given by the Chamber of Commerce is located in the extremely cold plateau area of the Northern Plateau. The letter claimed that there were rumors of a wizard who drove the celestial spirit into battle, most likely the celestial spirit wizard of the zodiac. 400 years ago, the Hartfilia family owned all the keys of the zodiac. But as time went by, these keys gradually dispersed to all parts of the magic continent. Although Qi Yan thinks it is more convenient to be too lazy to care about the eclipse gate. After all, Natsu's group of little devils carrying stereos are not interested at all, and it doesn't matter if they stay in the cracks of the eclipse gate forever. However, Layla believes that the ancestors must have her reasons for doing so, and still hopes to collect the keys of the entire zodiac and open the door of the solar eclipse. More importantly, in this way, you don't need to let your descendants shoulder such a heavy responsibility. You don't have descendants now, what's there to worry about? Qi Yan said indifferently. There will be later. Layla retorted in disapproval. I really like children. Looking at Urza in her arms, Layla thought to herself. Suddenly, he looked at Qi Yan next to him, as if thinking of something. A trace of unnaturalness appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but secretly fantasize. For example, if you and him had children, what would that be like? A month later. In the northern continent, which is shrouded in cold snow all the year round, in a town that was dyed silver by white snow. Boom! The roaring waves were like a tornado formed by flames, frightening all the residents of the town to the ground. What's wrong? What's wrong? The mages are fighting. Quick, let's inform Ren of the Research Institute to help. Okay, what a terrifying flame, too, at least an S-rank mage, right? Many residents talked a lot, and were completely frightened by the picture of natural disaster in front of them. P.S. The picture is the appearance of the guild. Asterisk. 35 Magic Research Institute add more when the evaluation votes are over 2,000. The roaring tornado-shaped flame finally stopped slowly after burning for more than 10 seconds. A male sorcerer in a magic robe sank from the mid-air of the fire tornado. Because the skin on his body has been burnt black, it is really difficult to tell his age. Bang! When the man fell from mid-air to the ground. Affected by the shock of the fall, 2 golden keys fell out of his charred magic robe. Host, Qi Yan. First Dragon Soul, destroy the dragon, fully awaken. Second Dragon Soul, Deathwing Neltharion. Completion, 4.73%. Possess skills. Dragon Flame, awakened. Elementium Armor, awakened. Power of the Earth, 10% awakening. Dragon Soul, 20% awakening. Blasphemy, 35% awakening. Cataclysm, 50% awakening. Miscellaneous Fish. Hearing the sound from the system, Qi Yan cursed inwardly and walked over to pick up the 2 golden keys that had fallen on the ground. Key to Gemini and Virgo. Saying that, Qi Yan looked sideways behind him. It's been a while. Layla took the keys of the 2 zodiac signs from Qi Yan's hands, and looked at the charred ground with some sympathy, like the sorcerer of celestial spirit. After the 2 came to the town, they met the celestial spirit mage in a tavern. It was at that time that he was entangled in a woman's clothing, Wu Sheng, and when he saw Layla, he always wanted to take advantage of it. In the end, it was thrown out directly by Qi Yan, and it became what it is now. He's a nasty guy, but Layla thinks it's a bit too much to do so. I've spared my strength, let him think about his ability before molesting a woman in his next life. Qi Yan said nonchalantly. This kind of scum, there is no sense of guilt at all to kill. The 2 wizards over there. Under the fearful gazes of the surrounding villagers, a screeching sound suddenly sounded to the right of Qi Yan and Layla. The 2 turned their heads to look, and saw that they were called by 3 unknown people dressed in white uniforms that looked like technology researchers. After seeing these 3 people coming, the fearful residents around them calmed down a lot. Who? Qi Yan frowned slightly. Usually this kind of thing happens in the kingdom of Fiori, and the council is often the first to deal with it. But he and the council are also old friends. I know of no other unit in the council dressed like this. The man with glasses in the lead looked at the celestial spirit magician who was burnt to charcoal at Qi Yan's feet with a deep expression, and said coldly. The celestial spirit mage over there is a member of our magic academy. Why do you want to kill him? You need to give us an explanation. Qi Yan glanced down at the coal at his feet. Only then did I realize that I hadn't looked carefully before, but now I look closely, and the 2 groups of people are really the same. Magic Research Institute, I heard that it is a very famous organization here, because it is too far away from the management area of the council, and there are no other magic guide guilds. So if something happens to ordinary people, go back to them for help. Layla explained aside. Who cares, things are already in hand, let's go. Qi Yan waved and motioned for Layla to leave. Don't go. The man in glasses drank coldly, waved his right hand. And the bursting blue magic circle turned into an arrow of ice and flew towards Qi Yan and Layla. Whoa! Endless ice arrows splashed away, producing a large amount of white ice fog. Do you died? The man with glasses put his hands down, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and indifferently ordered his subordinates on both sides. Go and recover the keys of the zodiac sign. The word receive just came out of his mouth. 2 huge black thorns rushed out, instantly piercing the 2 subordinates on his left and right. Bang! Bang! Like a death row prisoner being executed, 2 members of the Magic Academy were nailed to the wall of a clock tower 100 meters away. Ugh! The surrounding townspeople screamed in fright, and the next moment they scattered. What? What? The man with glasses turned his head in disbelief to look at his 2 subordinates who had been nailed to the back, and then suddenly turned back and looked forward. In front, a huge wing wrapped into a shield shape slowly opened as the mist dispersed, revealing the woman behind and the baby girl in her arms. What is that? The man with glasses was dumbfounded. Ice shape magic? You, a dragon suit I've never seen before, can actually use ice shape magic. Lonji gradually retracted into his body. Qi Yan looked at the other side with empty eyes, and walked closer. The man with glasses stepped back in fear, folded his hands, and pushed his palms forward. A big sword broke out from the magic circle of ice, and it dashed forward again to stir up a layer of ice fog in the snow. Bang! There were no defensive measures, and the tip of the sword hit Qi Yan's forehead, like hitting a stone with an egg and turning it into powder. No, it's impossible. The man with glasses shouted in disbelief. It's really a waste of modeling magic, it's just a slap in the face. Boom! Qi Yan, who had walked in front of the opponent, landed a punch, directly smashing the glasses man's glasses and his facial features into the flesh. I'm a little bit interested now. Qi Yan lifted the other person's distorted face and asked with a smile, tell me what your so-called research institute is. Asterisk. 36 Cross-server chat. In the northernmost icy area of Ishgar, a single-family square building with an unremarkable style is located in a barren forest of dead trees. That's the so-called Magic Research Institute? It's even more shabby than expected. After seeing this, Chi Yan threw the dying glasses man aside. Bringing that kid Urza to a place like this is too reluctant, so Chi Yan let them both go together. Chi Yan is very interested in why the ice modeling magic, which the second male protagonist Gray is good at in the original book, was used by an ant. Host, Chi Yan. First Dragon Soul, destroy the dragon, fully awaken. Second Dragon Soul, Deathwing Neltharian. Completion, 4.77%. A piece of trash. Hearing the prompt from the system, Chi Yan unhappily stepped on the back of the head of the man with glasses who fell into the snow. Boom. 3 minutes later, the iron gate of the academy slammed into the air, smashing hard against the walls of the courtyard, making a huge roar. The researchers in the white uniform of the internal home team suddenly turned their eyes and gathered at the entrance of the research institute. You, who are you? Seeing Chi Yan entering the research institute, one of them yelled. However, Chi Yan walked straight forward as if he didn't hear him. Hey! I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Seeing that Chi Yan was still approaching, the man raised his hand angrily and released a dark purple magic circle. Chi Yan's pupils froze again. Oh? Is it the same dark magic as Jose's sorcerer? But like the trash just now, his studies were terrible. In a blink of an eye, in the eyes of many researchers, Chi Yan suddenly disappeared in place, which changed the expressions of the people who had originally fought back. What's going on? Where has he gone? In another instant, Chi Yan, who was still dozens of meters away, suddenly appeared only half a meter away from them. Can't wait for them to be surprised. The fist swelled rapidly in their sight. Pfft! The glass wall inside the institute was shattered. Every time the sound of cracking sounded, it meant that at least one researcher's body was smashed through the wall. What a bunch of perverts! After half an hour, Chi Yan, who had walked around the institute, was able to fully understand the true face of this magic institute. There were children under the age of 10 lying on the operating table with needles all over their bodies and connected to instruments. There are also many specimens. It appears that these researchers kidnapped babies born with magical blood to study and transplant their bodies. Wait, so, the ice magic of the waste just now originated from one of the babies. Chi Yan thought of the crux of the problem. This time will appear in such a ghost place, and the baby with the ice-shape magic bloodline should only be. Thinking of this, Chi Yan glanced at the babies on the operating table one by one. Although he had some thoughts about taking Altair away. But in front of them are some little devils as big as the current Urza, they don't seem to be different, how can they recognize them? If you are lucky, I will only help you so much. Whether you can survive or not is your own problem. With a big wave of Chi Yan's hand, Long Wei, who exploded, pulled out the instrument needles from the experimental babies one by one. What he can do is limited to this. As for whether he can survive or not, it has nothing to do with himself. Just as the sedated children gradually woke up. Suddenly, a dark energy more intense than Jose filled the entire space of the institute out of thin air. The next moment, the dark energy erupted into a hurricane, and all the half-dead researchers who were beaten by Chi Yan were thrown out. And sucked those experimental babies whose needles had just been removed by Chi Yan into the deep dark vortex. This dark magic, whether it is power or proficiency, is completely different from Jose. Humph! Chi Yan let out a cold snort, waved his right hand lightly, and the outburst of the dragon's fury engulfed all the black breath. The two extremely destructive energies of Longian and darkness instantly raised the entire research institute to the ground. Get out! Chi Yan said coldly. It's a domineering flame, completely different from the flame wizards I've encountered before. In the dark whirlpool that devoured the babies, an old man wearing a pure black shirt, a helmet on his head, a long grey beard that almost touched his abdomen, and his right eye covered by a blindfold. Compared with his appearance, what makes people more fearful is the aura he exudes. Is this place under your control? Ha, that guy seems to be playing around with you. Qi Yan sneered. Many obvious features made him recognize the man in front of him at a glance, one of the three major guilds of the Ba Ramel Alliance, the president of Grimoire Heart, Hades. He is also the second-generation president of Fairy Tale, his real name. Qi Yan said he had forgotten it. These babies are born unable to withstand the powerful magic that comes with their blood. Instead of letting them sit and wait to die, it's better for me to make them redeemed, don't you think? Hades said in a stern tone. However, the two were completely chatting across servers. Qi Yan was referring to Altair, and Hades was referring to the parents who sent their children here, like Ulu. Asterisk. 37. What is there to search for in that neurosis? It's a surprise. I think I've researched all magic except the Book of Zeref and ancient magic, but your flame has a feeling I've never experienced before. Hades sighed in surprise, then raised his hand to make an inviting gesture, and said, "How? Do you want to join my guild? Explore the true meaning of Zeref, the ancestor of dark magic? Create a world of magic? In that world, anything you want to do can be easily accomplished." Ha, he he, he he he. Ha 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 ha. Qi Yan first shrugged and chuckled, then bowed and laughed, and finally turned into a big laugh. When Hades' face became more and more gloomy, Qi Yan looked at the other party again, and the maniacal laughter on his face was particularly strong. First, in this world, I can get everything I want, and I have no interest in your so-called big magic world. Don't try to fool me with words that lie to little devils. In an instant, Qi Yan disappeared from the spot and flashed in front of Hades at the same instant, causing his only left eye pupil to shrink sharply, while the iron fist burning with dragon flames sharply enlarged in the pupil. Second, I don't like you. Boom boom boom. The riotous flame spiral tornado erupted and burned again in this deep mountain full of ice and snow. The scene that happened in the town before was like a child playing a house call. A whistling sound followed, and Hades flew backwards from the vortex of flames. He waved the cloak and let the flames remaining on it dissipate. It's really a guy who doesn't listen to people, but his power is really amazing, and before you know it, there are amazing wizards in this era. Hades whispered. Step, step, step. Qi Yan walked out of the fire tornado, and then slightly hooked up with her horns. Although I have no personal grudges, I also have no reason to let you go. Hades sneered, arrogant, I could have a fight with you on weekdays, but right now I have other things to do, and I don't have time to fight with you. As soon as the words fell, Hades raised the index and middle fingers of both hands, and the bottoms of both palms were stacked on top of each other. The black vortex was born again from under his feet and began to swallow itself inside. Am I letting you go? Qi Yan asked with a grin. Extinction. The furious dragon flames in the mid-air turned into the outline of the head of the annihilating dragon, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Hades. Hades' knotted hands probed out, and the seven-layered dark purple magic circle wrapped the dragon's flame in four directions from left, right, up and down. Amaterasu hundreds of styles. Two Ishgar-level destructive energies collided in the snow-capped mountains. Bang hoo hoo. The violent shock wave caused the snow covering the mountains to start avalanche, as if the end of the day. This old thing is still stronger than that vampire of Hyborion. In the aftermath of the explosion, in the center of Qi Yan's moon chamber, the orange red like a furnace, the magma-like tattoo seemed to continue to disintegrate, covering the entire body at a very fast speed. The impact of Hades' dark magic was weakened to the extreme the moment it touched the skin. After more than half a minute, the aftermath of the collision finally subsided. The huge avalanche that erupted and fell from the top of the mountain caused the snow on the ground to rise by more than 10 meters. Bang! Waste of time. The anticlimactic battle made Qi Yan even more upset and turned back to the town. And what Qi Yan doesn't know is, a few days later, after hearing the news that the Magic Research Institute had been destroyed for unknown reasons, a young woman with short purple hair and about 25 years old rushed over. When I saw the research institute that had turned into snow, and the minced meat of those researchers scattered in the depths of the snow, I fell to my knees and cried. Gu Zhong kept shouting the name Altair. On the other hand, what different fates will those children brought back to Grimoire Heart by Hades? Qi Yan doesn't care, but it's definitely beyond his knowledge of the original. In a hotel room in a northern town. Looking at the blizzard outside through the window, Layla turned around and suggested to Qi Yan. If the weather forces Magnolia, Urza might catch a cold. Let's go after a while. Lying on the shop, Qi Yan, who was reading the ancient book passed down from generation to generation by the Hart-Filia family, nodded. Layla smiled knowingly and started teasing Urza. Urza-chan, shouldn't you be able to speak? Maybe it's time to start teaching. Can a little devil who is less than half a year old speak? Qi Yan raised her eyes and swept towards the other party, suddenly thought of a question and asked, by the way, what should she call you in the future? Mama. The smile on Layla's face froze. Thinking about it carefully, this is really a question worth thinking about. If it's just an ordinary adopted son, of course it's fine, but the point is that Urza's biological mother is by her side. Layla starts to worry about Urza's relationship with Irene when she grows up. What about you? Do you want her to call you Dad? Layla smiled darkly and kicked the ball back. Qi Yan replied with a smile. Xiaolu. UBD. Layla cursed with shame and anger. In terms of eloquence, she could never be the opponent of this man. Asterisk. 38 boys just change. Good sleep. In the middle of the night, when Layla coaxed Urza to sleep, Qi Yan consciously put the ancient book on the head table and walked out. The only hotel in this town is not strictly a hotel, but a restaurant. It was Qi Yan who bought one of the private rooms with a large sum of money and asked Zhang Chuang by the way. The freezing weather outside won't affect him in any way. Chat with me. Seeing Qi Yan get up, Layla suddenly stopped her from leaving. You know I don't like chatting. Qi Yan rolled her eyes at her and said. You go out early every day with that woman and come back late, and let me take Urza with me in the guild by myself. Now you don't want to talk to me when you go out? Layla asked tearfully. Let Qi Yan feel like an emotional liar. Okay, stop crying, I'm the most annoying woman crying. Qi Yan had no choice but to sit back on the sofa and said speechlessly, what do you want to talk about? He. Layla smiled and sat down beside Qi Yan. Cheated. Qi Yan's face was full of black lines, and she never thought that with Layla's character, she would still play this hand. So the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceiving is it? Although she offered to chat, when she actually sat down, Layla couldn't find anything to talk about for a while. After 5 minutes of silence, Layla complained, shouldn't the man take the initiative at this time? It's a lot to ask for. Qi Yan clicked her tongue, stared at Layla's beautiful and gentle face, and couldn't help but put her sweet shoulders on the floor, making it slowly stick it in front of her Yuexiang, and said softly. Thanks. Layla was stunned for a moment, and then gradually lost herself in the other party's breath, her beautiful eyes slowly closed, and her hands began to wrap around Qi Yan's back to hug the other party tightly. Thank me for what? A lot of. Qi Yan is not good at speaking nicely, as was the case in past lives, and even more so in this world where power is paramount. But he did thank Layla. After abducting her from the Chamber of Commerce, in addition to housework and Urza's care, she also took care of all the trivial matters within the guild. From time to time, he quarrels with Irene about Urza. Although Qi Yan's relationship makes Irene afraid to do anything to Layla. But after all, the distance between the two is very different in terms of strength. When they confronted each other, it was Layla who was wronged. After all, Irene's character. Qi Yan can also imagine it. Tell you a joke, Qi Yan will thank you. Layla raised her head slightly and gave Qi Yan a playful wink. What kind of image do I have in your heart? Qi Yan is speechless. Is it such a rare thing for me to thank you? Ah! Layla smiled mischievously, and buried her pretty face in the other party's moon hunger. After a while, she said softly. You don't need to thank me. During this time, I had a good time, with Urza and you. Although I don't get along with that person, I can see that she is a good person. At least she should have been a good person before. Why is my name after Urza? Qi Yan was a little displeased. Hey, jealous. Layla plays with taste. No. Qi Yan countered. Layla slowly raised her head and looked into each other's eyes. After a moment, Layla closed her eyes. Qi Yan, who has had two experiences in the past and this life, naturally knows what this means. It was also attached slowly. After a while, the casual clothes on her body have been taken off, and Qi Yan slowly puts Layla's perfect metaphor on the wound. Don't wake Urza up or I'll cry. Feeling the numbness in her ears, Layla said a word with extreme difficulty. I don't know if she will cry, but you will definitely cry later. Qi Yan grinned badly. She felt something against her, and the sudden stabbing sensation made Layla cry for a while. Feeling the sense of distance, Layla suddenly said, Wait. I want a child, woo woo woo. After a round of fighting, it subsided. After all, Layla is an ordinary girl's physique. I suspect you are doing this for the sake of the child. Watching Layla rubbing her lower abdomen through the moonlight, Qi Yan was speechless. Layla gave him a funny look. Aren't you too stingy? Even your own children's jealousy. Before Qi Yan could answer, Layla asked expectantly, Hey, do you think it's better for a boy or a girl? Girl. If you really want to choose one, Qi Yan still prefers the latter. What if it's a boy? Layla asked rhetorically. Then change it. Qi Yan said nonchalantly. Scumbag. Layla hummed. Qi Yan was too lazy to continue to withdraw this topic with her, let go a little. But Layla came upstairs. No, just sleep like this. You're not kidding, are you? Qi Yan couldn't believe it. Don't you feel bad? What if the child runs away? The answer given by Layla left Qi Yan speechless. With me, will I still be missing children? Asterisk. 39 Layla's transformation flowers full 15,000 plus changes. The 2 keys of the zodiac had been collected, and the 3 that Layla originally owned made 5. During breakfast, Qi Yan keenly found that Layla was rubbing her belly when she was fine, and murmured, When will it happen? Qi Yan has black lines all over his face. Recalling that Irene used to do this a lot during my travels with Irene. Although she thought Qi Yan didn't find it, she actually found it every time. These two women are obviously at two extremes of personality, but they can't help linking them together when they do the same thing. The difference lies in their purpose. One is wanting what the child wants, and the other is thinking about killing his own child. Just try feeding Urza yourself, maybe you already have it. Seeing Layla's silly appearance, Qi Yan couldn't help but feel a hint of mockery in her heart, and said maliciously, Yes. Hearing this, Layla immediately stopped stroking her stomach, and was about to take off the hood and face Urza, who had just woken up. Anyway, this guy has seen it, and he doesn't care to watch it again. Bang! Seeing this scene, Qi Yan couldn't help but reward Layla with a violent, What the hell are you doing? Why hit me? Stopping feeding, Layla said with tears in her eyes. If you don't fight, I feel that your IQ is about to break the lower limit. Qi Yan's coat was draped over Layla's shoulders and said, The snow has stopped, go back. Warmed by Qi Yan's behavior, Layla secretly pulled into the coat on her shoulders, wrapped Urza carefully inside, and said with a motherly love in her voice, "Don't worry, little Urza, I will take good care of you in the future, you are my first child. There are 7 keys to the zodiac sign left. Although I don't know how the celestial spirit wizard Layla, who has no combat power at all, gathered 11 of them. But it was too dangerous to let her go out looking for the keys. Irene, who has a tit-for-tat relationship with Layla, is even less likely to help. When you go out to practice, you can drop by to see if there are any clues. But keeping these 2 women in the guild, the ghost knows if he will stab a hole in the guild the day after he leaves. What are you thinking about?" Noticing the change in Qi Yan's face, Layla couldn't help but ask. A woman who has just entrusted the most important things to a man is the time to be sharp. "It's nothing, don't look for the keys of the zodiac for the time being." Qi Yan reached out and pointed at Urza, and said, "Even if you want to go, let's wait for this girl to have the ability to speak on her own." "Why?" Layla's beautiful eyes blinked twice, a hint of confusion flashed. Qi Yan didn't answer. "You can't say you're worried about the 2 of you tearing down the guild when I'm not around, right?" Although Irene still has a great refutation of Urza's existence, her character is not as distorted as the original. And she showed mercy in the original book and didn't actually kill Urza that night. Even if she can't get along with Urza like a normal mother and daughter, she should be able to get along normally. When Urza becomes autonomous, it should be able to act as a mediator between Layla and Irene to a certain extent. A few days later, the whole of Magnolia is under the watchful eye of Irene's detective eye, plus the resonance among the dragons. As soon as Qi Yan and Layla stepped into the town streets, Irene knew they were back. "Irene, it's been a lot of hard work for more than a month." Qi Yan slid his right finger behind Irene's side face. Irene's red lips are slightly upturned. Compared with the time spent in 400 years, this kind of life is already like paradise for herself. Suddenly, Irene noticed Layla's change. The appearance has not changed in the slightest, the change lies in her temperament. The original liveliness and greenness of the unique girl was transformed into a touch of elegance and gentleness. No magic needed, Irene could guess what was going on with just a woman's intuition. But Irene didn't show much emotion either. After all, when Qi Yan and Layla both went out, she expected this to happen 9 times out of 10. Qi Yan stepped into the guild, followed by Layla. She hesitated for a few seconds when she walked to Irene's side, but Layla still chose to take the initiative to show her goodwill, sending Urza to Irene, barely showing a smile, and said, "That. I haven't seen you for more than a month, do you want to hug her?" However, the only answer to Layla was Irene's frosty snort and the back of her head. Layla swallowed her righteous indignation, put Urza back in her arms, and grimaced at Irene's back. P.S. Today's jiazhong starts to be delivered. To be honest, I almost paid off the extra flowers. If you still want the author to be crazy, please be sure to contribute more. Asterisk. 40 The 4th and 5th members' evaluation votes over 2,500 plus more. Comfortable times always give the illusion that they are passing by quickly. Many times when I come back to my senses, I will feel that 1.5 years have passed before I know it. X767. With the end of a year of battle with the 3 kings of Ishgar, a new base for the Dragon Guild was built. The castle was located in the not-so-rich town of Magnolia, like a skyscraper standing in a slum. Whenever you step into the streets of Magnolia and look up, you will definitely see the majestic black gold castle. The representative position of Fairy Tale, which was originally Magnolia's only guild, was gradually replaced by Dragon Guild. If it weren't for Makarov being a pacifist, and the strength of both Qi Yan and Irene, I am afraid that the battle between Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord in the original book has already occurred. But after all, Fairy Tale still has Makarov and Gildart's 2 holy 10th level mages sitting in town. It's not that simple to bury them. On the Dragon Guild side, there are really only 2 battle wizards. Although there are only 2 people, their terror is like the roots of a tree rooted in the hearts of everyone in the kingdom of Fiori, and even in the entire Eastern Magic continent. Only take S-level or even Super S-level tasks, the task completion rate is 100%, and it has never missed. And as their fame rose, the Magic Council thought again and again. Through the mouth of Makarov, he asked the 2 if they were interested in the location of the 10 wizard saints. But Qi Yan refused without hesitation. X767, just entering summer on July 1st. Ugh! A sharp pain sounded in Layla's room. The nurse's shouts kept coming from inside. MRS Layla. Breathe out. Breathe out. The head is out, it'll be ready soon. Qi Yan, dressed in a tight black and gold magic robe, stood at the door. No matter how bad the battle was, he had never lost his composure. At this moment, the fingers of both hands that were wrapped around Yu Heng's front were restlessly touching his arms. And a girl wearing a pure white dress with shoulder-length crimson hair, but slightly lighter and more beautiful than Irene's. It looked no more than 2 years old. Standing at Qi Yan's feet, he grabbed Qi Yan's trouser legs with his little hands not much bigger than a ping-pong ball, and looked nervously at Layla's room. After a while, the red-haired girl looked up at Qi Yan. Hey! Dad! Is Mom Layla okay? I feel like it hurts, Urza is so scared. I told you not to call me that. Qi Yan is helpless, he has corrected many times, this girl just doesn't change, I hope it will be better when she grows up. Wow wow! As soon as the voice fell, a burst of crying came from the room. President Qi Yan! Congrats! Congrats! It's a girl! The nurse's excited cry came from the room. Oh! I have a sister! Urza let go of the small hand that grabbed Qi Yan's trouser legs and rushed into the room. And Qi Yan was not slow at all, and walked quickly into the room. Show me! Show me! Little Urza said excitedly. Bang! Qi Yan raised her index finger, and gently tilted the back of Urza's head with the back of her finger. If you continue to make a fool of yourself, you will be fined 100 times to swing the sword. Bad dad! Urza huffed. Qi Yan was too lazy to talk to this girl about the name. And took the baby girl wrapped in afterbirth from the nurse. Hey! Little Urza took the opportunity to climb to Qi Yan's shoulder, and when she saw the baby girl's face, she immediately showed a disgusted expression, and whispered, like a monkey. You were uglier when you were a kid. Qi Yan unceremoniously struck and added, swing the sword 300 times before dinner. You bully me. Mom Layla. Urza showed no sign of future personality, and like an ordinary child, she shrank from Qi Yan and ran towards Layla, who was lying on the wound, sweating profusely. But halfway through the run, she stopped her movements. Because Urza found that Layla was too weak at the moment. Yan, child, show me. The blonde hair on her forehead was stuck to her cheeks with sweat, and Layla struggled to get up and spoke with difficulty. Lie down. Qi Yan's tone was irrefutable. She walked up to Layla, gently placed the baby girl on her pillow, and smiled. Like you. I feel more like you. Layla smiled back. Qi Yan smiled even more, and then said, Irene, come in and help Layla deal with it. Layla was startled and looked out the door subconsciously. Urza, on the other hand, secretly grasped Qi Yan's trousers again. Ever since she could remember, what Layla's mother said, her own mother, every time she looked at her, made her scared. Although Urza now doesn't know what the word biological means. After a moment, Irene walked in slowly from the door, her wide magic hat was slightly folded down, making it difficult to see her expression. Irene didn't look at Urza, didn't say a word, just put her palm over Layla's body through the sheet. In order to assist Qi Yan's practice to help him recover, in just 2 years, Irene has mastered the healing magic that she is not good at. Thank you, Miss Irene. Layla smiled hard. Irene said in a lukewarm tone, don't get me wrong, it's just because Yan made me do it. In X765, the fourth member of the Dragon Guild, Urza Scarlet, was born. In X767, the fifth member of the Dragon Guild, Lucy Heartfilia, was born. P.S. It is a new chapter, I know what you are thinking. Ahem, my thoughts are not as evil as yours, asterisk. 41 Two girls. Time flies, fleetingly. X777. No, it's not good. Run away. Run away. Warcraft. Monsters are going to rush in. Isn't the sorcerer here yet? No, no. A village south of Fuel. Countless villagers fled around in a panic, and it was vaguely seen that a giant shadow was rushing towards the center of the village at the entrance of the village. At this time, a red-haired girl dressed in silver armor and dressed in a white trousers and armor skirt like the uninformed king of knights in Fate walked straight to the middle of the road. Hey! Little girl over there, what are you doing? Why don't you run away? A villager found the girl standing motionless in the middle of the intersection, and couldn't help but shouted in a panic. Wait a minute, look at her left arm. Another villager next to him found the problem and pointed to the girl's left hand and shouted. Hearing the words, the other villagers subconsciously looked in the direction of his fingers. The two ends are symmetrical, and the dragon pattern that spit out the head. That pattern, in the kingdom of Fiori, and even the entire eastern magic continent, can be said to be known to everyone. Whoops! He found a small voice standing in front of him, covered in dark green and twice the size of an elephant. The salamander-like monitor lizard beast stopped curiously and let out a dull low roar. The strangely long salamander beast swore like a snake, and the splashed saliva corroded the rocks on the ground into liquid. If that thing touches human skin, it can be imagined what the consequences will be. Slam la! The next second, the girl pulled out a long sword attached to her left waist and pointed at the beast. Hey! Just kidding. Did that little girl want to? Seeing the girl draw her sword, all the villagers were stunned. Suck! And the beast felt a sense of contempt that was provoked, and even more frantically shook its poisonous head, and the huge body rushed. Facing the chaotic Changshi, the red-haired girl suddenly jumped up. Point the tip of the knife at the center of the beast's tip with great precision. Ah! The girl let out a long snort, and her body suddenly rushed forward. Just like a chef with superb knife skills, he starts from the tip of the beast, slashes forward, steps on the top of the beast, and runs all the way to the neck, back, and finally the tail. Along the way, the sword was inserted into the body of the beast, and the roaring sword energy penetrated the body that was hundreds of times larger than the girl. Pat! When the red-haired girl jumped off the monster behind collapsed. The huge body is divided into two by a precise line in the middle, completely symmetrical, exactly. At this moment, the villagers were completely speechless in surprise. They couldn't even figure out which side was the beast. Putting the sword back into the sheath, the girl seemed to remember something, and she was naturally looking for something in her armor. Immediately, he took out a quest order with an A on it, ran to the nearest villager, and asked politely but with a chivalrous spirit. "Excuse me, is this quest issued by the village chief of your village? I am the sorcerer sent by the Dragon Guild to complete the quest, Urza Scarlet." When they saw the guild mark on the girl's left arm, many villagers guessed it, but even so, they were still quite frightened when they heard the girl reveal her identity in person. That Fiori! No, it can even be said that the strongest magic guide guild in the eastern continent, even a child is so strong? The village chief is here, I'll take you there. The villagers swallowed and began to show Urza the way. Thanks. Urza nodded, and while following behind the villagers, he thought to himself, Master, did you mean to meet at Kroka's later? Kroka's, the capital of the Kingdom of Fuel, known as the City of 100 Flowers. Under the incredible gaze of the surrounding residents. In the middle of the street, a magician wearing a magic robe with gold stitching slumped to the ground. The pupils in his eyes collapsed, his whole body trembled constantly, he opened his mouth slightly, and his teeth were still chattering, as if he had seen some doomsday scene. "If you insult my daughter, you are insulting the Dragon Guild. This look is quite suitable for you." A cold, arrogant, and handsome man who looked about 25 years old said mockingly to the mentally broken wizard in front of him. Behind the man, a blonde girl with a side ponytail, but about 10 years old, hid behind the man with tears in her eyes, holding the man's hind legs tightly with two small hands. "Isn't it too much?" "Yeah, even though the sorcerer bumped into that girl, it's too." "Idiot. Don't you know who that man is?" "It's a little familiar, but I can't remember it for a while." "He's the one." "You, what did you say?" "That man, why came to Crocus all of a sudden?" Many residents also saw the whole thing before and after. The blonde girl was walking on the road with ice cream, but was hit by the magician. But instead of apologizing, the other party angrily drank the ice cream dropped by the girl and stained his magic robe. Just when the girl was overwhelmed with panic, and the other party wanted to grab her collar, the man appeared. P.S. The update starts today, and the sub-eras will appear one after another. It is also considered to be entering a new chapter. Please support and vote. Asterisk. 42. If he dares to come, he will kill him. Host, Chi Yan. First Dragon Soul, destroy the dragon, fully awaken. Second Dragon Soul, Deathwing Neltharion. Completion, 25.04%. Possess skills. Dragon Flame, awakened. Elementium Armor, awakened. Earth Power, awakened. Dragon Soul, awakened. Blasphemy, 35% awakening. Cataclysm, 50% awakening. Glancing at the prompts issued by the system, 00.01 did not increase the degree of completion. If Lucy hadn't been here, Chi Yan would have smashed the trash in front of him, who had been terrified by his own dragon power. "Come on, Layla is waiting." Chi Yan turned and said to Lucy, walking towards the central area of Crocus, the palace where the Kingdom of Fuel lived. Little Lucy took a quick step, took Chi Yan's big hand with his small hand, and looked back at the wizard who was still twitching a little worriedly. He raised his head and asked, "Dad, what happened to that uncle?" Chi Yan chuckled and said deliberately, "Probably didn't sleep well last night, so you have to go to bed early every day and don't always pester me to tell stories with Layla, you know." Every night when he wanted to do his own business, when Lucy ran to the edge with a storybook, Chi Yan didn't know what to show. Irene was okay, Lucy didn't dare to approach her with her increasingly cold temperament. But when it comes to business with Layla, Lucy can be said to be standing by the door every time. But Layla is also a parent-child control. Even if she is teased, she will abandon Chi Yan at the first moment Lucy enters the room and start telling stories to Lucy. The first few times, Chi Yan, who was angry, picked up the girl directly and patted her little skin a few times to show her dissatisfaction. Lucy was aggrieved and didn't know what he did wrong at the same time, making Layla ignore her for days. Really? Then, Lucy won't be like this again. Little Lucy was surprised when he heard the words, and quickly said. Seeing this, Chi Yan couldn't help laughing. "I can't help thinking of my grandmother in my previous life who lied to me when I was a child that if the moon came out and hadn't slept, the moon would come and cut off my ears. The original feeling of cheating little devil is so cool." But then seeing Lucy's shivering adopted son, Chi Yan turned his pupils slightly again, pressed her little head twice, and kneaded the extremely smooth blonde hair that Layla had taken care of into a mess. Said, "Okay, I lied to you, don't be afraid." The boss with Lucy's eyes glaring like copper bells pointed at Chi Yan and shouted, "Dad is too much. Always lie to Lucy." Saying that, he suddenly released the small hand that was holding Chi Yan tightly, and ran forward. After 5 meters, he turned his head and made a face at Chi Yan, slightly. "I'll ignore you again." "Oh, is it so?" Chi Yan stood where he was and said to himself, 5, 4, 3, 2. Before waiting for the word 1 to speak, Lucy, who ran 10 meters away, noticed that Chi Yan didn't seem to be catching up, so he could not help but stop, hiding in the crowd thinking that he was smart, and quietly looked behind. But he found that Chi Yan was already sitting at the seat of an open-air coffee shop on the side of the street, and the table was full of his favorite small cakes. Lucy puffed out the sides of his cheeks like a frog. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he ran back quickly, threw himself into Chi Yan's arms, and slapped Chi Yan's moon in the chest with 2 pink fists angrily and ashamed. The cake is running out. Chi Yan said lightly. What? Looking up in surprise from Chi Yan's arms, I saw a girl who was about 2 years older than him, wearing armor and a knight's sword sitting across the table. Every time a fork fell, at least half of the cake was sent into her mouth. Urza! You are too much. Take my cake again. Lucy angrily snatched a piece of strawberry cake that Urza was about to take. Master didn't say it's for you, and other cakes don't matter, strawberry cake is absolutely not allowed. Urza, with quick eyes and quick hands, suddenly reached out and grabbed the other side of the plate. The 2 girls fell into a state of staring at once. Just when the 2 women were at a stalemate, a big hand reached out from the air and lifted the strawberry cake. Then, under the disbelief in the eyes of Lucy and Urza, they swallowed the dates in their mouths. Facing the eyes of the 2 girls who wanted to eat people, Chi Yan asked while chewing without realizing it. Hey? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Dad is too much. How can you do this? Lucy rushed into Chi Yan's arms again and kept hitting with 2 pink fists. Urza was so excited that he forgot what he called Chi Yan now and used the unrevised one a few years ago. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Lucy's, he still stared at him angrily with those black pearl-like eyes. Chi Yan was unmoved, but couldn't help but have an idea. If the 2 boys Natsu and Jalal dared to come over, I would kill them myself. Asterisk. 43x777. The central area of Crocus, in the palace where the Fiori royal family lived. Inside the main hall. Under the extremely fearful eyes of the current King Thomas E. Fuel and several ministers. 2 beautiful women stood on the left and right of the main hall, separated by a red carpet more than 2 meters wide. Obviously they have the same guild mark on their bodies, but such deliberate alienation shows the bad relationship between the 2 of them. Although Thomas E. Fiori was the king of the Fuel Kingdom, he did not dare to have the slightest thought of provoking these 2 women. As in the past, wearing a pure black women's magic robe and holding a magic wand with antlers, she has a colder temperament than in the past, and now the female wizard of Crimson Despair known as the Dragon Guild. Irene Belzarian. A beautiful woman who was so wide that she covered her high heels, exuding the gentle temperament of a lady. Layla Hartfilia. The former engraves the mark of Dragon Guild on the lower abdomen, while the latter is on the wrist. Mom. Dad, Dad was too much. Suddenly, a girl's cry broke the dead silence in the palace. On the red carpet, Lucy came running over in grievances. Layla showed a motherly smile when she saw it. She opened her arms and made her daughter fall into her arms. Lucy said aggrieved, Mom, let me tell you, Dad, you just did this. Listening to Lucy repeating what happened just now, Layla laughed dumbly, pointed her jade to the tip of her daughter's nose, and joked. How many times has he tricked you with his nonsense from childhood to adulthood? Didn't he teach you a lesson? I don't care, Mom, you have to help me beat him," Lucy said coquettishly, wriggling in Layla's arms. Good good. Layla spoiled. Seeing her lover and Urza approaching, Layla and Irene followed suit and said at the same time, Yan. Seeing Layla hugging Lucy, Urza's eyes flashed with admiration, and she couldn't help but secretly glance at Irene. However, Irene didn't seem to see anything, and her eyes were only fixed on Chi Yan. Urza's eyes darkened. As she got older, her face became closer to Irene's. Urza knew what the word biological meant years ago. That is, she changed the name of Chi Yan to Master. But sometimes when I get excited, I still subconsciously use the same name as Lucy. But Urza still couldn't understand why her mother couldn't face herself with Layla's attitude towards Lucy. Every time I look at myself, there is a ruthlessness and disgust that I can't understand, as if, looking at something dirty. Noticing the sadness in Urza's eyes, Chi Yan suddenly reached out from behind to cross Urza's armpit and lift it up. What are you doing? Suddenly lifted up, Urza couldn't help shouting. Especially in front of so many people, she, who was not thick-skinned, suddenly felt ashamed. Hey? Aren't you envious when you see Layla holding Lucy? Satisfying you? Chi Yan held Urza and threw it a few more times. Stop it. Many people are watching. Urza blushed and stopped, but how could she be Chi Yan's opponent? When a woman says don't, it means want. Chi Yan gave Urza a nasty smile, tossed Urza higher, and caught it. Hearing his words, Layla and Irene's faces flashed unnaturally, recalling the scene when Chi Yan tried harder every time they shouted no. Layla gave him a savage look. What did this Xiaolihufuza say in front of the child? Fortunately, Urza and Lucy were still young and could not understand the deep meaning of Chi Yan's words. That. President Chi Yan, are you here to open the door of the zodiac in our underground palace? King Thomas E. Fuel, who was ignored by many, stepped down from the throne and asked with a dry cough. Chi Yan heard the words, put down Urza, who was blushing, and said, Urza, take Lucy out to play. Urza, whose eyes were full of resentment, heard Chi Yan's rare serious tone, and without refuting, took Lucy's hand and walked out. Yes, this is the ancestral motto of our Heartfilia family hundreds of years ago. In the age of abundant magic, use the keys of the zodiac to start the door. Layla explained, although it took a lot of time, with Yan's help, I recovered the keys that were lost in various places, and was ready to end our family's fate in my generation, so that my daughter could be as healthy as an ordinary child. Growing up. That's it, then please come with me. Thomas E. Fiore nodded. Chi Yan said, Layla, you go, I have another place I want to visit, I'll come back to you later. All the keys of the zodiac sign have been collected. This time, Layla not only needs to overdraw her own vitality, but forcefully open the door. Chi Yan also need not worry. I'm with Yan. Irene heard the words and said without hesitation. Well, see you later. Layla nodded, and under the leadership of Thomas E. Fuel, headed to the eclipse gate of the underground palace. Chi Yan and Irene came to another hiding place below the palace. Dragon's Graveyard. Asterisk. 44 dragon soul full of 17,500 flowers plus more. There are dragon remains everywhere. In the dragon's graveyard, facing the endless keel, Irene raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but put her mind back to the scene of fighting with the holy dragon Belzarian 400 years ago. As for the next picture, she didn't want to recall it. Chi Yan's moon-hungry mouth began to glow like lava. For a time, the keel in the cemetery seemed to be summoned and began to move. Host, Chi Yan. First dragon soul, destroy the dragon, fully awaken. Second dragon soul, Deathwing Neldharian. Completion, 25.34%. Possess skills. Dragon Flame, awakened. Originium Armor, awakened, weakens its power when magic attacks close, and the weakening degree is proportional to the host's strength. The Power of the Earth, awakened, controls the authority of the Dragon of the Earth, and everything on the land can be controlled. The Dragon's Soul, awakened, strength, magic, defense, magic resistance, speed and other all-round abilities have been comprehensively improved, and can be perceived with other dragons. Blasphemy, 35% awakening. Cataclysm, 50% awakening. Qi Yan unknowingly closed his eyes. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes again, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his pupils. How? Irene asked. But with what she knew about Qi Yan, she already knew the result from seeing the disappointment flashing in his eyes. Besides you, another dragon survived from Akunarokia's hands. Qi Yan said lightly. There is such a thing. Irene's pupils shrank suddenly. But it is accurate to say that he was not a dragon that survived from Akunarokia, but became a dragon after Akunarokia completed the Dragon King festival. I have no interest in those dragons or at all, let's go. Qi Yan turned and walked outside the cemetery. He thought that if he used his dragon soul, he might get some unexpected gains. After all, it was the first time he used the perception function of the dragon soul on the dragon clan. But unfortunately, when used on dead dragons, it can only achieve the same effect of gathering intelligence from dead dragons as Wendy Marvel's Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Galaxy. Besides, these dead dragons are worthless to Qi Yan. However, there is another advantage compared to Wendy's dragon slaying mystery, that is, Wendy's is communication, while Qi Yan's dragon soul is directly read. From the memory of two of the dragon corpses, Qi Yan read it. Shortly before the Dragon King festival began 400 years ago, a dragon lingered on Akunarokia's hands. According to speculation, the guy is still alive to this day. The dragon that survived from Akunarokia really doesn't matter. Irene asked right behind Qi Yan. Having survived from the era of 400 years ago like herself, but there has been no movement, Irene feels the need to investigate. Be careful, but it's not necessary right now. Qi Yan squeezed his fist and said to himself, it won't be too late to deal with it until I further integrate Neldharian's power. On the other side, in front of the eclipse gate under the palace, 5 meteor-like rays suddenly crashed through the ceiling of the underground palace and scattered in 5 different directions in the kingdom of Fiori. A blonde woman with a ponytail, similar to Layla, stepped out of the door and identified her to Layla. She is the ancestor who wrote the ancient book passed down by the Hartfilia family from generation to generation, asking future generations to open the door of the solar eclipse in the era when the magic power is most abundant in the future. Anna Hartfilia. I'm really relieved to see that this era has not been destroyed by Akunarokia, and thank you for opening the door. Standing on the balcony of the palace overlooking the bustling crocus below, Anna turned her head to Layla. No, my wife helped me gather the keys of the zodiac. I hope that my daughter can grow up like an ordinary child, so that she will not bear the heavy fate of her family, so she decided to open the door in her own generation. Layla smiled while holding the ancient book. Day. The sound of footsteps came from the steps behind, and Layla and Anna turned to look at the same time. I saw Qi Yan and Irene walking over the stairs. Flame. Layla smiled slightly, and strolled to put her side face in front of Yu Hung. Qi Yan glanced at the ancient book in Layla's hand and took it directly. Whoosh! Long Yan burned from the palm of his hand, but in an instant, this ancient book of Hartfilia that had been passed down for 400 years was burned to ashes. Inflammation. Layla looked at her lover's behavior in confusion. This thing is useless, isn't it? What do you keep it for? Qi Yan turned his head and said, there is no need to stay here, call Urza and Lucy back and go back to the guild. Please wait. Suddenly, Anna stopped Qi Yan. Lu frowned slightly, and asked, are you a dragon slayer? Like Ignalu, Grandini, the dragons she knew, what a strong dragon breath. What do you want to do? Qi Yan looked back indifferently. The 5 children who came to this era with me, and I am now going to find them. Anna explained, if you are also a dragon slayer, you should be able to perceive. I'm not interested in helping you at all. Before the other party could finish speaking, Qi Yan rudely interrupted Anna. Originally, I didn't have any interest in Layla's ancestral teaching that she wanted to open the door of the solar eclipse. Not a single reason to help you. Asterisk. 45 Ursus envy over 3,000 evaluation votes plus more. If Qi Yan has nothing to do with Layla since he crossed over, then he is not hostile to Anna. But in the original book, Layla died early because of forcibly opening the gate of the zodiac. Although the pot could not be completely put on Anna's head, it really made it difficult for Qi Yan to have any good feelings for her. He didn't even want to go to the job of helping the other party find someone for free. Seeing that her lover and her ancestors were not getting along, Layla's face was also quite embarrassed, but she still said to Anna, "Where are you going next?" "Well, we have to find these 5 children first, and at the same time find a way to defeat Akunarokia." Anna's mood did not change because of Qi Yan's attitude towards herself, and responded, "Then, let's say goodbye first, and hope to have a chance to see you again in the future." Layla bowed slightly to Anna, turned her head and saw that Qi Yan and Irene had walked all the way to the far place, and quickly trotted to catch up. Walking on the exit avenue of the Crocus Palace, Qi Yan looked sideways at Layla and asked, "You plan to give up the keys of the zodiac, are you serious?" "Well, now Lucy is no longer living by following the instructions of the ancestors. I hope she can live according to her own ideas. Whether it is to become a wizard or do anything else, it is up to her to decide." Layla stood firm. "Then there's no need to lose the keys, right? In order to retrieve these things, I ran all over Ishgar." Qi Yan spreads his hands. He didn't intend to interfere with Lucy's future choices, but if that idiot Natsu who carried the speaker dared to post it, he would definitely kill him. "I'm sorry, you've been working hard all this time, my child's father." Layla took Qi Yan's hand and said coquettishly, "Oh? Then you and Irene tonight? It doesn't matter to me, it's just that some people don't have the guts." Irene gave Layla a mocking smile. "Me? After so many years, there is probably only one thing that can make Layla blush again. Mother." Lucy's voice sounded like a savior in time. Looking up, I saw Lucy and Urza trotting from the opposite arch bridge. Layla breathed a sigh of relief, took her daughter into her arms, and said with a smile, "Lucy, are you good today?" "Well, Lucy is very good, but Dad is too bad." Lucy, who was still thinking about what happened before, grimaced at Qi Yan in Layla's arms. "Damn girl, did you do it on purpose?" Qi Yan twisted Lucy's face hard. "No no no." The twisted one pounced on Layla's neck and pointed at Qi Yan. "Mom, help me fight back." "Good good." Layla responded dotingly, reaching out and patting Qi Yan's arm like a mosquito. "Humph. Mom is bad too. Bully Lucy together." Seeing Layla being so insincere, Lucy hummed and turned her face to the other side. Standing at Qi Yan's feet, Urza wanted to get closer to Irene quietly, but she didn't expect her mother to suddenly switch hands with the magic wand, blocking it like an indestructible barrier between the two. No one would believe Irene did it by accident. Urza couldn't help but feel sour again, and when he saw the picture of Lucy acting like a spoiled child in Layla's arms, tears almost fell from his eyes. Seeing this scene in his eyes, Qi Yan raised his brows and said, "Irene, Layla, you two take Lucy back to the guild. I'm a little interested in the information I got in the dragon's graveyard. I'll take Urza to investigate." Irene Fangrong Wei Zheng cannot help but be a little confused. Didn't Qi Yan just say he wasn't interested? However, when Irene noticed Urza's red eyes, she immediately understood what her lover was thinking. There was a look of sympathy and mother's love in Irene's beautiful eyes, but it disappeared without a trace in the next moment, and responded coldly. "I know, Jan, be careful." After speaking, Irene turned around and left without looking back. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word to Urza, didn't take the initiative to look at her. Layla keenly sensed something and nodded obediently. And Lucy, who has a bright personality, didn't see any heresy at all, and just said, "Dad hates it the most. Every time I take Urza out on a mission. I'll take you next time." Chi-Yan pressed her little head. "Hee hee." Hearing this, Lucy smiled contentedly and left with Layla. For a while, only Chi-Yan and Urza were left on the silent night road. "Thank you, Master." Urza spoke suddenly. "Thank me for what?" Chi-Yan asked rhetorically. Urza forced a smile. Lucy couldn't see it, but she knew very well that eating flax just did that to avoid the embarrassment of being with Irene. 2 lines of clear tears finally fell from Urza's eyes. Chi-Yan gently took it into his arms. Urza grabbed his collar tightly, dripping onto Chi-Yan's neck. After half an hour, Urza was almost crying too. Slowly escaped from Chi-Yan's arms, some blushing said, "Forget it." "Okay." Chi-Yan frowned. "I just saw it, forget it." Urza turned his head awkwardly and explained. Chi-Yan smiled like a successful prank, "Sorry, my only advantage is that I have a good memory, and I will never forget what I have seen for a lifetime." Swab. Urza's face was immediately red and bleeding, and he stretched out his hands desperately to Chi-Yan's scorpion, preventing him from continuing to speak. "P.S. Jia Zhang sent, a new week is coming, please support, please vote." Asterisk. 46 Lord Chi-Yan, are you still alive? Although it was read from the souls of those dragons that there was actually a dragon who survived from the hands of Akunarokia at the Dragon King Festival 400 years ago. But after all, that was 400 years ago, and the information obtained is limited to this. Although Chi-Yan said that he wanted to investigate the matter before, but it was impossible to actually investigate it. Even a dragon's nose can't smell what it was 400 years ago. Unless the other party takes the initiative to show up, this kind of thing can only depend on luck. As the days passed, Chi-Yan basically walked around with Urza. Somewhere in a flower field in the kingdom of Fiori. Afternoon time. Urza, the devil practiced, collapsed on top of the flower field, sweating profusely, panting. Chi-Yan, who was sitting under the shade of a tree not far away, got up and walked in front of Urza. He pointed the spout of the kettle full of stream water at Urza's pretty face and fell down. Wow! The refreshing stream kept Urza much cooler. But the soreness from the muscles all over her body still made it difficult for her to get up for a while. "Get up, today's practice isn't over yet," Chi-Yan said. Urza reluctantly supported her body, but the soreness rushing from her body made her fall down instantly, and she rarely showed a coquettish look. "Let's rest for another minute. Then I'm going to think about the past again." Chi-Yan closed his eyes and recalled, "I remember that when you were 9 years old, you had tooth decay because you secretly used the commission money of the first mission to buy too many cakes and had tooth decay. I cried at night and told her to take you to the hospital." Woke up. Urza suddenly got up from the flower field, and glared at Chi-Yan with embarrassed and angry eyes. This damn it guy, did he take a small notebook and memorize all the shameful things he had when he was a child? Ah! Seeing the appearance of the future fairy queen, Chi-Yan felt an indescribable sense of relief in his heart. Condensed from the palm of his hand, a thorn of the Annihilation Dragon, raised a thorn to Urza. "Come here." Ah! The knight's sword at his waist suddenly came out of its sheath, and charged with the shining silver sword light. 3 hours later. The sun began to set towards the western horizon. Urza fell heavily on the flower field again, closing her eyes and gasping for breath. And this time Chi-Yan also let her go and let the girl rest for a while. "Okay." Suddenly, Chi-Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, got up from the shade of the tree, and walked to the right. Compared with ordinary plants in the outside world, the vegetation here is denser and more vigorous, and the weeds are more than 2 meters high. As Chi Yan approached, the girl's cry got closer. Wow! When Chi Yan cleared the last weeds, a girl of about 5 years old with shoulder-length blue short hair was crying with her hands under her eyes. The blue-haired girl was startled when she noticed the abnormal noise coming from the side. Chi Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be? Gollum. The protest from the girl's stomach was extra harsh. The girl covered her stomach and looked at Chi Yan embarrassedly. Well, I'm not hungry. Chi Yan laughed and picked up her fingers. Come here. The little girl blinked and hesitated for a while. But when the protest sounded from her stomach again, she couldn't help chasing after her. Pat. At night, the burning bonfire will burn off the sticks that serve as tinder. Chi Yan handed the roasted bird on the shelf to the little girl. Thank you, big brother. The little girl replied obediently, but she was still a little afraid of life, so she lowered her head and took small bites. Hearing the little girl's name for Chi Yan, Ailu felt tangled in her heart. Thinking back to the name he used to call Chi Yan, isn't this girl his elder? What are you thinking about? Chi Yan's words interrupted Urza's thoughts. Urza coughed dryly, took off one of the strings, and began to put it into his mouth. The little girl didn't eat much. A roasted bird only ate half of it before she stopped, stood up and bowed shyly to Chi Yan. Thank you, big brother. Don't call me that, or this girl will become your niece. Chi Yan pressed the head of Urza who was biting the bird. Pfft. Cough cough. Urza spewed out immediately. Under the confused eyes of the little girl, Chi Yan asked knowingly, What's your name? Are you in such a remote place? The little girl's face suddenly burst into tears, and she said with tears in her eyes, My name is Wendy Marvel. I don't know why I am here, besides, Grandini is gone, woo-woo. Speaking of the back, the little girl couldn't help crying again. Seeing the other person crying, Urza stopped eating and walked to the other side to comfort him. Grandini, that doesn't sound like a human name. Chi Yan said. Well, Grandini is a dragon. Wendy nodded. Dragon. Urza's hand shaking Wendy's tears suddenly made Wendy look at her in confusion. In Wendy's worldview, dragons are not a peculiar existence. Urza's eyes were fixed on Chi Yan, and he asked 2 seconds later, Dad. No, Master, is it your same clan? Same race? Wendy also immediately looked at Chi Yan with extremely curious eyes. Who knows, I don't know much about other dragons. Chi Yan waved his hand lightly, he didn't want to get involved in this topic. It can be tricky to explain. Suddenly, an abnormal noise came from the right side of the three. Wendy was so frightened that she immediately hugged Urza and said in horror. What? Rustle. In the next second, the grass was peeled off, and a young man of the same age as Urza walked out with a tattoo on his right eye and several magic wands on his back. Seeing an unpleasant face, Chi Yan is lukewarm. However, when the teenager saw Chi Yan, he was completely in a state of confusion. After a while, he said a sentence that changed Chi Yan's face slightly. Master Chi Yan, are you still alive? P.S. A new week is coming, please support, please vote. Asterisk. 47 Storm of Butterflies. Master Chi Yan, are you still alive? The sudden appearance of the teenager came up with this sentence, let alone Urza and Wendy, even Chi Yan was a little confused for a while. Still alive? What's the meaning? In the next second, the blue-haired boy suddenly reacted, bowed, and apologized. Sorry, I got the wrong person. After saying that, he turned around a little flustered and tried to run away. Wait, kid. Chi Yan's words made the boy's footsteps stop. You didn't recognize the wrong person, come and talk. Oops, accidentally. The young man cursed himself inwardly, forgetting that he was in a different world now. However, due to Qi Yan's power, he had to sit down obediently. When I saw Urza, there was a stunned look in my eyes again, and I thought to myself. Even Urza, don't know how much has changed since Edala's. Urza frowned and stared at the blue-haired boy, saying. You called the master's name just now, and then said that you were wrong. It's really suspicious. Urza's words startled the young man, his confused eyes swept over Qi Yan and Urza, and he said in his heart. What's the matter? They're not. You, what's your name? Qi Yan asked. The blue-haired boy came back to his senses and subconsciously replied, G. Mistagen. The young man just said a word, and he changed it in the next second. Mistagen, where did you hear about me? Qi Yan asked again. Mistagen, one of the S-class mages of the fairy tale guild in the original book. Because he has the same face as Jalal, he usually shows people in the form of a mask. However, according to his memory of the original work, he should be in the world that just came here. But being able to call out his name accurately made Qi Yan interested in him. In other words, has the storm brought by the butterflies already blown? Yes, I heard a little bit. Mistagen could only bite the bullet and reply, and then hurriedly said, Actually, I only know a little bit, and I don't know anything else. This kid, has the world on his side changed differently from the original? Qi Yan thought to himself. Wearing a very rare magic wand, are you also a magician? Qi Yan said again. Yes, I know a little bit of magic. Mistagen cherishes words like gold. It seems that even if he continues to press Mistagen, he will not reveal much more. Qi Yan glanced over Wendy and Mistagen, the two seem to be homeless. Are you coming? My guild. Guild? What is a guild? Wendy wondered. Urza explained, it's a place where a lot of magicians get together, they practice together, and they do tasks together, it's like a family. When Urza said the back, a cold face very similar to himself came to mind. The look that made her excited gradually dimmed again. Family. Words that feel so far away. Wendy didn't notice the change in Urza's expression, and excitedly said to Qi Yan, Really? Can I really have a family? During the few days that Tianlong Grandini disappeared, what Wendy craved most was not food, but a new support. Hearing Urza's description of the guild, he immediately felt yearning and looked at Qi Yan with incomparably longing eyes. Of course, Wendy's magic is also very suitable for our guild. Qi Yan chuckled. Thank you. That. Master. Wendy burst into tears with excitement. After thinking about it, she chose to call Qi Yan the same as Urza. Lord Qi Yan's Sorcerer's Guild? It should be quite useful for gathering magical information on this world. But, mistakes like today need to be avoided, and it's almost impossible to get over it. Mistagen pondered for a moment, made a decision in his heart, suddenly took off the cloth from his arm, put it around his face, and said, I am willing to work for you, but please allow me to wear this face towel on weekdays and give me relatively freedom of movement. Of course, if you need me, please send me at any time. Added a freak. Seeing the other person wrap his face around again, Urza has already equated Mistagen with freak in his heart. Qi Yan nodded in agreement. He didn't hate Mistagen, but his Jalal-like face was a little off, and it might be nice to cover it up. And the performance of the original work, in order not to have too much contact with people in this world, Mistagen has always been a loner. It is not bad to have an on-call combat power in a short period of time. The dragon that had survived for 400 years like Irene did not see it, but he got two rather unexpected gains. Especially Mistagen. What kind of secret does this kid hide from the original? Qi Yan couldn't help but look forward to it. P.S. Don't worry about Mistagen, as in the original, he will only appear when the plot should show him. *. 48 The Growing Guild. Magnolia, Dragon Guild. When Chi Yan returned with 3 little ghosts. Wendy's left shoulder, as well as the cape on Mistogan's back, are emblazoned with the same logo as the guild plaque. Okay, that's awesome. Wendy held her head high and opened her mouth slightly. Brilliant, this castle. Not only his face, but his entire head was wrapped in a towel. Mistogan's eyes narrowed with only a gap in front of him, but he didn't say anything. Dad. Lucy's milky voice came from inside the guild. Hearing Lucy's address to Chi Yan, Mistogan's eyes flashed with surprise again. It seems that the world is quite different from Edila's. They are. Seeing the 2 strange figures of Wendy and Mistogan, Lucy was startled and looked at them curiously. New members Wendy and Mistogan, get to know each other well. Tisk, I feel more and more like a nursery here. Speaking of the back, Chi Yan muttered to himself. You, hello. Wendy said shyly. Mistogan just nodded, still not saying a word. Weirdo. Lucy had the same thoughts as Urza, and excitedly pulled Wendy into the room. Although her temperament is extremely shy and afraid of life, under Lucy's lead, Wendy soon showed a warm smile. Mistogan, on the other hand, stood quietly in the corner of the guild, swept over everyone in the guild one by one with a curious observation. Chi Yan and Irene were standing by the handrail on the 2nd floor, looking at the 3 girls who surrounded Layla in a circle below. Layla also exerted her innate maternal aura, holding Wendy's young body in her arms, and gently told the story of the guild. The same motherly love as Grandini made Wendy instantly addicted, lying in Layla's arms. Dragon Slayer? Then, she will. Noticing the breath emanating from Wendy, Irene recalled the evil consequences of her dragon-slaying magic practice to the limit, and turned her eyes to Chi Yan and said. Yan, did you let her join the guild for this reason? Her situation is unique, and she won't become a dragon. Chi Yan replied, it was just my whim to bring them back. Won't become a dragon? How can? Irene's face was in disbelief, and her heart was in unparalleled shock. She was not the only one who was spurned by other humans because of her dragon transformation. During the time she was imprisoned, she heard that there were signs of dragon transformation from dragon slayers like herself around the world. And she was the only one who survived. It's too much trouble to explain in detail, but they are lucky. Chi Yan looked sideways at Irene. Are you jealous? You don't have such good luck. Irene fell into a dead silence, shook her head after a moment, leaned on Chi Yan's shoulder, and said slowly. No, my luck is already very good. 400 years of loneliness may be the price that must be paid in exchange for the current happiness. Chi Yan smiled blankly, lifting Irene's chin and imprinting her sweet red lips. Layla, who was playing with the 3 girls downstairs, happened to see the scene upstairs, and she felt sour in her heart, thinking that she must not leave the door for this guy tonight. Of the 12 keys of the zodiac, Layla finally entrusted 3 of them to her daughter, and sealed the other 9 until Lucy was old enough to hold all the keys of the zodiac before entrusting them to her. Among them, Aquarius of Aquarius said that he did not want to follow Lucy, a noisy kid. But he was not afraid to lose his temper with Lucy due to Chi Yan's intimidation. So choose to be one of the 9 keys that are sealed. This made Lucy, who was quite fond of Aquarius, depressed for a while. And Chi Yan did not force Lucy to learn to fight because of her blood relationship with her. Although he inherited his powerful blood, his talent should be more than the original. But it is an auxiliary in itself, and there is no need to convert it to output. What's more, the fact that he was alone was enough to suppress the audience. Not to mention that now the guild's combat power is increasing, there is no need to force Lucy to learn the fighting style that she is not good at, as long as her fighting ability is enough to protect herself. After Mistogan found out the basic members and situation of the Dragon Guild, he took an A-level order early the next morning, and said goodbye to Chi Yan and left. It took more than a month to leave, so Lucy and the others once forgot that there was such a person in the guild. Master, shouldn't we also hold the S-rank mage test like fairy tale? In X778, Urza's words made Chi-Yan sitting on the sofa shift his gaze from the magazine in his hand to her. However, after 2 seconds, he turned his attention back to the magazine. I saw the photo models in the magazine pages in Chi-Yan's hands wearing swimsuits and showing bold and provocative movements to the camera. Urza, who is now 13 years old, blushed and snatched the magazine from Chi-Yan's hands. Chi-Yan spread his hands. "Hey, I'm looking at the wonderful place." Urza said angrily, "I'm going to tell Aunt Layla." "Okay," Chi-Yan said with a smile. Urza's face darkened, remembering that Chi-Yan was not afraid of Layla at all. It would be better to say that I have followed his skin since I was a child, and I have never seen what Chi-Yan was afraid of. But this guy is among himself, Lucy, and Wendy. The one who likes to play tricks the most is himself, which makes Urza feel ashamed every time he is played. But it just so happened that there was no way to get revenge back. Asterisk. 49 How can I be? The flowers are full of 20,000 plus more. Really, I'm bullying Urza again. Layla, who was wiping the wine glass in front of the wine cabinet, walked over with a smile, and gave Chi-Yan an angry look. Then he took Urza's little hand, the wasting of time did not leave a trace on Layla's face, and said to Urza, "Urza, don't be mad, come here and I'll make you your favorite strawberry cake." Urza glared at Chi-Yan with resentment, and took Layla's hand out of the bar together. Chi-Yan laughed and reached out his hand subconsciously, only to find that the photo magazine was taken away with Urza. Tisk. Displeased, Chi-Yan got up and walked out. "Uncle." As soon as I walked out of the bar, I saw Wendy's shy and cute face. But the face and long skirt were stained with dust a lot, and they looked a little dirty. "Wendy, is today's training over?" Chi-Yan asked. For such a naive girl like a blank sheet of paper, I believe that no one will feel disgusted with her. After witnessing Chi-Yan teaching Urza, and feeling the resonance of the dragon race, Wendy asked Chi-Yan to start teaching herself. Wendy's character seems weak, but once she gets serious, her level of perseverance is no less than Urza's. Even without Chi-Yan's supervision and the set amount of training for her, she will never be lazy and fall behind. "Okay." Wendy nodded vigorously, looking eager for compliment. "Really? Well done." Chi-Yan met Wendy's modest expectations. Sure enough, the smile on Wendy's face became even brighter when she heard the other party say that. Suddenly remembering the picture just now, Wendy said in confusion, "Uncle Chi-Yan, I seem to have seen Layla bring Sister Urza into the restaurant just now, and Sister Urza seems a little angry. What's wrong?" "It's nothing, she has such a weird temper." "Do you think I made her angry?" Chi-Yan said deliberately. "No, Uncle Chi-Yan is a good guy." "Yes, it should be Sister Urza's own problem," Wendy responded quickly. If Urza heard this, she would be absolutely annoyed and wanted to throw the fork in Chi-Yan's face. At this time, in the restaurant, Layla gently stroked Urza's little head and explained, "Don't always be angry with Yan, don't look at him always teasing you, in fact he likes you very much." Real. Urza, who is full of oil, can't believe it. "Of course, he gave you the nice name Urza Scarlet, and although he often bullied you, he also bullied me a lot when I was young, and then I hopelessly liked it on him." Thinking of the past, Layla couldn't help but hold her cheeks and fell into the pink memories of her teenage years. "That kind of bad guy, I can't." Urza set up a flag for himself without even realizing it. "That, Aunt Layla, my mother, Irene Belzarian and me, what happened?" After struggling for a moment, Urza couldn't help but ask. Thinking of the relationship between Urza and Irene, Layla sighed lightly and said, "I don't know about this either. I'm afraid only Yan and Irene know about it." "Isn't she my mother?" Urza pursed her lips tightly. Ever since she was a child, she has longed for Irene to hug herself with a smile on her face like Layla did to Lucy. Yan doesn't tell you, he must have his reasons, but we all truly love you, Urza. Layla took Urza's profile and placed it in front of her. Thanks. S-level assessment? Does our trade union have such a thing? The next morning, Urza once again brought up the topic that was interrupted last night with Qi Yan. Last time, she heard that Laxus, the grandson of Makarov, the president of the opposite guild Fairy Tale, had obtained the qualification of an S-rank mage. Tong Xiao knew that only with the qualification of an S-rank mage can he receive S-rank quests, so he asked this question like Qi Yan. After all, the specific content of the S-level assessment is determined by the guild itself. Qi Yan pointed at the commission notice board next to the wine cabinet. There are a lot of S-rank tasks on it, you can take them as you like. Thinking about it carefully, he himself does not have the qualifications of an S-class mage, but the first time he took on the Demon Crusade mission of the Love Lucky Chamber of Commerce was a Super S-class. From the very beginning, Qi Yan was not interested in the set of mages rank set by the council. In the original book, in order to forcibly improve the level of his own guild, Jose chose the 4 elements that were far from being S-rank A and D. The Iron Dragon Slayer, who was called Hanlai, was forcibly selected as an S-rank mage. Wasn't the result of being beaten with a bruised nose and a swollen face? Once the S-rank mission is not handled properly, it is life-threatening, so be a little more serious. Urza retorted angrily. Really, not a cute kid at all. Qi Yan squeezed Urza's nose and walked to the task board. Urza rubbed the tip of his nose in dissatisfaction, and the next moment he saw that Qi Yan had torn down an S-rank mission order. Complete this, you are an S-rank mage. There is no need to engage in so many fancy assessment contents. Able to complete S-level tasks, that is, S-level mages, this is the most simple and direct assessment method. Yan, don't make trouble. Layla, who taught Lucy celestial spirit magic in the back, rolled her eyes and stopped. With Urza's current strength, it is too reluctant to carry out S-rank tasks alone. I went with her and just went out to get some air. If I don't resolve this matter, this girl will pester me every day and annoy me to death. Qi Yan replied. Who wants to pester you? Urza retorted inwardly. She didn't notice it at all. Although she didn't like each other very much, she liked to lean next to Qi Yan when she had nothing to do. Asterisk. 50 saliva can help heal wounds. Add more when the evaluation votes are over 3,500. Eastern region of the Kingdom of Fiori. In the deep forest at the foot of a certain deep mountain. Whoosh! A column of flames like a motorcycle's windpipe erupted from the armor's air holes on the surface of the body, burning the nearby forest area to ashes. In front of him, Urza, who was standing on both feet, covered in iron armor, and looked like a giant murloc creature, barely raised his sword, panting. A streak of blood flowed from the crimson hair, all the way to the left eye and cheek, to the chin, and finally dripped to the ground. The beast of fire, Quadri. Compared to the demon Diaus in the Book of Ziref, which Qi Yan and Layla met when they met, it is more than one level weaker. But it is obviously not what Urza can deal with now. Even under the guidance of Qi Yan, he has far more strength than the original. But in the end, it's still just an underdeveloped body at the age of 13. Even if there is progress, it cannot be too great. Roar! The air holes of the roaring Quadri's armors erupted in a column of flames like a propulsion engine. The massive body was like an armored chariot rushing towards Urza. The howling flames mixed with the wind pressure scattered Urza's coquettish red hair. The air pressure was like a mountain pressing her body to the ground, unable to move at all. In desperation, he could only block the saber in front of him as a shield to block the attack of the beast. Bang! However, the results are often tragic. Under Quadri's slam, Urza's small body was knocked into the air more than 20 meters above the ground. At the apex, Urza's body began to plummet. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, a hand popped out and grabbed the nape of Urza's armor with precision. Forcing yourself to be strong will become like this. Qi Yan hugged Urza in front of Yu Heng. Halfway through the fight, he motioned Urza more than once to step back and let himself do it. But this girl admits the truth, and she is stubborn, and she doesn't want others to help. The talent and the guidance of Qi Yan make her a strength unmatched among her peers. Even Fairy Tale Laxus, who had become an S-rank mage, was far less than half of Urza's strength at the same age. Inflated? In Qi Yan's mind, this may be the reason. But the actual reason is that Urza doesn't want Qi Yan to see the picture of his defeat. However, it backfired, and the result was just the opposite. Flames were still erupting from the holes in his arms, and Quadri, the beast of fire, turned his hostile gaze to Qi Yan, who was holding Urza. Roll. Qi Yan's tone was not deliberately indifferent, and his calm tone seemed to be telling a small matter like having dinner. Library. However, with such a simple sentence, the S-class beast shrank back in fright. A few seconds later, Quadri turned madly and fled into the forest behind, breaking through many tree trunks along the way. By the way, I can't heal magic, what should I do with this injury? Qi Yan pushed aside Urza's forehead bangs, revealing the bloody wound inside. Puff. Suddenly, Qi Yan rolled his eyes, spat a mouthful of water in his palm, approached Urza's wound, and said to himself, I used to hear that saliva can be. Ya. What are you doing? Originally lying in front of Qi Yan Yuexiang with his eyes closed, Urza suddenly opened his eyes. Exasperated. Seeing the sticky mass in Qi Yan's palm, I can't wait to punch him. Shut up, in the end it's not your own power. Snapped. Saying that, Qi Yan directly patted Urza's wound with his palm. Feeling the sticky touch coming from the top of his head, Urza's brows twitched, but an inexplicable warmth surged in his heart. All right. Looking at the wound that had stopped bleeding, Qi Yan nodded in satisfaction. Nausea. Urza whispered. Find a small village to bandage you first, and if it still hurts, apply it with your own saliva. The moment Qi Yan's voice fell, his body swelled sharply. 10 seconds later, a giant dragon poured into the sky, flapping the incomparably huge dragon wings, and shuttled between the clouds. As the degree of completion increases, Qi Yan's appearance in dragon form is getting closer and closer to Deathwing. But even if it is completed, it will not completely lose its original appearance. The new Dragon Soul awakening will not completely replace the Dragon Soul brought before, but an evolution that takes its essence and removes its dross. Although the overall strength of the Annihilating Dragon is far less than that of Deathwing, his regeneration and other abilities still have merit. I don't use saliva. Urza whispered to himself. The body with the wound still aching slightly lay down, and the small face was attached to the extremely rough dragon scale. A very safe touch came, and I went to sleep with a smile on my face. P.S. The update seems to be too fast, and the recommendation is a bit unstable, *.